Excuse me. Alright, we're live. We're live. Yeah. Sorry about taking so long. Normally I don't take this long to come back, but long bathroom trip and then having to take care of everything else. Excuse me for a moment. I gotta readjust my chair. But yeah. Welcome. We're back with more of the letter. Ow. That's still not as great. God damn it. Probably because my ass isn't like in pain, unlike the other times. Oh shit. Why are my clothes not wanting to fucking cooperate? Well. Sorry. If you hear me sighing a lot, that's because I just had a big dinner. And, I guess in a way you could say it's trying to settle. We'll get started here in a little bit. So I guess perfect thing to start with here is, what happened last time on the letter? Well, lots of things. Finally, after what seems like, after like a month, right? But, so we finished out the rest of Rebecca's chapter, and it actually ended in her death. After a very tear-jerky scene. And, after that we got a memory fragment, and, that really kind of helped us with theory making. And then after that, we started on Ash's chapter, and finally the ghost girl has proven that she exists to him, and now he's scared shitless. In other more realistic matters, unfortunately we found out that Isabella's father died, meaning that the 5 years that she had spent in Luxbourne working her ass off, trying to earn enough money for both her father's hospitalization treatment and her siblings' school tuition. Unfortunately, a lot of it was kind of for naught, which is unfortunate, and we encouraged her to vent her grief out. And that really got to me, as you can see in the last stream. So that happened. We had a nice heartwarming scene between Ash and Zach and Isabella before we got to the other side of Rebecca's last moments with Ash, and we got confirmation that she did indeed die. And yeah. So that happened. And then after that, we're trying to, in the middle of trying to figure out, like, why BRC is hiding all the deaths that have happened via their clients and their employees. The ghost girl attacked us again, or Charlotte attacked us again, and now we have ran the hell out of there. And now we're furthest in the timeline that we have been thus far. And, nothing, since I've sat on it, nothing's really popped up. Like this morning, and I do mean this morning because I was trying to, like, stave off a headache, something occurred to me. So, and I don't know what brought this on. I think it was more along the... I think it was just because, like, I was thinking about it. And I was thinking, like... I'm not gonna deny that the ghost girl is real. Like, it would be so weird. It's like, we're this far in, and I'm like, maybe the ghost girl isn't real. No, she is. She is. But... It does... But to me, it still seems weird that... the people that we have shown that have been shown to have died, Rose, that unknown man, and then Rebecca, like, lots of people, the news has been saying it was murders and all that, but the thing is, and even Ash brought this up about how it's like, did all of these people see the letter? Which doesn't make sense, because as far as we know, Isabella was the only one who had the letter. And as far as I'm aware, she only really showed it to, obviously, Ash, Zach, and Rebecca, but also Hannah, Luke, and Marianne. I really don't think Rose saw the letter. Like, I made the specific choice about Isabella not showing Rose the letter, yet she still died. And I don't... So unless there are, like, you know, as Ash brought up, the possibility of there being multiple letters that people might have read, it really doesn't make sense how the deaths are connected to the letter. So then I'm thinking, like... And then, of course, that brought up my possibility of, like, you know, this is just like the Ju-on grudge. The Ju-on curse, where it's like, you pretty much just enter the house and you're marked for death. So, I don't know. But then, and a thought occurred to me that maybe, like, not everyone from the house has died yet, because maybe it has to do with the power of belief or something like that. Like, because I was watching something about ghosts last night, and someone specifically said that, like, ghosts feed on fear, and I was thinking, now granted, I don't know whether or not that's true, but, you know, if it is true, then is it possible that belief is being held here? But then I was like, well, no, a bunch of people enter this house, and yet the majority of the murders are all connected to BRC. And of course it came to this, and then of course I, you know, knew how suspicious it was that, you know, BRC is hiding this and not helping the police at all. And, you know, and there's a whole bunch of red tape, and I'm like, what is their stake in this? I mean, Ash brought up the possibility, Ash said that it could be possible that, you know, because the Luxborn branch of BRC is shuttering, is closing, and, you know, and it's possible that, you know, the string of murders that, well, murders, quote-unquote, that are, you know, that are connected to the BRC employees could potentially lead to the business just completely shutting down. But I'm like, why the red tape then? Usually red tape is code word for legality. So I'm wondering, like, does BRC have know something about these deaths? Like, I don't know how the BRC disappearances and subsequent murders are connected to the overall story. Like, is the ghost girl really killing all these people? Or, you know, or is there something else at play here? Like it could just very well be the curse, but it seems weird that BRC may know something about that and is knowingly sending these people off to their deaths. I don't know, it's just, it's confusing, I don't know how it connects. But in terms of my theory about the whole of Ermengarde Mansion, that still holds. Like, we'll just have to wait till we get to the end of the game to see whether or not that holds water. But, something I was also thinking about was, I honestly hope that towards the ending of this path, like the ending that we get, I kind of hope we don't get all of the backstory, because it would be kind of so it's like, so what I'm trying to get at is that maybe like the letters, like story structure, is that you find out specific bits of information relating to the backstory via each path's ending, if that makes sense. And so you have to replay the game over and over again until, you know, to get all the information across the different paths, and then you piece it all together and you're like, so that's what happened. I kind of hope that's what we're going for, because it would increase replayability and all that. And not to mention that, it's like, I also feel like if you knew the whole story from one ending, like, I feel like that kind of decreases the replayability, because it's like, what's the point? You're playing this game to figure out the story, and if they just give you, like, the whole story in one of the endings, regardless of whether or not it's good or bad, like, what's the point of playing through the game again? Unless you're a completionist, or you just want to see these characters die a horrible death. Which, surprisingly, like, Rebecca didn't die that badly. Like, yeah, like, here's the thing. I'm not saying that, like, falling off of a building, off of a high-rise building, isn't a nasty death. Like, I mean, Ash even described how Rebecca's body looked on the news. Like, how her right arm was pretty much fucked beyond belief, and how the right side of her head was caved in. But, you know, but other than that, like, it didn't seem like she just, how should I put this, like, it didn't seem like she died horrifically, you know? Like, it's very possible that, like, that the moment her body made impact, she died instantly, which we should hope for. You know, because, I mean, there are some ways in which a body can be completely destroyed, depending on the height of the building in which you're falling from. Like, you could literally just end up as a big splat fest on the floor, on the ground. And I know that sounds awful, but I'm not wrong. But, yeah. I don't know how far we are into Ash's chapter. Like, something tells me we might be already halfway done with it, because, again, the, what day was it? Was it the 29th? Yeah, the 30th. Was it? I'd have to check the journal. But, like, we spent a lot of time with Isabella in that office. You know, gathering papers and all that, so yeah, after Ash's chapter, we have Luke's left, and I don't know how long Luke's is gonna be. And then after that, we just pretty much have the ending. Depending on, I mean, and honestly, depending on where we stop at Luke's chapter, we might well finish this playthrough on Friday. Oh, I just realized, I never explained why the fuck this is actually a half hour later. That's just because of scheduling conflicts. Like, so basically something ran on a little too long. And, yes, and I had to push this back a half hour. Sorry about that. Again, if I had 1,000 subs, I would just, like, I would have just, like, said it on YouTube, but I don't have 1,000 subs, so, yeah. Alright, well, let's get started then, shall we? as always, we must adhere to the viewer's discretion advisory. So, as has been evident by the last 4-5 streams, this game deals with a lot of heavy subject material that may range from being slightly uncomfortable to downright disturbing for many viewers. And you will see a condensed list of all the trigger warnings that are present in this game down below in the description. And I must say this at the beginning of each stream: if you at any point ever feel uncomfortable or feel the need to step away, please do so. Your mental health matters, and I say this with the utmost respect. Please take care of yourselves. Give yourself a little kindness. And of course, I will be trying to extend myself the same courtesy if need be. We have this and one more stream after, and then we'll be done with this game for a few months. So, with that out of the way, let's move on to our main event. Alright. We're 42% of the way through. Oh boy. God, it's actually amazing how we only really have 40% of CGs here. Yeah, and then of course we have... So this is the memory fragment we got, and it's like, I still don't know what to think of it. Like, this is what gave me my theory last time. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how this fits with everything. I don't know. Miscellaneous? What the hell is that? Oh yeah, and then oh, that's right. We also died last stream from a quick time event. Like, we actually fucking died. First time too. I mean, that's gotta be an achievement in and of itself, right? Oh, we also got this achievement, the beginning. Unlock a memory fragment. I guess in case Isabella died at that chapter. But yeah, we're only 24%. We're not even a quarter of the way. We're just about a quarter of the way through. Alright. Let's continue on. Alright, October 30th. Alright, we already read this last stream. So, it is the 31st, so we're on Halloween. This is the furthest in timeline we've gotten. Alright, let me take a quick drink. Alright. A dreary downpour starts off the Monday. Although it doesn't last for more than an hour, the dark clouds lift just after the sun peeks over the horizon. Brief as it is, the rain has significantly dampened the park's usual cheery vibe. Mornings like this often mark the start of another bad week. An arrest gone wrong, another investigation leading to a dead end, or some truly fucked up shit being called in. Like that one time I was dispatched to a scene where a guy gouged his own eyeball out and almost ate it. Was a few chews away from swallowing it, in fact. Lost my dinner that day. Starting off the game with some gore, great.
Fun times.
Of course, I doubt anything can top getting cursed by a damn chain letter of all things. This is the sort of stupid thing people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages, for fuck's sake. A ghost chasing after you just puts the icing on that cake. So far, all we've done is run, snoop about, read stuff, and run again. It frustrates me to no end how we're still no closer to an answer. Even my car reflects the state my mind is in. Photocopies of documents litter every available surface. scattered all over the place, spilling from the passenger side and into the back seat, making an entire mess of what little space there is. Not that I'm any better. My last shower was 24 hours ago. I haven't slept at all, and my last meal was that chocolate porridge thing Isabella offered. The way I am now will definitely get a scolding. If Becca were here, she'd give me an earful and tell me to take care of myself better. Say that I'm killing myself on the job. I can already hear Isabella complaining how dark the bags under my eyes are getting, and about how I reek and how I need to shower pronto.
I can rest easy when this is all over.
It's not that I can't feel the pang of hunger. With that woman chasing after you, it's difficult not to feel anything other than horror. The rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins in my desperation to survive. In fact, I can still sense the ghost of her touch from last night. Her bony digits wound tightly around my ankle, and that horrid smile she has on her as she pulls me closer. The memory's enough to send a shiver up my spine and make me antsy. Perhaps the only thing comforting about this is the sight of my gun nearby. From my dashboard, sunlight glints off of Ophelia's surface. He named his gun Ophelia? Normally, I keep it hidden in a compartment. Luxbourne police regulations only allow authorized people to carry firearms, and even those are limited. I do have that authorization. But I never really saw the need for its use, when the standard issue tasers are more than good enough to incapacitate anyone. If not, I can always throw them on their back. Those judo lessons Dad forced me to get as a kid has its uses too. On a ghost, though, all of those will probably yield the same result. They're all useless. I might as well use a stick. However, it's the feeling of ease I'm after, or what little of it I can gather from it. The awareness that I, at least, have something to protect myself with in case things go wrong. That I can still protect the people who are still depending on me despite the missteps I've taken. It doesn't take the edge off, though. The feeling that your whole body has been strained far beyond its capacity. Frankly, I'm already running out of steam. The only thing pushing me right now is knowing someone's still depending on me. A stretch is still in order, though. I've been sitting here since last night. Soon, I step out from my car, closing it behind me with a thud as I take in my surroundings. The rain did wonders. The morning air feels crisper and cooler than it has ever been in days. For once, the weather seems to be taking a turn for the normal. Luxbourne normal. In the distance, beyond the buildings lining the horizon, dark clouds are blowing in.
A storm might be due this evening, give or take.
Time for a car accident. A shame for the people looking forward to Halloween tonight. I'm just not sure whether this is something I can look forward to as well. Still, I bask in the change it brings. Inhale, exhale, breathing in, taking in the peace, as if it'll be my last. But as with all the good things, the quiet shortly comes to an end. Not necessarily a bad end. The chatter reaches my ears first, halting my movements. Sure enough, when I glance up, I find them, Zach and Isabella, just as they've entered the park grounds, bags of convenience store food in hand. After last night's flight from Salemwell, we've elected to stay the night here, unsure if our own homes will still be safe. Normally, we'd all be adverse to the idea of spending the night outside like this, but panic and distress has tainted that decision. It's not like any of us has gotten an ounce of sleep anyway. On the off chance one of us did, it only lasted but a second, or it's a fitful one. But looking at them right now, from afar, it's easy to mistake them for just friends on a day out. Isabella's gesturing wildly with her arms as she talks, something funny or amusing probably, because it's soon followed by Zach's booming laughter. Their voices fill the atmosphere with light air, temporarily easing off the disheartening mood. It's easy to pretend we're not knee-deep in a life-and-death situation the way they're acting now. Easy to forget we've lost someone. If anything, it's only their appearance that betrays that mask. Slightly disheveled, bags under their eyes, an exhausted curve in their shoulders, and dragging footsteps. But the closer they get, the more obvious these signs are to the naked eye. Zach tosses an energy drink my way the moment the distance allows it. Isabella hands me the other bag she's holding, before seating herself on the edge of the fountain. The scent of warm food immediately wafts from the bag when I open it, carried further by a passing breeze. Whatever sweet sauce they drizzled over this pork wannabe, it smells heavenly. Hell, even the sorry-looking vegetables seem appetizing. Despite myself, without even checking exactly what this is, hunger swiftly takes over every rational thought. I dig in without waiting for them to start. Both of them appear to be of the same mind, too. Soon enough, they also start with theirs. No casual talk while we fill our empty stomachs. Exhausted as we all are, food is something we can't forego. Starvation dulls the thinking, weakens the body. If we're to survive this, we're going to have to take care of ourselves first. I know that's what Rebecca would do. In a matter of minutes, we're done and dumping the empty cartons on a nearby waste bin. Along with it is the shift in the mood. Back to dismal. Back to the problem at hand. The comfortable atmosphere from minutes ago was nice while it lasted. Admittedly, I've missed these kinds of moments between us. We never had the chance, always busy on some project or work. The things we've taken for granted, now we're realizing how valuable they are. With one of us gone, the world has an awful sense of humor. While the one we've just had is short-lived, it's another thing I want to look forward to, if we ever free ourselves from this damn curse. I'd like to believe there's a way. For now, we have to focus back on the present. This. Dead people. The letter. The curse. It's not simple to bring these up, but necessary.
What now? Where do we go from here?
It's not a question directed at anyone in particular, but they all look to me as if my face has all the answers in the world. I used to think so, back when I was at the top of my game and I'm still sure of everything. Now there's just uncertainty sullying whatever decision I come up with. At some point, logic has simply stopped working here and we started grasping at straws. Along with exhaustion, fatigue, and stress, we have enough kindling to get a fire burning. What the fuck? What's with this music? What's with this music? Are we in a fight? The not so pleasant kind of fire.
I think it's clear. We can't just stay here.
But we can't just keep running like this either, Zach. Sooner or later, she'll...
We don't really have a choice, Bella. We can't even go back to our own homes. No matter where we go or hide, she's gonna get us.
You're giving up again.
I ain't! I'm just being realistic. Nowhere's safe. Even if dying's the last thing I want to do right now, I can tell there is no way that woman's...
This is just like your movie all over again.
Okay.
This and that are two different things, Bella.
Alright, okay.
And you know what? Right now, I'd rather see my movie flop twice over than go through this.
Just because this whole thing doesn't look good, doesn't mean there isn't a way out.
Okay, we need to calm down. Okay.
Zach, I know Rebecca wouldn't.
Rebecca's gone, Bella. And if what happened last night didn't tell you how bad...
I know that. You don't have to keep reminding me. Do you really think I don't blame myself for everything?
Nobody's telling you to think that way!
Jeez, okay, we need to calm down.
No, but you might as well just say it. Even if no one else does. I know everyone thinks this is...
Alright, that's enough!
Yeah, can we please stop fighting? Like, this is the last thing we need!
Both of you, stop this!
They both falter to silence at my words, and an awkward, stifling mood descends between the three of us. I feel like this is what she wants! Like, divide and conquer! I don't mean to shout, to snap at them, to add to that kindling. Not in a moment when any time, anywhere, she might get to one of us. We're all in the same boat, yet here we are, playing the blame game. Little by little, we're falling apart, caving into the pressure, to the bleak situation we're trapped in. Did that ghost mean for this to happen? To divide each of us so she can pick us off one by one right after? Who knows? Anything's possible now if her kind can exist. With the fire burning between us rising as high as it does now, I'm afraid, deathly afraid, that the possibility might come sooner than I can figure all of this out. Fuck, I still can't think straight. I can't even believe the next words coming out of my own mouth. That out of everyone, I have to be the one saying these to them. This is more their forte than mine. Keeping the peace, placating everyone, while I unintentionally aggravate people with badly chosen words. Funny how fast the tables have been turned after just one unfortunate incident. How am I even supposed to cope?
If we all want to get out of this mess in one piece, we're gonna have to cool our heads first.
Yeah, we need to not fight. Like, this is not what we need. After spending the night at the local park, Ashton and his friends tried to figure out what their next step will be. However, coupled with fatigue and stress, the conversation quickly went downhill. Frustrated, Ashton walked out, suggesting they cool their heads first. Before my own temper flares, I walk away and slide back into my car. If the door slams with more force than needed, I'd like to blame it on the pent-up anger boiling up in me. I'm not even sure what or who I'm angry at. The ghost? At them? Or maybe at myself for being this useless? Because despite none of them saying it, I know, goddammit. They're still counting on me. In spite of my failures, or every harsh word I've uttered, or how unbearable I can be as a friend. It's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and one by one they follow me and get in the car. It's in concerned glances they shoot my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in their silence, a heavy gift, their unwavering trust. Yet it's one I'm more than willing to carry, even through my own exhaustion, if only to keep them safe. In this city of 68,000 strangers, they're the only ones I have left. Though, in all seriousness, a good rest is still our best bet for now. Thinking with an exhausted brain is almost as good as running around in circles. We might as well just throw ourselves at that ghost and be done with this. The local Irish pub may not be the best place to hang around when one hasn't slept a wink or you're stressed. More often than not, it's loud. Sometimes the music played by drunkards grates the ears and the whole place smells like piss on a bad day. All in all, it's the very definition of the last place I'd hang around after a wakeful night. But it's safe. Or as safe as can be with G's security watching the place. Makes it easy to find help in case you find yourself in a tight spot. The place being owned by a person I've implicitly placed my trust in provides some semblance of comfort, too. Gregor, bartender G, or just G to his regular patrons, might be rough around the edges. Sometimes a bit too gruff for a man serving drinks behind the counter, but he belongs to the good folk of this city. If there's anyone in this place I can rely on to look after people important to me, it's probably him. He means well, surprisingly despite his surly demeanor. Cares, to some extent, for people he likely only sees once or twice a week or on a bad day. Not the best job in the world in my opinion, but that's exactly it, isn't it? In wine there is truth. Alcohol in this case. It loosens the tongue, forces one to let his or her guard down. Whatever inhibitions anyone has, it all flies straight out the window after a few glasses. It's made him observant, too. Always has one or two things to say about someone or something. Most of the time it's me, opinionated ass. But God knows how many times I've asked for his help when I'm met with a dead end in a case or I'm in trouble. This time's no different. Back to the bar! As expected, the moment we show up, he's kind enough to offer us a room at the back of his shop. A single look at my face, I don't even need to say anything, and the next thing we know, he's leading us in. No questions asked. Maybe it's also for this reason why I find myself drifting towards the station hours later, after having gotten that much needed shut-eye. Newly washed drinking glasses and tumblers line the counter surface when I enter the room. Behind the bar, G's busy wiping each of them clean, likely prepping it for tonight's use. Briefly, he glances up at me, once I claim one of the empty stools and grab a rocks glass sitting closest to my elbow. Turning it absent-mindedly in my palm, just to keep my hands occupied, while my brain's busy, still trying to make sense of everything. Even at a dead hour, with only a few patrons milling about, this place still smells strongly of liquor. Honestly, I've never grown fond of it. Regardless of how many times I've made a trip or sat here, on this same spot, just talking with the old man. And I've never been fond of drinking in the first place. Yet, oddly, it's the nasty odor of a brewery that helps clear the mind this time, along with the lack of the establishment's usual hubbub and the occasional clinking of glasses. Even more bizarre is that, through my lack of words, G doesn't say anything. Although it's clear from the way his mouth is curved up in a tight frown that he has questions, a bucket load of it, he wisely keeps it shut. Instead, he simply focuses back on his work. Rinse, wipe, stash away, repeat. Going through the motions with such familiarity, it's almost a trance. Watching his precise movements quietly like this, with these thoughts swimming inside my head, it's easy to lose track of everything around me. One solid lead on this, one possible way to sort this out, but will it work? Especially if my assumption's correct and that the reason Zach was there yesterday morning was because of the curse. Something must have happened there for him to see the need to visit the place that morning. What if the couple has fallen victim to the curse too? It doesn't fall outside the realm of possibility. I've been so biased not even thinking that they might be in danger as well. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have seen the letter and... Fuck.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
That's likely the moment when Cooper saw it. If the logic holds, I need to hurry there right away. And if there are answers anywhere, it would be there. It should be there, where all this fucking mess started. Wonder why the dog's barking. It's not only my life on the line here. There are others. What happened to us, I wouldn't wish on anyone else, no matter how much I loathe them. Or how complicated all this has suddenly become. The letter. The woman. The mansion. And now there are the voices lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride whenever an opportunity presents itself.
It's because you did this.
It's all your fault. Why won't you believe me?
A reminder of what I failed to do and who I failed. At some point, they all begin to blur together, twining and coiling. Every horrid image and memory of her, seeking the forefront of my mind. No matter how much I refuse to remember the fear I felt then, to push it as far back as I can, the visions come to me like a deluge. And before I know it, before I can drown, another voice pulls me out of it.
You're doing good there, boy.
Nope! His hand is on my shoulder, gripping it tightly and giving me a light shake. There's relief in his face when I finally look up at him, although his frown appears more distinct than the concern in his eyes. It's deeper now, marred with worry and agitation. He does let go when I offer him a small nod, but the furrow between his eyebrows never leaves his face. He always has a knack for reading people, after all, even someone who can be as closed off or distant like me. And all the time I've spent in the force, there's only one other person who's as keen as this old guy. The Chief. Funny, and weird to some degree. I've pointed it out to him so many times before how much they look alike, only for the observation to be brushed off with a vehement tone. Maybe they're brothers, I think if I remember right, when we first met him as Marianne, I was like, Chief? Whoops. I've never brought it up again after the third time, out of respect for the guy. Whatever it is, it's clear it's something he doesn't want to talk about. Why push, right? However, during times like this, it's impossible for the thought not to come up. He even has the glare down pat. Under his wordless scrutiny, I feel like a damn rookie again.
You're looking a bit green. Sure you got plenty of rest back there? You were only out for an hour or two. Wouldn't hurt to try and get some sleep. I'll keep an eye out.
No need. Don't worry about me. I won't be able to get some sleep anyway.
Not with her face still a clear picture in my head, no.
I heard that from you before. Not buying it. What's the story this time?
I'm being chased by a ghost.
This as bad as that case with the guy who ate his own eyeball.
I wish it were.
I can deal with that shit. I could just push it in the back of my mind.
Jesus, stop reminding me. I hated that case. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you get a kick out of telling people about it.
I mean, to be fair, it is kind of an interesting case.
It's useful, you know, for blokes who don't know their limits. Sends them right out the door after I start with a description. Or was it the part when the poor schmuck gouged his eyes out?
Oh my god.
Nasty, awful, icky stuff, and it gets the job done. Like I said, useful. Don't even need to call security these days if I want to kick someone out. Anyway, pretty sure that pales in comparison to whatever this is now. I haven't seen you this stressed out since they closed that case. The one from 10 years ago with your professor friend.
Abigail and her team weren't able to solve that one, G. No one has been able to. It just went cold.
Wait, did he say something about it being solved? Okay, they closed it.
Same difference. But what do I know, eh? I just serve drinks, listen to people's problems and their whining, then make sure they get home safe afterwards.
You know, the only thing we haven't tried to do is destroy the letter. Like, Isabella mentioned that in the first chapter, and we haven't gotten to do that. What if we just set it on fire? Just throw it in the fire.
Thing is, I'm also not blind, kiddo. And you can bet your ass I can tell when a person's about to fall apart.
What? Is this some form of therapy from you? Are you going to offer me free drinks now?
Really? I can use some right now. Something to numb the senses. But when has that helped anyone?
In your dreams, kid. Last time someone gave you the hard stuff, your photographer friend had to haul you out of this place almost half naked.
Oh shit.
Hey, I can handle my liquor when I put my mind to it.
Not from what I've seen, nope. Besides, you usually avoid drinking. Either way, it's out of the equation. And when booze no longer counts, we just talk. So, talk. It's not like anyone within earshot will care. That chap over there only wants his cricket matches.
I doubt you believe it, G.
I've heard worse stuff. Try me.
You know that mansion down at Anslum?
Yeah, who doesn't? You live in this town long enough, it's impossible not to hear a thing or two about it. Bloody locals.
Well, my friend found a primitive version of a chain letter in there. Now that we've seen it, we're cursed.
A beat passes. For a long moment, G stands there, unmoving. His hand stops short of placing the glass he's been wiping prior back to a rack on his left. All while he stares at me with eyes that are nothing short of scrutinizing. He probably assumes I'm He probably assumes I'm joking. Who wouldn't? Not a week ago I've been put in the same position. Even now, in spite of the things I've seen and heard, it simply won't sink in. Or maybe this is just desperation creeping in. The idea that I may not be able to find a way out of this. Whatever the case is, for people who haven't experienced what I'm going through, this merely sounds like an awful Halloween prank.
It's not a prank.
This must have been what Isabella felt the whole time we made fun of her that day.
This isn't a prank. I saw something.
Now it's too late. We're stuck in a never-ending nightmare where the only way out might be death. And like I've expected, G's reaction to it, an amused laugh. It booms throughout the whole pub after a long bout of silence, like I've just told him a particularly funny joke.
Okay. You don't want to spill. No one's forcing you. Seriously, though. Good one.
Although I want to be angry with him, I can't find it in myself. Can't even muster the energy for a scowl or a glare. Nothing but a taste of my own medicine to temper the annoyance bubbling up inside me, I suppose. In the end, echoing her words is the best I can do.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, alright, good luck with that. You're on your own. Here I thought you didn't have an ounce of humor in that body. Guess I'm wrong.
He shakes his head, lets out another chuckle before returning to his task. By now, almost half of the glasses have been put away. The only ones remaining are the smaller kind used for shots and stemmed ones for cocktails. Despite being busy with his task, his amusement doesn't entirely disappear from his face. He keeps talking, as if I'm simply another customer he entertains with his stories. But we both know it's more than that, if the wistful expression on him says anything.
Man, can't believe you're the same rookie who walked in here almost a decade ago. Too smart for his own good, that boy. He's always been 2 steps ahead of things. Now he's here, sulking.
Is it?
I must have screwed up somewhere then.
I must have screwed up a lot. For things to suddenly shift like this. For me to become a mere shadow of the person I used to be.
Nah, I don't think so. This one, screwed up? Not by a mile. It's too early to say. You've still got several years ahead of you, Holmes. Take it easy. But some things change, eh? It has been years, and you were a kid back then. You know, the sort that's a bit unsure, making all the horrible decisions in life he'd eventually be embarrassed to talk about.
You never stopped calling me kid, though.
Well, you still are. It's just that this time, you're sure of who that badge and gun is for. What was it you police types usually say? To protect and serve, yeah?
A significant pause follows at its heels. From both of us, as he allows its meaning to sink in and spur something in me. Stirring a feeling both heavy and forceful, but not completely unwelcome. Familiar. Though before I can clarify what he's trying to imply or gather my thoughts on the matter, G turns away to begin his work on the silverware. After the argument at the park, Ashton took his friends someplace where they could rest. G welcomed them to his pub without question. While the others were sleeping, the detective and the bartender had a little chat about the past and what had changed over the years. He'll need those too once more of his patrons come in for lunch. Bless me. Slow and easy. A sharp contrast with the strained air we've been wading through these past few weeks. A fleeting moment, but one I allow myself to relish, if only because of its absence lately. The way things are now, this is almost a gift. So when it all ends with a loud shuffling of feet from the adjacent hallway, a sigh is all that leaves me. There's no need for me to look up to know who it is. Zach's treads alone are telling. There's always a weight set to them, steps that are taken with a lazy cadence. Like he's always trying to make himself smaller, less conspicuous than he actually is. In a place he's unfamiliar with, he also tends to linger, stand awkwardly at the sides, as if he's all too afraid to break something. That or he's waiting for permission of some kind. Either way, he's never been the kind to barrel head first into things or forego courtesy despite appearances. Much like how Rebecca's mother henning belies her fiery temperament, or Isabella's rare displays of maturity appear at odds with her youth. There's been a lot of those in my life, it seems, more so from the people I've grown closer to over the years. Walking contradictions we all are. It's a wonder how we ended up as friends in the first place. But maybe that's also exactly why. To some extent, there's still an understanding in there, in knowing. That no matter how long you've been together, or how familiar you are with a person's habits, or how many lifetimes there might be for all of you, one can never fully know a person. Sometimes it works because they merely chose to stay. Sometimes it's as simple as someone extending a hand first for an apology, regardless of every hurtful word said.
Hey, Ash?
This time I glance at him, briefly, gauging the mood. Not because reconciliation's an issue for me. Between us, it never will be. But somehow, this is another thing I'm all too afraid to see crumble in front of me. One wrong word. If this is going to end in another argument, we might as well stop as early as now. There's another long pause from him, during which he can't seem to figure out what to do with his hand. In the end, he chooses to stuff both into his pockets and trains his eyes at the now empty space behind the counter. Without our notice, Gia slipped back to the kitchen, leaving only the two of us and everything awkward in the world at the moment. Still, Zach trudges on, a hopeful tone slipping into his voice, simply because it's the only thing he knows to do.
Did you, get any sleep?
It's a start, at least. A stiff one, but a start. The least I can offer in return is that rare honesty.
For a few hours, yeah.
Curt, brusque, not an ounce of friendliness in it. In spite of it, Zach takes it as a sign. Relief washes over him as his shoulders relax and he releases a tense breath. Soon, he's closing the distance he has put between us and flops onto the chair to my right.
I think the better question is if the dreams are pleasant. And for the record, no.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get those a lot.
He shifts in his seat, coughs, drums his fingers on the counter for a short while, then falls silent. That's it. No apologies. Somehow, that short exchange is all we need. The air changes again, much like everything we've known lately. Maybe not for the better. Not yet. However, it's less suffocating, with less hostility and resentment. The kind where it's easy to pretend, easy to forget. Not that it's a thing that'll happen anytime soon, but one can dream. In a situation where death might come knocking any time, it's this little hope we cling to. It's the little things we wish will happen again. Excuse me. I'm not an optimistic person by nature. Hopeful, maybe, but never optimistic. Though I want to believe there's a way we'll live through this nightmare. For the sake of the one we've lost. It's just funny how it took all of this to spur these kinds of thoughts in me. I can't even remember the last time something like this has occurred to me. For some reason, after seeing one harrowing thing after another, I've simply forgotten.
Why are you suddenly smiling like that?
Huh? Oh, no, I was just thinking about something.
Well, it better be something that'll get us out of this mess.
What makes you think I know how to fix this? Until 2 days ago, I didn't even believe a word you guys have been telling me. Zach, I function better when I'm dealing with homicide cases. Hell, feel free to throw in the usual robbery and missing persons case into the mix. I don't care. Give me a few days and I'll give you a lead. This isn't how I operate. This isn't what I'm good at. For all you know, I might even end up getting us killed. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, the fact that you're frustrated but still trying already means something, Ash.
Yeah.
Besides, you don't make that face unless you already have an idea. It can't be any worse than this. Maybe. What's on your mind, Ash?
A lot. There really is something about Zach. Between Rebecca and him, I tend to share with him things I wouldn't normally say to the other. Unlike her who pushes, sometimes with the same tenacity as her moods, Zach has this strange tendency to ease people into telling him what he wants to know. Oftentimes, the question feels so subtle it catches me off guard, with less force and more forbearance. After all, after everyone, he's the most grounded. Really, he's like the older brother I never had, the kind you can depend on when things go sour. The kind you tell things to simply because he'll listen, without forcing his own opinions on you.
We still have one more lead we haven't checked. I'm gonna look into it tonight.
It doesn't take him long to put two and two together, and his calm expression abruptly dissolves to worry the second he realizes what I meant. We've already examined the letter, read through piles of documents. There's really only one we haven't given a once-over. The mansion. Of course, Zach may not be the kind to push, but that doesn't mean he agrees with everything that comes out of my mouth. It's his way of keeping me steady and on my feet through the years.
Hold on, didn't you tell me not to go in there? Whatever happened to stay away from Luke Wright?
You're an unarmed civilian, Zach.
And so?
So, I want you to stay here and keep yourself safe. I probably won't take too long, but I don't know what might happen. I'm not even sure if I'll find something in there.
I don't know about this.
We'll keep an eye on you guys.
I don't know about this. Like, yeah, you're armed, Ash, but that doesn't... Like, I'm worried that Hannah's either gonna kill him or Luke's gonna call the police on him. Unless Luke is down in the prison.
If you need anything, that woman shows up, just holler. He'll help out, no questions asked. You don't even need to explain anything.
Dude, that woman could probably kill the bartender. He's not willing to concede. Not from the manner he grips his knees or the rigid set to his jaw.
I'm going with you. You can't go in there alone, Ash. I heard something. The morning I was there, I heard someone scream, and then there was a woman crying, and I don't know what's going on inside that mansion, but I am telling you, you shouldn't face whatever's inside alone.
Not to mention that there was a humming, and it was specifically a song that Zach's mother used to hum. So I'm wondering how that's going to play into everything. Before I can stop myself, a heavy breath escapes from my mouth. It's one of those times again, where Zach means well, but he's completely missing the point I'm trying to make. When things take a turn for this, when he gets in a mood like this, he's almost as headstrong as Isabella. How and where do I even start? You'll only get in the way. I'd feel better if I don't have to worry about you. Listen, Ash, you need to, like, open up to these people. Like, these people are people who chose to stay with you. Like, I think this. Yes! I love it. There are only two ways this will end. I agree with him and take him with me, or I agree with him and drop the idea altogether. Neither appeals more than the other, especially when we're all desperate for answers and a way out. If all it'll take is a little more honesty to make him drop this harebrained idea, so be it.
Look, man. Bro. Z-Man. Zach. Zachary, listen.
Aw.
I know you only want to help.
Like hell! This ain't just about helping, Ashton! You're throwing yourself in the thick of it, on your own!
Okay, calm down.
Was your fall last night really that bad? Did you hit your head hard? I honestly can't tell if you've gone stupid or just plain suicidal.
My head's okay, Zach. But it won't stay that way if we don't do anything about this. Someone has to.
Seriously, this is already a desperate move. The longer we dally, the faster we're losing our options. Do we even have one? Looking back at it, this whole business with the ghost seems perfectly set up to drive us into a corner. Either until we lose our minds or she gets us. It's starting to feel as if there isn't an escape. We've already become her playthings the second Isabella found that letter. That our lives are in her hands ticks me off big time. But the idea of watching the people I care about die helplessly, more so. They're much safer here than with me. It's a selfish thought, I know, born out of fear. So, in case things go awry, the very last thing I want to happen is for Zach to take the fall with me. I've already made enough mistakes.
And that means it's just you.
Just me.
Suddenly he clams up. Although his actions, the restless shift in his shoulders, his mouth pressing close in a tight line, and how he starts off again in a quiet note. It all gives away his real thoughts, long before two words have even made it out of his mouth.
I'm sure you already know about this. This won't really bring her back. Maybe this is you trying to make amends, or whatever. I don't know. You're making your own decisions here. But if something happens to you, it'll be just that. There'll just be another dead body out there. Please, don't do something like this.
Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to get myself killed. I just want things to go back to normal, Zach.
Another dead air follows at the heels of that one admission. The meaning of my words, too heavy, too striking. It stuns us into another lull. Optimism aside, we're both aware that's impossible. We're going to have to deal with the trauma right after. There will be the images, the voices whispering inside our heads, the foreboding feeling, the stench of blood, gore, and death trailing after us. We may survive this, but those things, they'll remain in us for a long time. One doesn't survive something like this without it leaving something in you. Just the mere thought of what might come right after makes me dread it. What this has changed in all of us. But I suppose that outcome is more acceptable, the lesser of two evils.
3 hours.
My head snaps up and I turn to him, puzzled. He's staring at his hands with a thoughtful expression, brows furrowed in deep concentration. Like he's trying to choose the right words to convey what he's about to say.
3 hours? For what?
That's more than enough time to go there, to check things, like you said, travel back here. If you don't show up here beyond that, I'm going after you.
From his tone, it sounds almost like a warning. I'm sure it's not his intention. But hearing something like that from a person like Zach, I can't help but chuckle and throw in a jibe, despite how dire things are. Just like the old times.
Make that 4.
What? You said you're just gonna check things. Why would you even need that long?
Speed limit? I'm a ranked law enforcement officer, Zach. I'm supposed to set an example.
You're breaking into a house! You're breaking and entering into a house! Bitch, you're already breaking the law! Why does speed limit have to matter at this point?
I so wanna punch you right now.
Of course, Zach never carries it out. In light moments like this, it's just how he is. How we are. Unfortunately, G chooses the next moment to show up. He slams the flat of his palm on the counter, shooting us both a stern look. Although his tone's nothing short of jovial, the disapproval's clear in it. He's obviously misunderstanding the situation.
Boys, summer's nice and all. I used to watch these bloody god-awful afternoon serials with one of my brothers many, many years ago. But listen, I am not having one in my pub, alright? You two want to fight? Go out.
A pregnant pause. Then, without any preamble, Zach and I are both snickering and G's glower melts into confusion. When we both show no sign of stopping, When we both show no sign of stopping, he simply shakes his head and turns away. I'd like to think it's better this way. Better that we part on light terms, so Zach won't have to see every little insecurity, every little doubt in me right now. Oh, this might be the last image we see before death. Zachary's arrival interrupted Ashton's conversation with G. Left alone, the two attempted to mend things between them, only for things to almost turn sour after Ashton revealed his plans to return to the mansion. His friend eventually acquiesced after Ashton agreed to a time limit. He's seen enough. The last thing I want him to glimpse is another display of weakness. Not when he still stares at me with the same unerring confidence in his eyes. When our mirth dies down, before anything can be said further, before I change my mind, I step away from them. giving Zach's shoulder a quick few pats, mumbling a lame excuse about taking another short nap under my breath. Altogether burying the stray thought that flashes fleetingly in my head. Zach has seen me at my lowest plenty of times. Why does all of it matter now? The sun hangs lower when I stumble back into consciousness and drag myself downstairs. Around this time, the patrons usually start to trickle into the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Today, however, it remains thin. But considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He's always complained about the lack of a decent crowd on a weak start, although he doesn't really begrudge his customers for it. No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover, after all. Even him. Which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. With the kind of danger we're in, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even before sleep completely fades from my mind.
Something wrong, G?
G hums, but there's an undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements. And only after he finishes wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. It feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teacher for sleeping in class again.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you, might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like one of them woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Okay. Another question forms in my head, along with a small confused frown. Though before a single syllable slips past my mouth, he gestures his head on the far side of the main lounge. Isabella has settled on one of the tables set in a corner, in deep thought and with a scowl on her face. From the looks of it, it appears woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement. Turns out sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it. In spite of his efforts to look as unconcerned as possible, there's a tense set on his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes, as it occasionally flickers over Isabella. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Not that I know how. I don't even know what put her in such a bad mood. But the imploring gaze G directs at me leaves me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me into doing something about it. I hate that it's working.
You know how I run this pub, kid. No fist fights, no cat fights, no people in sullen moods, only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing. Go fix it before it turns into something chaotic.
Alright. It's probably not as petty if Isabella's already in that state, but I give him a nod nevertheless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer and waves me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Okay, what happened? Even with the lack of a sizable crowd, he likes to keep busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always has to stay moving, doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. I leave him to it shortly after. Part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he has taken for people he barely even knows. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get to this before it turns into a shitstorm. Alright, what's going on, Bella? There's a strange lull in this area of the pub. People continue to trickle out instead of in, and this time only 2 tables remain occupied. Soon, these people too will be gone, and the whole place will be devoid of anyone. Frankly, its current state already lends the place an entirely different vibe. Along with a soothing strum of strings and the steady beat of drums playing overhead, there's a calming sense to this. A far cry from times I've been here before. And, perhaps, It's for this reason why Isabella has chosen this place to retreat. She sits quietly in the furthest corner of the room, in one of the tables set right beside the windows. G usually keeps the curtains closed around this hour, but a small portion of it has been pulled back, revealing the busy streets outside. The late afternoon light spills right through it, outlining her small form and pulling on the surface of the table, where both her arms rest. Oh shit. In her hands, she flips a piece of folded paper, turning it from one side to the other without any purpose. The letter. A small frown creases her forehead while she stares at it. Yet there's something oddly tranquil in the picture she has unknowingly painted. Something I can't bring myself to disturb, if only for a few seconds. It's one of those moments again. The rare ones. The ones where she's too still, too quiet. A complete opposite of her usual self. But it's these that often leave a mark. Not her cheery disposition or her lively attitude, but these short few seconds of wordless silence, when the softest sighs and the slightest movements sing louder. The smallest, minuscule things that tell you about the person and her strength more than any words can express. It's these that carve a vivid memory, no matter how brief it lasts. And it breaks soon enough, the second I pry the letter off her hands and flop down on the empty seat next to her. She glares at me, annoyed, and just like that, all of it melts away. Gone is the stillness, replaced quickly by the teasing and friendly jibes. Back again to what we're used to, what's easy, what's familiar, where every truth we hope to convey regrettably goes unsaid between us.
You're going to destroy an important piece of evidence if you keep doing that, Belle.
Something tells me she found out what we're doing from Zach, and now she's like, what the fuck? You know? This time, however, no retort comes from her. Without the letter to glare daggers at, she turns on her hands, now clenched tight in front of her. But she's far from angry. A bit upset, maybe? Who wouldn't be? This curse has already gone far too long. Has already taken someone we care about from us. Regardless, Isabella doesn't seem like she'll start shouting at me. At least compared to every other person I've aggravated, intentional or otherwise. Some light talk may just do the trick and coax her out of this mood.
Come on. If you keep staring at the table like that, you're going to bore a hole on it. I really don't want to OG a new table. He'll pick the most expensive one and leave me begging on the streets.
She levels a quick glance at me, her expression dry and impassive enough to drain every color out of the room. It's as if I've just told her a terrible joke and she's expecting there will be more of it. Really now? She needs to give me more credit than that. My jokes are funny when I want them to be.
I really don't care. I'd even take pictures and post them online. Go away, Ash. I don't want to talk right now.
Yet it sounds half-hearted at best. Like what's happening has already sapped every bit of energy in her, and all that's left are the words. Pretty soon, those two will lose their meaning and leave a hollow shell in their wake. It's already unusual to see her like this. Everything has already gone to shit. I'd like at least this one thing to stay normal. So, somehow we manage. We continue for the better half of the hour, talking, joking, with her short, feeble responses and banter that never goes anywhere. But it's enough. In the grand scheme of things, amidst the chaos and death shadowing over us, it's these little inconsequential moments that matter. It's her smile, her laughter, when it finally rings, easy and free of her burdens.
Okay, I have another one.
I don't want to hear it, Ashton. Go away.
No, really, listen. I know someone who talks like an owl.
Will you leave me alone if I bite and ask who?
A pause. And then, she frowns as realization slowly dawns on her. Confusion flashes fleetingly across her face before eventually settling on a grimace.
Oh.
Suddenly, she hugs her arms closer to herself and looks away, perhaps in her best attempt to stay angry. To no avail. In a matter of seconds, In a matter of seconds, her shoulders shake with laughter she's trying to contain.
You're awful, and I really hate you. Just leave.
It's contagious, her mirth. Soon I'm joining her in it, briefly forgetting every problem that has piled up and continues to weigh down on us. Laughing without reservation or care, until only a familiar warmth lingers, once both our amusement ebbs away. Somehow with her, these things have always come easy.
Feeling better?
A little. You're still lame.
But you're laughing right now.
Only because your humor is terrible.
Right. Keep telling yourself that. I know it's funny. And you know what? If you've kept frowning like that, your face might have cracked. That would have been really messy and ugly.
If glares can kill, with the one she sends my way, I'd probably be dead by now. Seeing it directed my way, it takes only a few quick seconds for me to realize how she might have also taken my statement. How wrong and rude it might have sounded in her ears, however unintentional it is. I've never been good with words, but that's never an acceptable excuse, is it? Suddenly, taking the brunt of her anger seems less complicated than correcting or explaining myself. Nevertheless, I try.
What? Crap. Damn it, that was so not what I meant.
Okay, if there's a fucking choice where I get to tell her how I feel, I'm fucking taking it just in case Ash dies at the end of this, because it's like, listen, you wanna help your regrets? This is one of them.
I was just saying you look better when you're smiling.
I'm just saying you look better when you're smiling. Wow, that's not an admission or anything. Her glare doesn't even wane. In fact, I think it intensified, like the brewing storm. In the face of it, under the sharpness of her stare and her annoyance, I do what any person with a good sense of self-preservation does. Keep my mouth shut and shift my attention elsewhere. The crowd outside looks very interesting today. Maybe I should...
Thanks, Ash.
Oh. She utters all of it in a voice too small, too quiet. But when I turn to her, only those words, her gratitude, resonate throughout the whole room. Not the soft clinking of silverware somewhere, nor the last strains of music fading into silence above us. Instead, it's the meaning behind her gaze, as she holds mine, that lingers. Steady, unflinching, and open, in the same way she looked at me all those years ago, with bright eyes and an expression softening into a tender smile. I didn't understand it then. How easy it is for her to wear her heart on her sleeve. How she never shies away from expressing herself, even among people she barely knows. How she can go through everything without losing herself. Now, it's among the hundreds, the thousands, that hang unspoken between us. Trivial little things with worth still too big to put into words. Either because it's too early, or because there's never really a proper time. For now, though, this'll do. Until the moment itself dwindles. Until reality pulls us back in, reminding us of the things we've set aside in its favor.
What was that about earlier? You look like you're about to wage war on that letter.
Oh, it's nothing. You probably won't like it when you hear it.
Maybe. You haven't said anything yet, so how am I supposed to decide how to react?
A small frown returns to her face. Although it lacks the same anger from just a few minutes ago, the bitterness stays. Now there's also uncertainty. It takes another minute until she speaks again. This time, she doesn't meet my eye.
I was just thinking...
Oh!
Maybe we should go back to the mansion.
Wow, how funny! We were gonna go there ourselves! Blood freezes in my veins. Immediately, before I can even think further on what to say, my mouth's moving. A disapproval ready at the tip of my tongue.
Isabella, you know that's...
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need.
It's probably gonna be in that fucking attic.
I found the letter there, so maybe, right?
It's not that I don't agree with her. Hell, I've been considering the same thing. It's the only lead we have, after all. But it's not going to be a simple walk in the park. Who knows what we might find in there? If I bring her with me, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. She'll be in even greater danger. Hence, alone. Exactly as I have told Zach. If there's a need to go back to that cursed place, I'm doing it on my own. Whether or not the rest of them agree with this plan is inconsequential. Their well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag them in there with me. So, I tell her as much, despite the determination and desperation in her eyes. Anything to keep her safe. Fuck. Shit. I can't let you do that, it's dangerous. I mean, at least with Zach it was easy. It's like... I mean, at least with Zach it was easy, because it's like, you know, it's like one of the choices was that you'll just get in the way, while the other was like, I need you to be safe. But now with this, it's like, fuck. Because it's like, I don't know which is the right option, but, okay, let me check here. Okay, I wasn't sure. Jesus Christ, Zach. But, it's like, I feel like if I tell her this, she's not gonna, like, I know that both of these she's probably not gonna take well, but at least with this, it's like, it seems like, you know, oh, I'm stopping her from doing that, you know what I mean? And it's like, yes, that's the point of it, but we're not exactly, like, telling her that, I mean, we're not exactly telling her that, like, you know, that we're doing this to keep her safe and all that. Like, we're not telling her exactly what we feel, you know what I mean? So I think because of the implication I'm seeing from that, I think I might go with this.
Forget it, Belle. You're not going back to that mansion.
Fuck. I fuck up, of course.
But Ash, what about...
This isn't up for debate. Do you really think they'll just let you in? Do you really think they'll give a damn if you walk in there carrying that stupid letter of all things?
No, but there has to be something we can tell them. Ash, they were with me during the open house. They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are. They're living in that place. That ghost woman came from there. Both her and the letter. Something's in that house, Ash. And whatever it hides might be the only thing that'll get us out of this mess.
All right. Suppose you do find an answer there. What happens? Let's say that by some dumb luck, you got inside and found something. What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do?
It's not like we have any other choice. Besides, I'm pretty sure you've already thought of the same thing. Admit it.
That doesn't mean I'm going to let you run straight into trouble. What you're planning to do is risky for you. Give it up, Isabella.
Unexpectedly, Isabella merely clams up. No resistance. No further argument like I've come to expect from her. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin, till the air in the whole room grows awkward and suffocating. A standstill that'll get us nowhere. Although, if there's one thing our talk has wonderfully succeeded at, it's making me feel like a total asshole and a hypocrite. And I am considering my plans tonight. Sure, I can tell her, but what good would it do? I've already told Zach, one person is enough. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. But someone has to be aware, at least of where I'm heading off to, in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I've only intended to do a quick survey of the place. In my own words, risky. Isabella doesn't need to be burdened with the worry my entire scheme entails. I like to think that, yes, to some extent she understands, even if she doesn't entirely agree with me. The dilemma's clear in her. Otherwise, her scowl wouldn't have a deeper set to it. Her lips wouldn't be pressed in a thin line, or her hand would no longer be balled her hands would no longer be balled into fists. She would have pushed that argument if she didn't, and I know she has no lack of things to say. Maybe it's because she has already thought of the same thing. Maybe my words have made her come to her senses. Either way, it's best that we simply leave it here for now. Without another word, I stand up. At the same time, footsteps shuffle from the pub's entrance and cheerful chatter suddenly fills the room as a group of people enters. It's all the distraction I need. Muttering an excuse, I beat a hasty exit out of the main lounge and leave her on her own, despite the disappointed look on her face. Jeez. When Ashton showed up at the pub's main lounge again, he found Isabella alone in a corner. She hesitantly brought up the idea of going back to the mansion. Despite agreeing, he insisted she would only put herself at risk. Although she acquiesced, dismay was clear in her face. So what, did I fuck up? I thought that by telling her I can't let you do that, it was she might have taken that badly. So what, did I fuck up? Before Isabella can say what she's been mulling over. God, I'm actually really tempted to see, like, what would the other choice have been? But we stick with our choices here. Before the last imploring glance she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that firmly etches itself in my memory. One that spurs the conscious among other things. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. Galway Shaw's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight. With the lively music and chatter, slipping out mostly unseen becomes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough, I find myself standing outside, under the chilly Luxbourne night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, tonight will be another downpour, maybe even stronger than the one we've had this morning. On instinct, I hunch further into my jacket, hugging its thick material closer to my body, while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. The letter crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, though I pay it no mind as I hurry towards my car. I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings, on my way out. If this is all connected, I need this damn piece of paper with me. However ridiculous it sounds. I'm quite sure it won't be missed, either, but I can't waste my time here and wait for her to find out, can I? 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. 3 if I'm inclined to go by the rules Zach set, but when have I ever? Regardless of how generous that is, each second's just as important as the next. But as with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does! In the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. What the? Wait! What? What? How did... Okay, how did you get there without me noticing? Isabella turns just as I near, her mouth curving up in a small smile. She offers no greeting except for a shy tilt of her head. Even as my pace slows and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless. Merely throwing her head back and shifting her attention up at the starless sky when I come up to stand beside her. Another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a sigh, weary, thick with something close to resignation. The breeze carries all of it away, while she hugs her arms closer to herself to keep warm, which raises the question why she's out here. The air's already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but a dark blanket of nothingness. Still, she stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. That, or she's here for some other reason.
Val, I can't bring you with me.
I know. I won't ask you to.
Go back inside. G will keep an eye on you while I'm gone. You can trust him. And hey, who else loves E-Man with you?
Don't worry. I will. In a while. I just want a bit of fresh air.
Well, don't stay out there too long. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
I give her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before walking past her and heading to my car. Oh. No 2 steps further, though. Something pulls the back of my jacket, catching the fabric in a firm grip and halting my movements.
Isabella, I need to go.
She refuses to meet my eyes, but her hold remains tight. There's a worried crease between her eyebrows, and her lips quiver ever so slightly when she speaks. In a small voice, brimming with a different kind of desperation I can't quite place.
Rebecca's gone.
She draws in a breath. Slow, soft, slow, lined with enough sorrow that it hitches.
And if that thing takes you, too.
The rest of it falters, but the meaning, the gravity, in each of her words rings loudly above the passing breeze, hanging over us, lingering in between. A small little thing that spurs me into silence, like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. No words will form, not even a single coherent thought. And so, in place of it, in place of everything untold and we've taken for granted, I draw her in. Oh. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting something like this to happen. Like, maybe this is probably bringing Ash and Isabella closer. Gently. Quietly, pulling her against me until my arms settle around her shoulders.
Ash?
For a fleeting second she freezes, startled, and looks up to me with hesitation and a silent question in her eyes. Whatever answer she finds in mine, eventually she allows this. She folds herself into me, buries her face into my shoulder, and settles her arms on my sides, unsure, uncertain.
It'll be over soon.
Why can't we get a CG for this? So we get some CGs for stupid shit, but we won't get it for this one, no.
I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to get us out of this. But no matter what happens, I want you to promise that you will stay alive until then. Because if I lose you to her as well, I have no idea what else would keep me grounded.
Oh my god. When all has been said and done, I rest my forehead against hers, eyes closed and simply taking in her warmth. Desperation still clings, woven into every breath, every sigh. But at the heart of it is this. Her. No words are said, even as we part. Oh, we're probably gonna get a sketch. Oh. Ashton left the mansion at nightfall. Oh, wait a minute. Ashton left for the mansion at nightfall. Whoops! But when he got to his car, he found Isabella waiting for him. Although she had no intention of stopping him, she revealed a fear of losing more people in her life. Before leaving, he admitted the same fears, but promised her that it will be over soon. But I let this be the last thing I commit to memory, before slipping inside my car and driving off. Oh boy. And now we got the YouTuber music. Oh my god, I just realized this is where the Starbucks is, on the left side of the seats. Why did it take me until now to realize that? Oh my god. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxbourne and heading straight for Anselm Village. In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. Thunder threatens with a rumble, seconds later, echoing long across the sky. And with one last roar, the skies open in earnest. November 1st! Super into this! Alright, this is the last day in the timeline. This is the last day in the timeline. So what's gonna happen? The rain falls in fast, steady sheets, creating shallow puddles on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in this city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me, I've reached the mansion before the downpour has turned torrential. The long slog from Anselm village by foot has already been made difficult by the light drizzle and biting winds buffeting against my body every few seconds. By the time I found cover under the trees lining the vicinity of the mansion, my shoulders are already drenched. My hair is also sticking against my skin and out in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, taser, and gun I've brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. However, those are the least of my problems at the moment. Sometime after the housewarming party, Scumbag, right, has suddenly grown a brain and tightened the security around the mansion. A guard is now stationed at every possible point of entry. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one has spotted me once I entered the property. Although that's probably because I've kept close to the forest. While I can always create a clever way in for myself under this deluge, it'll be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks.
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I've stepped on the property and the mansion came into view. Every light is off. Even with the security personnel on patrol outside, the whole house itself, it feels empty, eerie, too quiet. Normally, I'd pass it off as some kind of a power outage because of the storm. It's not a far-off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong.
Something happened here.
Or about to. It's the sole reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening, for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Although I need a way in, desperately so, moving without thinking will not only endanger me. With so many unknown variables in what we're dealing with, I also have to act on the assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. If there's a place he deserves to be at, it's in a prison, not a morgue. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. So, when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out, above the loud pitter-patter of rain, only then do I stir. A woman. Perhaps a servant? Or worse, Hannah Wright. It's coming from the forest? Just right up ahead, in fact. Not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick, wary glance before following the noise. Oh, why would you do this, Ash? Carefully, keeping to the shadows, one cautious step after another. Louder and louder it goes as I near, until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate, anguished cry. I break into a run. One nervous hand, ready on the gun holstered at my hip, and the other raised for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I pay it no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and nothing. Abruptly, it all stops and I'm met with a sudden hush. Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its silence, even with my labored breathing and pounding heartbeats against my ears. Behind me, another branch breaks and...
Help me.
What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait a minute, hold the back up. Hold up.
Help me.
That's different from the whispers of help me. That's... Dread surges within me while I spin around and take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling at the back of my neck. But before I can even meet her eyes, the world unexpectedly pitches sideways, tilting. And tilting till the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet air. By then, it's too late. My foot slips further, and the rest of my body follows. What the fuck? What, did we trip? Was it a pit trap? Dark spots blur the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. But more than that are the voices, lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over. It's because you... And over. It's all your fault. And over again. Why won't you believe me? A reminder of what I failed to do and of who I failed. What I'm trying to desperately fix. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing away every sensation in me apart from one. There's only fear. Where the fuck are we? Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It's the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Oh, we're here! We're here! We're in the prison! Are we gonna find Mary Ann here? The storm had started in earnest when Ashton arrived at the mansion. While trying to find a way in, the detective noticed the eerie silence that had enveloped the place. Something was wrong inside. But before he could figure it out, the sobs of a woman suddenly echoed. Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open, the soft patter of dripping water somewhere spurring my consciousness further. For a few short moments, I remained still, blinking away the dizziness. Allowing my vision to adjust to the lack of light and my breathing to even out first, before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. Turning alone is a struggle on its own. An inch of movement sends a stab of sharp pain right up my arms and my back, giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything. Fuck.
There doesn't seem to be any injury or a major fracture, although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw. Raw? Probably from when I've skidded down prior to landing myself here. Okay. I was like, what do you mean raw? Did she scratch us or something? A comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though no less painful. And by the time I'm back on my feet, the exertion has left me gasping in short, shallow breaths, and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Behind me, a light draft blows in from where I've fallen in, coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel, and brings in the fresh, earthy smell of rain from the topside. Regardless, it fails to mask the old, musty scent of the place, a mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul, like death. More worrisome than the putrid, festering smell, however, are the cells that line both sides of the tunnel. Under the dim light, I can barely make out what's inside in some of them, but I already have a few ideas, all of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpected finding the existence of this place is, it isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
I honestly don't think he does. Probably not. Unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten to the core, but not that rotten. He'd probably balk at this, move out at the first opportunity and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. This, though? If this is just the tip of the iceberg, I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear's inconsequential. As unpleasant as the sight of this place might also be the only way for me to get inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
Let's hope we find Marianne. Turns out that alone is too much to ask for this early. What the fuck? Please, please, please? Was that Marianne or the ghost? Again, she's been in here for how long? The 28th? Yeah! Wait, did I even read that? No 20 paces into it, another sound abruptly rises above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel, before fading away just as swiftly as it rang. I pause, nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long minute I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge and shadow at the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole passage.
Who's there?
That's Marianne. Perhaps it's because of what has happened earlier, and how I've ended up here. Or maybe it's because of my training. But in spite of the panic and fear in that voice, I don't immediately answer. Instead, I pull my gun free from its holster and wordlessly draw closer to where the voice rings out once again. Afraid. Frantic. Weak?
I'm asking you a question. Who's there?
It's only after I've released the safety do I answer, while continuing my approach in a careful, steady pace.
I think I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Show yourself.
I can't. I'm stuck in here.
Well, a ghost would definitely not be saying that, or have a conversation like this, or be stuck anywhere. And as if to prove her point, she extends a hand from one of the cells ahead and waves. Then she pulls back, grips the iron bars, and rattles it lightly.
I can't get out. Can you help?
Yes. Where is she? In 5 quick steps, I'm standing in front of the cell, and sure enough, a woman's inside. Slumped on the floor, holding the bars with shaking hands, clinging to it as if it's the only thing keeping her upright. And not just any woman.
You? McLaughlin?
The same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustrations about her employers.
Holmes?
Where is she? Like, she's supposed to be here, right? Where is she? No, not McLaughlin. McCullough. Marianne McCullough, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with how exhausted and feeble she looks, trapped in a jail cell of all things. Her breathing's shallow, and there's a paleness to her complexion. Sunken eyes, cracked lips, dry skin. All signs pointing to starvation and dehydration.
What? How long have you been stuck in here?
How long has it been? 1, 2, 3. So about 3 days.
3 days? 4? I don't know. I have no idea anymore. I just fell in and that woman... Whatever. Can you get me out of here? Please.
Yes.
In a moment. But here, go feed yourself first before you fall over.
Oh, thank God. I fish out an energy bar from my pocket and hand it to her. She's lucky I always have one on my person. For sudden emergencies or extended stakeouts, a little sugar to keep me going. Like any starving person, she wastes no time making a grab for it, unwrapping it straight away and taking in whole mouthfuls of it. Relief washes over her face in the first bite alone, although she's going to need more than that if what she has said is true. But for the moment, it's enough to keep her alive. Yeah, listen, like, I'm pretty sure she's gonna need a lot more food, but I think for now, that's fine. Good thing she seems to have sensed Good thing she seems to have the sense to prioritize survival over comfort if the puddle in the corner of the cell indicates anything. Without water, the human body can only survive 3 days. No food, and I'll give it an average of 3 weeks, though even then it won't be a pretty experience. Granted, some have survived longer than that. She's still fortunate I found her when I did. Now to get her out. My bobby pins won't be of any use here. Not like I need it. Unlike the ones we have at the precinct, a simple barrel hinge holds the gate to this cell together. Even without any special tools, I'll be able to lift the door and free her. However, with how heavy it seems, I'll need a lever of some sort to help.
What are you looking for?
Some wood, a 2x4, I guess, a plank or a pipe.
This woman's gonna interrupt our rescue attempt.
Anything I can use as a lever. Wait here.
The hallway yields nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. While I may find something in one of the open cells, I'm reluctant to check or even step in. We can't have another person trapped in here. However, McCullough ended up inside.
Well, there's no...
My head snaps back to her. McCullough extricates a wooden board from under the mess of hay and twine near her. Without prompting, she slips it through what little space there is in between the bars. It's short, but appears thick and sturdy enough for my intended purpose, upon closer inspection.
Good enough.
I hope. I get to work at once, anchoring the other end of the plank at the base of the door and applying ample force on the other end. It takes a bit of effort. No kidding about the heavy part. Still, a grunt, a gasp, a creak. In a matter of minutes, with a little help from her on the other side, the door eventually lifts off its hinges. It falls on the ground with a loud, ugly metallic thud, but the sound of it puts elation on McCullough's face. She doesn't even ask for help. As soon as she can, she hastily crawls out of the prison she has accidentally found herself in. More than happy to get out of it, despite lacking the strength to stand firmly on her feet.
Thank you so much.
Prison break. Oh, I was worried about you, honey.
After the second day, I was so sure I was going to die in there. If you didn't show up... I don't even want to think about it.
How did you even end up here?
For a second, she appears hesitant, looking away and fumbling awkwardly with her fingers.
I was looking for something. Someone.
A contemplative expression flickers in her eyes. Something that's close to wistful, like when a person remembers a memory she's fond of. It doesn't last too long, but it still leaves me the impression that I've suddenly walked into something private. Something deeply personal for her. I'd rather not ask.
So this whole tunnel, at the end of it, it leads right inside the mansion?
The wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen, then.
There's a door of some sorts. I don't know. I think I pulled or pressed something somewhere. I was in a hurry. And I'm not sure if it'll open from this side. Hell, this place wasn't even in the floor plans.
I was right. Okay. I was fucking right. Okay. I was thinking about it this morning as well, that I'm like, it seems weird that no one has checked the prison yet for Marianne. However, it makes sense. Even Marianne had an extended look at these fucking floor plans, and this whole area right here wasn't on them at all. Otherwise, she would have noted it. So this, I wonder if this is supposed to help with my theory that Charlotte was probably not as angelic as people believed her to be.
What do you mean?
Does that really matter now? We have to get out of here. People died in this place. Kids! Oh God! Kids! I could have shown you, but that thing won't turn back on anymore. It's like it only waited for me to see it before shutting down or something. How long has that thing even been in there? But those poor kids. All because of that thing.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about right now?
The bloody letter! Ever since I've read that thing, since that day at the open house, she won't leave me. But it should be fine. I know, right? I broke it. I broke all of it. She shouldn't be able to do anything now.
Mikala, one at a time.
It's all that fucking paper's fault. Oh, God. Oh, God. Dear Lord in St. Adelaide, bless those poor souls. We're not safe here. We need to leave. If we stay here any longer...
Mikalo!
Abruptly, she stops, looks back at me with wild, panic-stricken eyes. I've seen enough of it so many times these past few days, from my own friends even. To know she has seen things, the kind that'll easily make any person go mad. And perhaps we slowly are. The longer this takes, the faster our descent into it becomes. I can't tell which one's worse, death or this. Seems like no matter what we end up with, there'll be something horrible waiting for us. I need to hurry.
Listen, I need to get inside this place, and you're more familiar with its layout. If you can help me...
What? No!
I was gonna say, she probably doesn't want to go. She doesn't want to be here anymore.
Why would I go back? Are you sure you haven't gotten raving mad yet? An exit's right here.
And this business with the letter has to end at some point. Look, I know you're not very fond of Luke Wright.
Damn right I'm not. He can just go.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
It strikes a chord. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't have to go with me, only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterwards, be done with this whole damn mansion and letter. The other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. It'll provide ample cover for her to be able to slip out of the property unnoticed. All the same, she steels herself and squares her shoulders.
Just until the kitchens.
That's more than enough.
She nods, albeit weakly. Then, without another word, she gestures for me to follow, leading me further into the passage. After his fall, Ashton found himself in an underground passage when he came to. There he encountered Marianne McCullough, who got trapped in one of the jail cells for several days. The detective managed to free her, and in turn, she helped him find a way into the mansion. Occasionally she'll stop, find perches on the wall to catch her breath. But throughout the short walk, she asks for neither a break nor assistance. I suppose that's something we have in common. Eventually, we get to a dead end. Although before I can question her on it, she begins palming for something on the wall, tracing her fingers along weathered edges of the bricks with a frown on her face.
It should be somewhere here, I think.
What the hell are you doing?
There we go. She merely holds up a hand, begging for my silence, and continues searching. Then, without warning, a few minutes later, something clicks. A portion of the wall shifts ajar to reveal a glimpse of another room. Bottles lining the walls, liquor barrels for aging. The wine cellar indeed.
The ladder to the kitchen is on the far end of this room.
That's if the kitchen isn't fucking guarded. Surreal. This is all nothing but a surreal nightmare. But after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages? I can't even bring myself to question the existence of this door anymore. I simply follow her to the undercroft without a single question, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery and detective novels, daring chases, interesting cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now, I simply want this to be over. Oh, boy. We leave the door open in case there's a need for a quick exit, especially after she mentions it's only by chance she has been able to open the door last time. We can't waste time finding the switch again on the occasion something goes horribly wrong. There's bound to be, with me feeling this high-strung and tense. I'm not even sure why I thought it'd be a good idea to enlist McCullough's help. Although she has been quite helpful so far, I can't shake off the horrible feeling something's going to happen to her if she stays with me. Even if I'm her safest bet, she wants to get out of this place alive.
You really believe that, don't you?
Did you say something?
Lorraine? McCullough pauses mid-step, turning to me, confused.
I didn't.
You sure? I just heard...
Don't you think I'll be the first person who'll know? Look, the ladder leading to the kitchen's up ahead. You might want to hurry. I just want to be done with this place.
Fuck this place.
See? You dragged another one.
This time I'm sure. Yeah, that's Lorraine. There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite the look of protest McCullough shoots me, I find myself stopping and looking for it, searching the immediate surrounding for the familiar form of the woman. I don't even have to venture too far from where I'm standing. Just an arm's length away from me, mirror shards litter the floor, and right on the biggest fragments, they speak. That's interesting. Huh, that's interesting. We got 4 different mouths here. One of them is the game icon on Steam. They speak, all singing the same mocking tone against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft. Murmurs and laughter, jeering, scoffing, deriding, lacing venom into every crevice in my head, taunting me.
Dragged another person into this action.
Into another one of your silly little problems.
Oh.
All because you can't face them on your own.
Oh, okay. I was wondering like who these people were, but it's Zach, Rebecca, and Isabella, isn't it?
You really haven't changed, have you? Some hero you are.
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
My mistakes lie in the first instance I've answered. The very second denial has slipped into my mouth, from my mouth, their words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod at and rouse my temper. Despite knowing they're merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hope I've long buried.
Are we? Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time? Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps? What about Becca? Oh, the way she fell to her death, but all you did was watch. Someone's dead because of you.
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
Interesting how, again, again, this ghost is feeding on these insecurities.
How does it feel, I wonder, to know you're responsible for all of this?
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
What the hell's Marianne thinking?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late, and you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends. Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together.
Jesus.
No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are. You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity it knows. To hear it said in my friends' voices, even more so. But what I hate above all of it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
I would just say own it.
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore.
Just shoots the mirror. It laughs, sharp and piercing, At its sound, something in me snaps, a rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision. And the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and... something grabs my wrist, followed by a buzz as another voice breaks through the haze.
Don't listen to it!
Thank you, Marianne! The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my every sense. All at once, there's this deafening silence. Slowly, I become aware of my surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint, old scent of death and decay somewhere, and a hand holding onto my wrist, as if to keep me from hurting myself. In my hands, a shard. Blood drips from where it has cut my palm, trailing down my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve. Not too deep, negligible even. There's pain, however, a different kind, an ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound, but where every single word has hit. When I glance up at McCullough, she merely stares at me with wide, horrified eyes.
Don't listen to it. No matter what happens, don't do what it says. It's how it gets us.
My grip on the shard falters, but only after I nod and drop it. But only after I nod and drop it entirely does she release her grip. Afterwards, she simply steps back and looks away, hugging her arms closer to herself. She breathes a sigh, heavy. Perhaps weighted with her own guilt, what this monster might have used against her.
Come on, we're getting close.
Wow. She walks off without another comment, but there's worry in her. She gives the fragments one last glimpse. Before he could go deeper into the wine cellar, Ashton began to hear voices coming from the mirror shards on the floor, mocking him for his failures. Though before he could do anything rash, Marianne stopped him. Briefly, belatedly, he realized he had picked up a broken mirror shard. On the ground they lie lifeless now. No more voices, no more insults. But even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey. You are going to die.
And you are going to die alone.
A fear. One that has been long kept in the darkest place in my heart. One that a small part of me wishes for. The trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked, probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself and help McCullough up. The butler of theirs is nowhere to be seen. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late-night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants. No anyone. And just as easy as that, we're in. Gently, I close the hatch. If things go well, the same path will be our way out. If our luck doesn't hold, that's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I really don't want to think what might happen. Sometimes it's best if we simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this, fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly, a sob. Oh, fuck me. I'm worried, what is going, where is everyone? I want to know, what the fuck is Luke, where's Luke? Where the fuck is Luke? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he in the prison? That's what I'm wondering, what's going on? Ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. Beside me, slumped on the ground, pale and breathing heavily, McCullough immediately tenses. Her eyes go wide and she grips the side of the counter with a force that might be enough to crack it, if only she had the strength. As it is, she can barely stand. She hasn't fully recovered. Makes sense of the 3 or more days without proper food or water. And it's this weakness that puts the fear in her eyes. She's aware. If something happens, if there's a need to run, she won't be able to. She's a liability at this point.
Holmes, I really don't think going any further is a good idea. Look at this place. Everything seems fine. Nothing's off. Maybe we should just go? I really don't like the sound of that.
You really don't have to come with me. Just until the kitchen, yeah? We're already here. You've done your part. From here on, I'm going on my own.
Dude, she's probably like, no!
Yes, I said that, but...
Can you even stand?
She doesn't answer.
You'll only be putting yourself in more danger if you follow after me. You have an easy way out of here. Stay here. Once you're okay, I need you to get yourself out of this place.
What? I'm not going to leave you!
Well, I'm not taking you with me either, lady. So it's here or out there.
You really are mad, aren't you?
Probably all will be, if no one fixes this little curse problem we have.
You think you'll find something in here? This is just a mansion, for God's sake!
Listen! The fucking prison was under this house! There is something wrong with it!
Maybe it's worth a shot. Besides, if what we're hearing right now says anything, I'd say scumbags.
Who?
Right. He might be knee-deep in trouble and he has no idea about it.
McCullough still appears as if she's about to argue, so instead of more words, I unholster my taser and hand it to her. A standard issue for every a standard issue for every member of Luxborn police force, but it shouldn't take a genius to know how to aim and fire one. Even Isabella may just be able to use it without training. Yet Miss Interior Designer Extraordinaire stares at it as if I've just handed her something particularly nasty.
Listen, you want to wait? Fine. I'm leaving this with you. But if I don't come back here within 15 minutes, I want you to backtrack and get the hell out of here.
Are you daft, Holmes? I already told you!
In case something goes wrong, I need someone who can tell people what's going on. Tell my friends what might have happened here. They're at the crawl.
Oh shit.
So you know the place, right?
I trail off, letting the meaning of my words hang in the air. I want to be optimistic about this. Really. However, I'm going against something almost anyone can't quite understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. McCullough seems to understand this as well after what I've said. Any sign of protest has already died from her tongue, and she simply looks at the taser quietly. After a moment, she just nods. God. Beyond the walls of this room, the cries continue to grow louder, and I take it as a sign to leave. Without another word, I slip out of the door. Upon reaching the kitchen, the crying Ashton heard from outside began anew. Unwilling to risk a civilian, the detective handed Marianne his taser, and advised her to leave him if he didn't return after 15 minutes, even if he himself was uncertain if he would. Yeah, right. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. This is a bad idea! I keep to the shadows for the most part. Not that there's any need to. The entire place just feels empty. Odd when a house this big should have a large staff. You'd think there'd be one or two roaming about for some late-night chores, or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless their security means the butler, though I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything. Probably more than his own wife. And the things he's done, he's bound to make more than an enemy or two. He's also the kind who'd do anything to keep himself safe. Alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
Where the fuck are the servants? Like, something tells me, like, they're either dismissed or dead. Like, Hannah killed them all, and Luke's like, honey, darling, what have you done? I took them all, my prince. I took care of them all, my prince, so that we can be together. Potential dangers aside, being on my own grants me a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. Sure, I could have enlisted McCullough's help. Next to the people who own this, she's probably the one who's most familiar with the mansion. But the cons of bringing her outweigh the pros. She's better off somewhere quick exits in sight. With no Tagalog, that's the language. With no tag-along, I only have to worry about myself, watch my back. Selfish, I know.
But necessary.
Yup. In the same manner this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I don't really need a guide when the house's layout is fairly simple, almost mirrored with a few modifications in the room. Although I've only been here once, I think I already have a good grasp of this place's ins and outs. As long as you can tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be hard to find my way around. After the dining room, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me, where the woman's cries are leading me. Honestly, after what happened outside, I'm not even sure if I should be trusting what I'm hearing. But with the whole house somehow seemingly devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. More than surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speaking.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
We see a whole shit ton of bodies. But nothing's ever that simple, is it? Not when you're dealing with the supernatural. Nope. Because as soon as my feet cross to the next room, something shifts. You know, I was joking. I was fucking joking. Look at all the blood! In a flash, nearly without fanfare. It happens in the blink of an eye, I almost miss it. One moment there's red. In the next... What the fuck? I'm standing alone in the foyer. It's midnight, I saw? For a brief instant, I pause. I will admit, this is a pretty backdrop. Like, you never see this place at night, and it's pretty. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. Glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if my movements will spur the vision back. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls. None trailing down the stairs or pulled on the floor. No eyes watching my every movement. Only the same cries, gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally, along with a voice. Mother? Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
Mother? Pleading.
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
First of all, that is Hannah's voice, but I don't know whether or not that's her voice, or if that's or if it's just the same voice actress reprising another role, taking on another role. Coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from. Upstairs. The place is not entirely empty then. A better question now is who? Definitely not Scumbag or the butler. I've yet to see hide nor hair of them, and not knowing their whereabouts puts me on the edge. I have to be careful not to make any noise or be seen. Maybe the wife? Though one can't really tell if it's her, the way the walls echo her voice. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move. Taking almost 2 steps at a time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every movement. As if something alive dwells behind the walls itself. Hello? Oh. What the fuck was that? What the hell is that? Checking what the fuck that was. Upon reaching the kitchen, the The crying Ashton heard from outside began anew. On alert, he continued deeper into the mansion, even if he was uncertain if he would get out of the place alive. I tried to shake it off, but the uneasy sensation has already made home at the pit of my stomach. Dread. As it only grows deeper, the closer I get to her. The relative emptiness of the place doesn't help either. Neither does the harsh wind battering the windows nor the sheets of rain pelting down the roof. For a fleeting sound, I find myself wishing for Scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far down into that train of thought. Abruptly, the cries stop, replacing it with,
Please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me.
"She's here, she's going to take me."
She won't leave, Mother.
What?
I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
That can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet are already moving, before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up to me. My hands ready at the holsters, I hastily set off for the far side of the hall. One alarmed footstep after another, while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. A door lies ajar at the end and coming from the floor above. Oh, this is the fucking attic.
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
I don't hesitate. Moving in, despite the lack of light, the steep stairs, or the thick layer of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment upon reaching the top. Then, without wasting a second, I pushed the door open. Charlotte! That is blood. That is Charlotte. What the fuck? She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. It's as if she has heard neither my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the door, continuing, undisturbed, like I'm standing in a time far removed from her. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please.
Wails in the night. Mother, I've done it. Take me with you, please?
I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Belatedly, I notice the blood on her hands. If it's the same one drenching the whole attic, I'd rather not know. How the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Even the single human body doesn't have this much blood. So, bodies? The thought sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach. Does Wright even know about this? He's bad news, alright, but this? This is beneath him. He'd definitely balk at first sight of it. Anyone would. Yet the woman lingers here, unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room. Repeating the words over and over again like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she has left on the floor? Just what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. Should have been more aware and on guard, really. Oh, but there's little I can do when a well-placed blow to the back of my knees makes me stumble. The momentum alone sends me reeling forward. What the fuck? The sobs led Ashton to the mansion's attic. In the middle of the room, he found a woman crouched on the floor, crying. Cautiously, he approached her. But as he was about to reach out for her, someone grabs him from behind. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room's as normal as it can be. not above the pain suddenly shooting up my side when I hit the floor. I don't even get the chance to get my bearings back when a hard enough blow to the stomach causes me to buckle down and land heavily on my knees. Gasping, I fumble wildly for my gun. Although before I'm able to turn, level it, and shoot, a hand grabs my wrist and twists it. Hard. A gasp. A grunt. A cry of pain slips past my mouth. The gun falls to the floor with a thunk. As soon as it lands, a foot kicks it out of my reach and it slides uselessly under the bed. Oh, there's multiple people here! Agony suddenly explodes in my chin, jerking loose a sharp cry of pain, and stars fill the edges of my vision. A brief moment of regret hits me for leaving my taser with McCullough when the piece of cloth closes around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls. Tight. Oh, fuck. I'm left gasping, choking, and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me, as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. Except any sort of movement only causes him to pull a taut.
My, so many rats scurrying about in this mansion lately.
Writes Butler. Yeah, that's his butler. Shit.
Tell me, what did you do with the madam?
I didn't do anything! I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to Hannah Wright?
Let go, you asshole.
God damn it,
Now, Dummkopf, you're in no position to be rude.
I have no idea what you're talking about! I'm a cop!
Last time I checked, I'm not the one breaking into other people's homes. Now answer my question. What did you do with the madam?
I don't know what you're talking about! The pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I managed to write it out in a spit of muteness. Ash!
That dirty mouth babbling and you're getting a knife in the kidney. I assure you it will be more painful than this.
He really doesn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. My lungs feel like they're burning with the lack of air. Dark spots begin to fill the edges of my vision. Ever so slowly, the world around me dims. My consciousness rapidly slips away from me. And without meaning to...
Get away from him!
Isabella?! Oh, why the fuck did she follow us?! Hearing that voice, it's as if I've been doused with a bucket full of ice, cold water. Familiar. Too familiar. And more importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. Immediately, my eyes snap open. What the fuck? Where'd you get the taser? What is happening? Why is this chapter suddenly filled with action? She's got a rolling pin? And right there, right on the attic's doorway, stands Isabella of all people. A rolling pin in one hand and a standard issue police taser in the other. My taser. She must have borrowed it from a cover. How the fuck did she get here? Where else could she have gotten one? I doubt she's ever used one, even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, the guy can easily disarm her in one hit. But there's something in her. In her eyes. Although there's a look of fear in them and her hand shakes, she keeps the weapon trained and pointed at Scumbag's lackey. Untrained or not, she doesn't plan to leave here without putting up a fight, it seems. Admirable, really, but it's just not something we need right now. I need her to be away from here. I need her safe. But the chances of that happening grow slim with every laugh that slips from him.
Oh, this is just getting better and better. The Bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we have to dispose of today, you know.
What?
Tell me, how many of you are there? So I can prepare the proper number of bags.
Wait, what? Damn it! What the fuck is going on? Why is she here in the first place? Did she follow after me? Who else came with her? Zach? Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is, but does she really have to run in here and expose herself like this? Does she even know how to use a taser? For fuck's sake! More than worrying for my life, it's her I'm concerned about. Getting strangled, dying by choking isn't part of the plan, but her following me here isn't either! This is why I prefer to do things alone. This is why I'd rather be the only one to take the consequences. I don't even want to think what this bastard might do to her after he's done with me. Though my voice comes off nearly a croak, I try to tell her as much. She has to leave. Stay far away from here and these people.
Don't! Damn it, Isabella! Get out of here!
Another bout of pain erupts in my side, cutting off my words. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood on my tongue as I heave, attempting to get in as much air despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
Ash?
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
What is happening? Like, what is happening?
Out! Val!
Don't be stupid! I'm not leaving you here!
I thought you were cool, man! He laughs. Too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ears, in spite of the warmth in them, sends chills down my spine. This is a man whose hands have already been stained with blood before. He won't hesitate.
I'd follow his advice if I were you, little girl. What could you possibly do with a toy? Just hand it over and be on your way. It'll probably be too difficult for a little girl like you to use.
There's a moment of silence. Fuck, I can barely keep my eyes open. But in the next second, though I still don't exactly understand what's happening, Isabella shouts. Not a cry of pain. Late bloomer. What the fuck does that mean? Not a yell of panic, but one that's resolute. Firm. Perhaps in a tone that's leagues fiercer than any I've heard from her before.
Try me.
My God!
Ashton, duck!
I do. More out of instinct and desire to survive. Closing my eyes before my mind can fully process what's going on. Wow, she is like, oh, I may not know how to use this, but I can certainly fucking try. Just fucking, oh my God, what is happening? It all happens in a blur. The telltale sound of a taser being discharged resounds through the room. The air crackles. Something whizzes by, almost too close to my ear, followed by the thud of something blunt connecting solidly with another object. The next thing I know, the towel strangling me has started to loosen. Oh my God. What is happening? Like, what is, okay. I need my break. I can't take it right now, but what the fuck is happening? Ashton attempted to fight back, but his attacker quickly disarmed him, looping a towel around his neck and strangling him. But just when he was about to lose consciousness, a familiar voice rings in the room and... I collapse on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. From my peripheral, through the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler buckles. He spasms once. Then, without much fuss, falls face first beside me, knocked unconscious by 50,000 volts of electricity and a fucking rolling pin. Holy shit. Dude, Isabella was like, fucking try me. He'll be out for a while. I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry at that. Somewhere in front of me, my oxygen-deprived brain vaguely registers Isabella's form. She slumps on the floor, also breathing heavily. Right next to her trembling hands, both the taser and the rolling pin lie useless and forgotten, while the mood in the room eases. A long, gradual process of the tension lifting. For countless seconds we remain quiet, with only our short gasps and sighs to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline to ebb away and both our breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but simply a brief respite. There's still the curse. We're still inside the mansion, in imminent danger. We still have no idea how to fix this. Outside, the rain seems to only intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing, and the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is like... I'm loving this. I'm loving this. But what it... Oh my god. Okay. I need the break. I need the break to sort my thoughts out. I stir first, once recovered, having regained some semblance of sense and strength. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable, as is moving. Although every small motion causes a wince. There will be bruising tomorrow. I can manage. Retrieving my gun from under the bed is easy. Yeah, get the gun. But only with some effort, I'm able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one end of a handcuff on his wrist, while fastening the other on the bed frame. Yes! Get him out. Now, the only way he can do this is he either chops his hand off or degloves himself. That should keep him restrained for a few hours, in case he wakes up prematurely. All through this, Isabella stays quiet. In fact, she hasn't even moved since. Her hands still shake and taking in long draws of breath while she stares vacantly in front of her, almost as if she's in shock. Perhaps she isn't even expecting any result, spurred only by some kind of desperation. Now it's sinking in. Unfortunately, we need to get moving. We don't have time to wait for everything to register in our heads. Kneeling in front of her, I give her a light shake.
Belle, we need to go. We can't stay here.
Slowly, she turns, staring at me with wide eyes. Worry flickers briefly in them along with something ineffable. Then, without warning, she lifts a hand and slaps me right across the face. Damn! Am I really playing this song? The friendship song in this tense environment? The sound of it cracks the air, shattering the silence like a fragile glass breaking. Despite the familiar rumble of thunder outside, it manages to ring louder above the storm. I don't even know what hit me, until my head has already snapped back and my cheek stings with her anger. And it is anger. In spite of the stillness and the lack of words afterwards. Not fuming, though. Never fuming. But the kind that burns lightly and soundlessly. A frustration instead of a seething rage. One that ebbs just as quickly as it flows. And once the tide subsides, there's only that gleam in her eyes. Warm, steadfast, and unflinching. Quietly, I brace myself for the truth underneath that gaze. It slips from her lips softly, nearly fading under the sound of the rain still falling fast, if not for the weight in each of her words.
What is wrong with you?
Belle.
If Zach didn't slip up, no one would have known where you went.
Belle, one person knowing is enough. Any more than that, and...
You almost died! He could have suffocated you right then and there, and you could have died.
This fucking song does not need to be playing right now!
I told Zach to give me 4 hours. That would have been enough time to...
It would have been too late! And by the time anyone ever finds out, you're already fertilizer!
She trails off, drags one indrawn breath after another. A brief lull as her frustration finally gives, dissolves into something more pensive and somber. Her shoulders droop and though her voice rises hoarse and weary, in her next words there's only certainty.
You count too, you know? When I said that night, when I told you that I don't want to lose anyone anymore, that includes you. Alive. We're still here, Ash. You have us.
And once their meaning falls, roars, it does so not with force of a dam breaking or a raging storm, but with the gentle, steady warmth of a hearth burning, an ember easing slowly, lightly, rising and giving until all that's left is the truth, an understanding. Not alone. Never alone. It lingers, even as we both drift back into silence and her words take root, because in the gratitude that swells after is another warmth blooming. This is a lot. Having recovered, Ashton quickly urged Isabella to move, knowing it wasn't safe to stay idle. Without warning, however, Isabella slapped him, Furious at him for keeping people in the dark, she reminded him of what was important, and with it came a realization about himself. Pleasant, welcoming, like finding home, like finding ourselves in the haze a squall has left, creating something fragile yet immutable in both of us. It's in her eyes, in the way she holds my gaze, unwavering, in the way she carries herself despite sitting amidst a place she fears, in the way she keeps herself from trembling and falling apart because fear is inconsequential when people she cares about are at risk. A change. She realizes that now, holds on to it. Another little thing, another small thing from her that may go unnoticed and pass by quietly, but will eventually amount to a lot of things. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but began to matter to me one day until... Oh, I think he just realized he loved her. He just realized he loves her, doesn't he? Yup, I think he just realized he's in love with her. What a wonderful place to have this! I'm sorry. Despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips and as the same warmth from earlier unfurls in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, and bright from all these years I've carried it, but have never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton. I'm not done scolding you.
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head.
How did he not notice her?
Here, let me...
I reach up just as... Oh. What? What's happening? What's happening? I reach up just as she extends a hand towards my face, catching her wrist in a light grip, drawing closer, and folding her hand in between mine. Is this really the right time? Is this really the right time? I don't know if this is the right time. I don't know. Okay, get through it. Although her expression does shift into mild confusion, she doesn't pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me, searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close, it tells a lot how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Oh my god. This is really I feel like this is the wrong time to be having this. We're in the attic. We're breaking and entering into this mansion. We're in a fucking attic with an unconscious man in the corner. And I come to the bed. Oh god. Okay, calm down. We need to read this. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors have already subsided by now, though I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry, Elle.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later, when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this. It's for...
Oh, he is gonna...
It's for a lot of things.
Oh, okay, maybe...
For calling you clumsy. And careless. And a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
It's something, alright?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine. Our hands fall in between us as something tender shifts in the air. Another exhale. Another drawn breath eases out of me, filled with every hesitation and uncertainties. But when I finally choose to break silence, it's only when I know that what will slip past my mouth is that one truth I'll hold against the world.
But for all those callous words,
The way this is spoken.
despite all those, there's nothing that I don't love about you. In fact, those things, I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
That was rather sweet. For a long moment, she offers no response. Her grip on my hands merely tightens. Although my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and look up. Slightly leaning away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. And it is one, despite the smile on her face. If it can even be called one, of course. There's a pained aspect to it I can hardly name. Regardless of what it means to her, what she intends to convey with it, the sight of it alone makes me regret ever mentioning anything. It's almost as if she's forcing herself to push out the next words out of her mouth for the sake of not hurting me. Not that I won't be able to take it. But if these feelings will only put a heavier burden on her, I'd rather not have said anything at all. As expected, with one last squeeze at the hand cradling hers, she pulls her hand away from mine. When she speaks, though, there's a stark refusal to meet my eyes. Not that I hold it against her. The situation's already awkward as it is. No shit!
Ash.
She pauses, biting her lower lip. A small frown forms between her eyebrows, while she struggles to find the right phrases to string together.
Ashton, I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, it's cool. I was already expecting that. Kind of. But you don't have to...
No, I mean, I can't. I can't afford to think of anything other than helping my family.
Oh,
Especially now that Papa's gone.
not right now. I mean, you know what? That's fair. You know what? That's fair. It's like, listen, romance is the last thing on my mind, which is fair.
They're going to need me more than ever, Ash.
This is why LDRs are the thing. Oh, God.
I'm sorry. I really can't. Not right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not surprised by that. I've always known it would lead to this, to some extent. Her family will always come first. Who am I to take that from her? It hurts, of course, but the pain eases, knowing that in spite of circumstances, her heart will always be in the right place. That she's still the same woman I've fallen in love with.
It's alright, Belle. Don't apologize. If it still matters, that's actually what I love about you.
Oh.
Of course, not that I'm expecting anything by telling you that, but you get the point. Yeah.
Thanks, Ash. I mean, thank you for loving me. Even after everything.
Her response is a smile and a soft laugh. Perhaps the sweetest I've seen and heard from her. Just from it, I know nothing will change despite her answer, and any lingering feelings that will come from this. And there will be. Lingering feelings, that is. With the way she barged into our lives 5 years ago, it'll probably be enough to leave a terrible impression on anyone. But that's also precisely it. It's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worm their way into a person's life, until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. As it is, I'm already content simply staying by her. No grand expectations or hopes attached. Just the banter, the small smiles, and the quiet little moments that roar. I love her. But that also isn't all there is to us.
I know I caused you all kinds of trouble these past few years.
Hey, whoever told you I'm doing this for free? After we're done with this curse thing, you're gonna owe me a year's supply of ice cream.
Yeah, we'll see.
Another laugh, this time from both of us. Then she hits my arm with a light punch. Familiar, warm, bright, and hopeful, much like everything about her. and it's strength enough to keep me going as I lead us both out. I mean, I'll explain this over the break. Just didn't expect that. It's like, here, have this nice heartwarming moment. Oh, excuse me. Understanding how much she also meant to him, Ashton took both of her hands in his and apologized. And in a rare moment of honesty, confessed how he truly felt for her. However, although thankful, Isabella was unable to return his feelings and turned them down. I'm not mad about that. Power still hasn't come back when we make our way downstairs. Tricky, considering the stairs to the attic are a bit old. One misstep and anyone might end up slipping and falling. You're lucky if that's all that'll happen to you. With the stairs this steep, a broken neck is a likely outcome. Thankfully, Isabella's here to guide me through the darkness. She knows this place better than anyone, after all, in spite of all the misfortunes it has brought to us.
Careful, the floorboards over there aren't very sturdy.
Right on cue, the same board I'm stepping on creaks and suddenly breaks. Excuse me. The piece is falling somewhere with a dull thunk.
Oh, shit. Scumbag wouldn't be too happy about that. Ow, foot.
See? I told you so. You never listen to me.
They renovated the whole mansion. They can't even replace one tiny part of the house.
Why don't you file a complaint to BRC then? I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear it. You know it was such a rush job.
Outside, the winds have intensified. Even from here, I can hear the gusts battering the window in the attic. It makes you wonder why, up until now, the only person we've encountered from this house is the butler. Although, to some degree, that makes sense. He is in charge of running the place. Where are the other servants, though? In this storm, wouldn't anyone want to stay inside? A likely assumption is they're all asleep. The route I've taken doesn't really pass by the rooms they've likely assigned as the servants' quarters. However, they have also heightened security. I brushed it off earlier, thinking they'd be posted a lot closer to where the master's rooms are. But the second floor is devoid of anyone as well. As if every inhabitant of this place has suddenly disappeared overnight. More importantly, where's that scumbag? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The fact that we're here right in the fucking middle of it makes me all the more queasy. And that feeling only escalates once we reach the landing and Isabella swings the door open. Back in the kitchen! Where's Marianne? She pauses abruptly right in the doorway that I almost run into her. A look of confusion's on her as she looks wildly around the place, wordlessly taking in her surroundings. With each turn and shift of her eyes, her shoulders only grow tenser, and a look of apprehension slowly dawns on her.
Isabella, what are you...
We aren't supposed to be here.
Oh, wait! How did we get here? Wait a minute. I thought that we had just arrived at the kitchen, but wait a minute. We literally went from the stairs, and we're in the kitchen. How the... Oh boy. The ghost is fucking with us. We had the butler, now we have the ghost! Sure enough, when I look up, we're standing right in the kitchen. Pots, pans, and all. Zach! What the fuck are you doing here? Party at the Bright Mansion! Okay, whew. In one corner, Zach watches almost as surprised to see us. McCullough's also with him. Of course, she didn't listen to me even if I've already exceeded the 15 minutes we've agreed on. Although, color and strength seems to have already returned to her, enough for her to be able to stand unassisted. The empty plate on the counter appears to have played a part on that. Good news, I guess. As for the other one, however... Relieved as I am that he has had the sense to wait and not venture deeper into the mansion, I can't help but roll my eyes at him.
Zach, I said 4 hours.
I know, but Isabella asked and... Come on, bro, you know I ain't a very good liar.
And it didn't even occur to you to stop her?
I tried, alright? Even G. She was out the door before I could say anything.
And how did you guys even get in here?
Both of them exchange a look, one that I absolutely don't like. In the end, it's Isabella who speaks up, albeit with a bit of hesitation.
We heard someone scream, Ash. It led us here.
What the fuck? Without warning, the door behind us slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Screw rights! I need to get these people out of here. Lucky we're in the kitchen and we have 2 ways out. The back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge when I pull at it, and neither does the back door. As if something has locked it firmly on the other side. Zack also gives it a few tries, but even with the big guy's strength, it won't open. There's a long bout of silence in which we all simply look at each other, likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Fuck. In that same moment, once realization dawns in, something shifts again. Oh, we're back to a bloody kitchen. Oh, speaking of blood... Together, Ashton and Isabella made their way downstairs. However, instead of a hallway, the kitchen greeted them instead. Before they could understand what was happening, it slammed shut behind them and the whole mansion had started to shift. Wait, started? What the? Oh my god, is the house really gonna start doing some fucking, like, Scooby-Doo shit on us? In every nook and cranny, over every surface and in every inch of the floor. This time, unlike the first one I've seen, it remains, and gradually, the whole room begins to reek of that familiar metallic scent. Sharp, suffocating. Oh, the poltergeist is here! Around us, every object, including the cupboards, have started to rattle as well. The sounds from outside, foreboding rumble of thunder, and even the howling winds have begun to fade away, replaced by whispers, shouts, and cries of pain. Though inaudible, each beaten note bombards every crevice of my head with vague images and sounds. There's no time to make sense of everything, however. I'm already shouting, fueled purely by adrenaline, barking orders and making a break for the door that leads to the next room, the dining. It should take us straight to the foyer where the main door is.
Move! Run!
Right in front of us, the mansion has started to change, and we're in the thick of it. However, instead of the dining room, like it's supposed to open to... We're in the bedroom?! Oh no! Oh, this is not good at all. The bedroom welcomes us instead. An image that lasts only about a second before blood begins to seep into the room. We just look at the bed, there's a shit ton of blood. Filtering into the walls, trickling from every nook and cranny. Everywhere, furniture shakes and every beam rattles. Before we can even step back from the horror gradually unfolding in front of us, the door slams shut. A loud thud bringing a sense of dread and chill creeping up in each of us. Along with it is another realization. The whole place is reordering itself. And with the door closed tight behind us, showing no signs of budging, even through sheer force. There's no choice but to go forward and hope to all gods that it'll lead us to an exit. Oh, we're in the study! Until then, running's the only thing we can do, spurred by nothing but fear and a sense of desperation to live.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
But with each room we pass, it only becomes apparent that the house has no intention of letting us leave. It lured all of us here, and we've fallen for it. Now it's playing a little game with us, a sordid form of amusement. For whom? Their laughter is the only thing we can hear. Now we're in the dining room! With every hall we cross and door we slide open, the hope of finding an exit merely dwindles. The gun at my hip is useless here. I'm useless here. Some fucking genius I am. Some fucking person to trust I am. All of those, they mean nothing in the face of the unknown.
You finally figured it out. Huh, Ashton Frey. Just give it up. Fetch, die because of you.
And you are going to die alone.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You know it's true.
word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
The more gruesome the place turns, the bleaker our chances simply get. Oh, we're back here! Wails and screams fill our ears as we pass by. Words from a time and people long gone, laced with nothing but pure agony, calling out, reaching out to us. Their voices almost... Wait, what? Their voices are almost too real, as if we're not the only ones trapped here. That there are others begging for release from this wretched place. Or maybe it's all just a show? A taste of what we will eventually be. Souls forever held captive in a never-ending nightmare.
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. Stop here. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Is this what the curse is? What it means for all of us? That the letter's not a morbid cry for help, but an invitation? A beckoning for unsuspecting souls to be dragged into this place's horrors? To be put under centuries and centuries of torment and agony? Suddenly, dying a painful death seems preferable, enticing than ending up here, living a tortured existence. Or perhaps it's all the same? Still, hope worms its way into me. Not a usual thing for someone like me. But after going through countless doors and corridors, every little sign of hope I'm willing to cling to, as long as it'll get us out of here. We're back in the dining room again. How long have we been running? How long since we've left the kitchen? At some point, I've lost track of time. With the windows barred tight and the sounds lifting in the air, nothing but shouts and shrieks, it's impossible to tell. Not that it matters when an end is in sight. Shelves and furnishings bar the door, each stained with blood and gore, that if the situation isn't as desperate as it is, I'll find a different way out. But there's still a gap left at the topmost part for a person to go through, as long as you use the shelves to climb.
It's next to all right.
From here, I can spy the familiar walls of the foyer. Relief. Only relief washes over me. Although my legs have been strained taut by all that running, and every bone and muscle in my body ache, there's only an easing. A sense of tension relieving while energy flows back through me again at the sight of an end. No sooner I'm leading us out of it. Zach helps McCullough first, assisting her up and through the gap before giving a hand to Isabella. The moment the ladies are in, I nod for him to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
Surprisingly, he does that without any protests. Not that there's any need to. Sometime after entering this room, the whole place has calmed down. No wails, no whispers, just a silence too deafening. But I'm not letting my guard down until everyone's on the other side of this nightmare safe. For all I know, this may just be a calm before another storm. Without further incident, however, Zach makes it to the other side and I'm following after him. Oh god, I'm starting to get that headache again. Man, if I have to, I will sneak into my dad's room and take 4 aspirin, because fuck this, I'm not dealing with that tonight. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself in. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. But for some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct or my training or whatnot. I have a feeling something's going to happen and catch us unprepared. Unconsciously, before dropping down on the better side of this dream, my hand shifts to the gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. My feet haven't even landed firmly on the floor when...
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight...
Oh, hi!
A bloody bottle or two. People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it?
Hi!
I feel so left out.
A chill seeps into every vein in my body. All of a sudden, every ache, every pain returns to me tenfold, and my knees threaten to buckle at the sound of his voice. Though it appears friendly, I know it's anything but. One does not spend investigating a man like him for over a year and holding a grudge against him for more without knowing everything about him. His quirks, his habits, I'm familiar with all of them. And right now, Luke fucking Wright is beyond pissed. Shifting my gaze upwards is nearly too painful, knowing the danger. Not to me, but to those who have been lured in here by the curse. Oh, fuck! Well, he has a gun! Well, this is not good. The handgun catches my eyes first, next to that smarmy smile on his face while he holds McCullough, Zach, and Isabella at gunpoint. Its sight enough to lodge a painful thorn up my throat. I've been too complacent, too focused on other things that I've completely set aside the fact the scumbag will not be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. But even with those good intentions, curses, and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is, if he's even aware that the whole of his household has somehow disappeared, and he might be the only one here. Likely not. Fuck. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there's a significant effort in him not to simply shoot everyone in sight.
And really, Lily, even you.
Lily?
Sir, this isn't what you're thinking.
Oh.
Something's going on in this mansion.
Again, the flower names. Daisy, Buttercup, Lily. That's gotta be significant.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is? Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please what?
We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Tut-tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight.
Yeah?
Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now.
Well, to be honest, Marianne's is not technically trespassing. She's been stuck here.
I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy. This is how you want to start the week.
It's called privacy, dipshit.
Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Dude, why did your butler admit that you were having to deal with bodies? Casually, he waves the handgun at them as if it's just a mere toy and his words are no threat. The safety's off on his, nothing stopping him from pushing through with his words. Call me paranoid, but at the slight gesture I draw my own and level it at him. Finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch in case things go south. Oh, this is fucking great! He's quick to train his own on me, though, and just like that, we're at a standstill. We're gonna show off, oh my god. Oh, that's cool! After a long, desperate run in search of a way out, the house calmed down for some reason. An exit was finally in sight. Waiting on the other side, however, is...
Now, Feathers. Manners.
More- what is with the nicknames?
You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Well, to be fair, he's kind of got, like, a reason to have the gun out. It's like we're breaking into his home!
Oh, he talks back the gall.
Then shoot me!
You
He
know,
just
your
shoots.
kind pisses me off so much.
What do you mean, you're kind? Shooting him right now would be so worth it, with the way he stares at me like I'm a damn pest. But this isn't what I've come here for. I'm not a murderer. As much as I loathe him, I'm not the kind who will kill people in cold blood, for my own gain or amusement. The law will bring him what he deserves one of these days. At the moment, however, we're all in the same boat with this curse, and he needs to understand that. The longer we stand here, the more time we're wasting and losing, something we don't have much of. But how can I convince him? This scum is so full of himself, prefers to hear the sound of his own voice more than those of the people around him, no matter how much sense they make. Probably only way I can make him listen is if I beg. No way in hell that's happening. Maybe I should eliminate the immediate danger first and disarm him? Oh boy. I don't fucking know! Beg him to listen or disarm him. I don't know if disarming him is the right choice here. Because it's like, he has got a gun trained on me and the safety is off. It's very possible he can fucking murder my ass. But what the fuck is begging him going to do? Like, what is that gonna do? Like he could just shoot me. I don't know what to do. It's like, do I risk it? Like, here's the thing. Do I risk it? Or do I just lose my dignity and die? Fuck, I don't know. This sucks. I don't know what to do. Oh god. This could be the last decision for Ash, and one can get him killed. Fuck. Alright, you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna risk it.
Sorry about this. I really don't have time.
Fuck it. I don't think twice. Within the span of a heartbeat, I'm moving and pulling on the trigger. Ooh! Two shots in quick succession echo across the whole foyer, and both hit their mark true. Damn! Wright recoils with a sharp cry of pain. His pistol falls useless to the floor with a loud clank, followed by drops of blood from his bleeding wrist.
Why, you insolent?
Dude, if Hannah's here, she's gonna get pissed. Oh, whoops, I clicked out of the window. He's down in 2 successive steps when I tackle him on the floor, pinning him hard with my arm. Oh no! I was right! Oh shit. Hannah's pissed. She's pissed. She's gonna come out on the floor. Although before I can knock him out with a solid right hook, an agonized wail bursts through the tense air. Loud enough to echo along the dark, empty halls of the mansion. Piercing enough for every occupant in the foyer to cover their ears and close their eyes. Then, all at once, there are images. There it is! This is the memory fragment we got! Over and over, along with every voice, every whisper, they shout, they cry, they wail, all asking for respite from an internal torment. However, there's no time to make sense of all of it. Amidst the discord and the noise, something whizzes past, too close, too swift. A brief, keen blur that barely registers in my eyes, like an arrow quickly finding its mark and heading straight for...
Zach!
Oh fuck. Time slows to a stop. In one moment of clarity, my body moves on its own, heart pounding hard against my ears, blood rushing through every vein. Oh no, someone's gonna die. Spurred only by adrenaline and a desperate bid to reach him, and... I don't even get to yell for him a second time. I don't even get to call his name.
Ash!
Oh! Oh dear! An acute pain bursts through my chest in the next instant. All of a sudden, everything around me feels too sharp. Every edge, every point. Even the act of drawing a deep breath alone stings and burns my lungs, while an intense ache slowly spreads throughout my whole body. Numb. I feel numb. A hand comes away bleeding, shaking, while I can only let out a wet, ragged laugh. Soon, without warning, I'm going down on my knees and the whole world is pitching sideways. An arm, strong and steady, is on me the second I stumble back, catching my fall. Oh no. I got him killed. Not wanting to risk anything, Ashton quickly disarmed Luke in 2 shots. But before he could move to tackle him, a wail echoed throughout the mansion. In the haze of memories and voices, he noticed something fly by, rapidly heading towards Zachary. His body moved on its own. Zach has always been there, after all. Even now, nothing has changed.
Ashton?
His hands are shaking as he looks at me with dread. A pang of regret hits me at the sight of it.
Sorry, Selena.
Hey, bro. Stop talking, will you? This isn't...
It seems this will be the last time anyone will call you that.
There won't be anyone to cause you trouble anymore.
Bro, this ain't the time to be. Just stop it with the jokes.
Cautiously, despite the stabbing aches shooting up at every movement, I reach a trembling hand up to bump a fist against his chest, just like the old times. My arm never makes it far, however. Midway, he meets my hand, catching it in a tight grip, as if to still hold on to a life slowly slipping away. Not that he'll be able to. The pain is easing. Everything's already going cold.
Don't worry, bro. We'll get you to a hospital. Just don't move, okay? You're gonna make it worse. You'll be fine. You can call me. Man, you can call me, see, man. All you like, after you're fine. We'll get you help.
I'd like to agree with him on that. Reassure him. But I've gone through a lot. Survived a lot of shit. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that I'm done for. Whatever hit me, a hole to the chest is fatal enough. I don't think I'm going to bounce back from this. I'm dying.
I'm sorry.
I should be afraid in this moment. Yet I'm not. No fear. No dread. Just an acceptance. And a deep regret as she appears before us, her voice echoing throughout the foyer. Hi! At the top of the staircase, Hannah Wright stands there, pale as death and expression eerily calm. I can't help but think there's something wrong. My gaze darts around, wary of her, but soon enough, I realize what's wrong when she speaks. She's wrong.
I told you, didn't I?
Death smile upon you.
Everything you're doing is useless, Ashton Frey. And now, you're dying. Meddlesome fool.
Hannah?
Oh.
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. What do you think you're doing out here this late?
Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. Here, there's only a whispered sigh, a fading breath, and a lone heart that beats hard, one last time. She got one thing wrong, though. Oh. He didn't die alone. Receiving a fatal wound, the last thing Ashton heard before darkness filled his vision is a mocking laugh echoing in the foyer. At the top of the grand staircase stood the ominous figure of Hannah Wright. Oh. You've unlocked a memory fragment. fuck. Luke. We're saving right now. Fuck. Fuck. We're not done. We're not done yet. Wow, we got all the end. We got all this. Where's the ending, CJ? There it is. Oh. Man, that is rough. What is this? I need to look at this. I'm sorry. So that's the slave, tied and bound, and there's Charlotte turning her away. I'm guessing this is when she was sentenced to burn at the stake for being a witch. I want to see the achievements. The course of true love never did run smooth. Help an interior designer out of her predicament. Throughout the hollowed halls her voice rings. Be saved by the person you least expect. There won't be anyone to cause him trouble anymore. Hannah Wright? 27. Alright, we're taking a break. Oof, that was rough. Again, we're not gonna go back and change anything. Maybe, like, I knew the last choice was probably gonna be the last choice. Again, we're at the end of the timeline. I knew something was gonna happen. You know, this is gonna be really fucking weird. I think we need this. God, that was rough. That was fucking rough. Again, I'm sticking with my choices till the end, but... Oh, man. Oof. Poor Ash. Poor fucking Ash. Again, I know I did that to him. Again, we're not... Oh my god, that was rough. That was fucking rough. Sorry, I'm looking through Twitter right now. Just trying to, like... Just trying to, like, not fucking... God, that was rough. And I didn't... Oh my god, poor Ash, like... Oh man. I don't know whether or not that choice I made would have, like, saved him, or if it would have killed Zach. Like, I don't know. Like, we'll find out, I guess. But, oh man, poor Ash, man. It's like, finally gets to admit to Isabella that he loves her, and then he dies, like, a few hours later, right in front of her. But still, like, there is just that very, 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 like, bittersweet moment in his death that I fucking predicted. That, at least he didn't die alone, like the ghosts were saying. It's like, I didn't die alone. Ah, oh, fuck, man. Damn, though, that was rough. God, and I'm sorry for, like, how much I was fucking losing it during that whole scene between him and Isabella. Like, it's just the absurdity to me, like, of having this realization fucking just happen while we're in the middle of committing a law, of breaking the law, in the attic with an unconscious man handcuffed to the bed. And it's like, what is happening? So that happens. I mean, even if the scene itself was sweet, like, I did like that scene, it was very sweet. Just, like, him realizing that that he loved her. And it's like, I figured that she wasn't gonna return his feelings. I mean, she didn't show any hint of it in her chapter. And even then, I'm like, I don't know if she's ready for a relationship. Which I was right about, that even she was like, you know, like, Ash, I don't know if I want this in my life right now. Just like, I just lost my dad. I just lost my dad. We're in the middle of this fucking curse. I don't know if I want romance in my life. I'm not surprised by what happened at all. Like, it makes sense. Like, in all honesty, like, a part of me was expecting, like, we're gonna see them kiss or something. But I'm actually relieved we didn't. Because that probably would have made the ending so much harder. God, though, man. That means that now Ash and Rebecca are both dead. 5 out of the 7 characters remain. God, I don't know what to think here. I don't know what to think here. God, I feel so bad for Zach and Isabella. Like, Isabella's gonna probably be feeling fucking devastated. Like, probably, like, this is gonna be the, like, if she wasn't already feeling low before, she's definitely gonna be feeling low after, because, again, like, he just confessed to her, like, not even, like, a few hours ago that he loved her. And now he died. Oh, fuck. And then, of course, to hear Zach just, like, in deep denial about Ashton's death, it's like, ugh, man. God, I don't know what to say. But we did get something out of that whole sequence. Luke does not know what is happening to Hannah. Like, the fact that she's looking like that, and Luke is even like, Hannah? Like, he's not... He doesn't know what's going on with her. The thing is, though, now I'm wondering. So, first off, we got the reveal that Luke and Johannes are fucking with bodies. Disposing of bodies. Which, like, I'm like, first off, how? Secondly, what the fuck? So there's that. Then we have Johannes asking Ash, what did you do to the madam? And it's like, wait, what happened to Hannah? Like, are they, like, and I'm wondering, like, was it because he couldn't find her anywhere? Or was he thinking that, like, something, or did he notice, like, her entire demeanor shift? You know what I mean? And that's why he's asking, like, do you know what's going on with her? Like, I don't know. So there's that, and now Charlotte is begging for her mother and is like, please take me with you. I've done it. What can this all mean? I don't know. I mean, I figured Ash was gonna die at the end regardless, but at least I got to shoot Luke. Oh, dear, though. Dear. I don't know what to think. It is sad, though. Like, oh, man. Like, I mean, either way, it was rough. That was rough. I mean, either way, it was rough. Like, I don't know what to... I don't know. I just feel bad. I don't know. But now we're on the last chapter. I'm trying to think about the backstory here. Because now I'm like, what the fuck did Ashton see in the attic? Like, why was she doing that? Why did she have blood? Why was she crying? Like, and then of course, I mean, again, like, that memory fragment that we unlocked, it's pretty much just Charlotte giving the slave up to burn at the stake for the witch. Jesus, what? That was Discord. That wasn't even through anything for me. I don't know what the fuck, I was like, there's too much shit happening. Oh my god, like, I was legit, like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die, this game's going to just murder my mind. Cause now so now we just have Luke left. And hope to god we finally get to know what the hell's going on. Since he's the only other person living in this fucking thing. I don't know. It's just, this is hard. I don't know. I really, you know, after seeing that, like, seriously, I will admit, Ashton's death is a lot more brutal than Rebecca's. If only because you actually saw the aftermath. Like, you literally see the, whatever that was, just sticking out of his chest with blood everywhere. And then, of course, you see his body. With Zach holding him in his arms, like... Like, it was a lot more brutal. You know. But and it's because of that, after seeing that, that I'm like, I really hope that with this game's multiple endings, that there's an ending in which everyone lives. Like, I really hope so. Although, in all honesty, like, there's probably an ending where everyone dies, you know, everyone is dead. But I don't think there's an ending where everyone lives. Like, there might be, like, the best ending, but there's probably going to be at least one person that's going to die, regardless. And I just don't know what, though. I mean, 2 out of the 7 people have died, which honestly is good considering my track record. But, it also should have occurred to me that if I chose the disarm him option, that the moment Luke got hurt, Hannah was gonna get pissed. And I was right. It should have occurred to me, but it didn't. But again, who knows if Ashton would have lived anyway. I mean, again, who knows if Ashton would have lived anyway? You know, like, it's possible that either Hannah would have killed him or Luke would have killed him. Like, it's very possible that in that ending, he was gonna die regardless. But, something with Ashton and Isabella, I kind of wonder if it's possible, like, if there's a route in which we can get them together. I feel like it's unlikely. Because again, like, Isabella's right when she says that, like, listen, I am not in the right mind for this. You know, again, like, she did let him down, and, you know, and told him that. And all that. But I would have to look back at the conversation again, but, but did she say anything about not feeling the same way? Or is it just that, like, she couldn't think about this right now? I think it was that's like, it's not so much she didn't feel the same way for him, it's more of just like, I need to sort myself out first before I think about that. Which, by the way, completely valid. If you are ever in that kind of position where, you know, you are, you know, where someone, you know, wants to date you or whatever, and you don't feel... and you feel the same way towards them, but you're not 100% sure you can... how should I put this? You're not 100% sure on whether or not you can take them up on it. That is, like, you know, like, it is, I guess then again, it's like, well, it's, like, only turn them down if you feel safe, you know what I mean? Like, pretty much, like, I totally believe that, you know, you should be in a completely well, not completely healthy, but you should be in a headspace where you feel comfortable enough to take on another, to add romance into your life. Like, I think you get what I mean, is that, like, if, like, I completely feel like if you're single and you're going through a lot in your life right now, it's probably not the best idea to like be romantically involved with someone at that point, you know what I mean? At least in a steady, serious relationship, you know? Because again, like, I think you get what I mean, is like, you sort your shit out first before you think about bringing someone into your life romantically. Which I think is a fair, like, thing to ask and all that. I mean, I understand that sometimes, you know, life just happens and you might fall in love with someone, but still, if you can, please sort yourself out, sort your shit out, you know, do whatever it is that will get, you know, if you're not in a good headspace for that, like, try your best not to be romantically involved, because I think you get what I mean. It's hard for me to explain it, but I think people know what I'm trying to talk about. You know, so, and I think that's what Isabella's saying, is that, like, you know, and again, she's completely within her right to do that, like, you know, she, you know, now, you know, even without the curse and all that, it's like, she's now at a point in her life where she needs to figure out what is she gonna do now. Her father just died, you know, which was the big reason why she moved to Luxbourne in the first place. It was to earn enough money for him to receive treatment. But now that's no longer a reason for her to stay. You know, now she needs to, you know, and now she needs to figure out, like, I need to be there for my family. And that's completely within her right. Like she's completely within her right to do that, you know? But again, I don't think she necessarily told Ashton she didn't feel the same way towards him, at least a little bit. But again, I would have to look back over the conversation to, like, really remember that. But again, I am glad that the developers did not have a relationship there, because honestly, this was not the right time or place to spark a romantic connection and all that. And I completely love that. And I completely love that they showed Ashton perfectly willing to accept this. Like, you know, he knows her. He knows that her family is the most important thing to her, and he doesn't want to take that away from her. And he's just content with being by her side. Like, I love that. We love that in a man. We love that. But now, after everything that happened, it's like, well, I guess that's not gonna happen anymore. It is kind of interesting, though, because, God, it really, like, that whole convo really did kind of spark. How should I put this? It was very similar to a conversation that I've written before between Vareth. Why do Ash and Isabella bring up Ven and Vareth? Like, I mean, granted, it's different. I don't want to say the outcome was different, but, like, the whole situation was in a way different. I mean, whereas Ash confessed his feelings to Isabella, like, purposefully, like, shyly and all that, Vareth accidentally blurted it out. He said it by accident. And of course, the moment he realizes he did that, he's like, fuck! Because he never planned on telling her. And all that. And Ven also rejected him, But it was more so out of the fact that she didn't feel the same way for him. Not because... Oh, Jesus. Not because she didn't have a lot going on in her life, but because she didn't feel that same way for him. At least not yet. At that... I mean, again, at that point in time, they had only known each other for, like, what, months? How many... For about 4 or so months. Whereas Ash and Isabella have known each other for 5 years. So it's like, ow. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go take some aspirin real quick. Alright, I'm back. Took some aspirin. But, actually I can pull up the fic I'm talking about where, that love confession scene happened. And I can remember it so well because it's easily the longest thing I've ever fucking written. Okay, I was just checking something real quick, because, that whole, like, thing of Isabella saying thank you for loving me, I'm like, that sounds like something Ven would have said. She didn't say it, though. It sounds like something, though. Ah, shit! I should have played that song instead. Maybe we'll play that. We'll play that, actually, at the end here. Oh, excuse me. But, oh, man. But anyway, now we're on the last chapter. Can we get Luke killed? I kind of wonder, can we get Luke killed? I mean, that seems... I feel like that would be impossible, considering that, like... He's at the last day, so I don't think any choice we make is gonna get him killed. And even then, who's to say that he'll even have, like, any wrong stuff going on around him? Like, he'd either brush it off as a drunken hallucination, or he would just, like, you know, or he just think, you know, like, or just, like, I feel like with how Charlotte is, like, something tells me she's not gonna she's not gonna do shit. You know what I mean? Alright. I know we've barely spent, like, a half hour, but I really want to get back into this. Oh, police are outside. No, that's on my door! For anyone wondering. No. I just hear police sirens outside. But they're far away. Just let me retweet the stream real quick and we'll get back into this. Actually, I'm not gonna write that. Okay. Alright, hopefully with that, we're good to go. Alright. We're on Luke's. Here we go! Let's see what the profile says. Lucille Mitchell Luke Wright. 31 years old, 5'8", president and CEO, British, atheist, raised Anglican, has a high school diploma he's a high school dropout, privately tutored. Likes bread pudding, dogs, wine and absinthe, piano playing, daffodils, money, women, and power. A prostitute... Oh... Okay. Alright. A prostitute's son. He spent his childhood roaming the streets begging or pickpocketing in order to avoid home. Home meant a too-drunk mother and her equally drunk clients, some of who would take to beating the child out of anger if he so much as looked at them wrong. That meant he was always trouble in one form or another. Oh, he was always in trouble in one form or another. Nothing was done to correct it until, in a sober moment, his mother found out about the abuse and promised to take better care of her son. Luke was happy for a while, but his mother's bad habits led to an early grave and left him orphaned until his biological father, a businessman with no legitimate heir, sought him out. He was invited to inherit Wright Enterprise, but along the way got mixed up with illegal activities. That put the company in a bad spot after his assistant ran off with a large sum of dirty money. Bankruptcy would have been inevitable if he hadn't married Hannah. Okay, so that's why. Okay. So Luke is the son of a whore. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Luke is the son of a sex worker. Okay. And that's where his alcoholic tendencies come from. It's from his mother. And that's why he drinks. To forget about the abuse and potential trauma his mother's death might have brought him. To forget the sadness. That's why he likes daffodils. That's why he seems to like his mother. Maybe that's the reason he doesn't talk about his family. It's because of the fact that it's like, what's he supposed to say to Hannah? Like, my mother was a whore. My father didn't give a shit about me. He just wanted an heir to leave behind. That's why he, okay. So where are we in terms of the timeline here? Another long and exhausting day at work, and I still have much to do. Sometimes I wonder why I still bother. I could surely afford to retire, leave the businesses to trusted colleagues. Even if they make enough to only break even, I have enough money to last us a lifetime or 3. I could send 7 children to college if I had any. Not that I plan to. But the problem is obvious, isn't it? I don't trust any of the lot. It has to be me because they might get it wrong. I don't want to retire and suddenly wake up one day only to find that everything has gone down the shitter. Maybe I should hire McCullough as a personal assistant. She seems capable and trustworthy enough. It's hard to find someone who isn't trying to butter me up and trying to curry favor with me.
Christ, I'm knackered. Who do I have to kill to have fewer problems around here?
Who do I have to kill? Is he a mob boss? I'm not really allowed to complain. I chose this path. But that doesn't stop me from doing so, as I throw my shoes off and let them land wherever they please. Petty, maybe. But there's a certain joy that comes with stepping on the carpeted staircase with nothing but my socks on. What? 29th. 29th. What happened on the 29th? That's the 8th. Oh, okay. That's when Hannah found the pendant! Oh, we're really here. Okay. I'll accept the distractions. I could call up... What the fuck? Uh-oh. Ow. I gotta check something real quick. Okay, that is something I can deal with on a later basis. For now, though. I'll accept no distractions. I could call up Shotgun for a sandwich, but that's probably it. I've got a suitcase filled with contracts to check over and sign before I can retire for the night. I'm also waiting for a call from Suarez for any new updates regarding the IT leaks. A real cause for concern. It's the reason there have been investigations on me. Had it been a new thing, I would let it run its course. But it's been going on for far too long, near 3 years, for me to just take on a passive role in the affair. I've only kept my head this far because I've managed to mitigate most of the damage with several favors. And some grand puppeteer to ensure the high-profile law enforcement and government officials keep me out of trouble. But who knows how long it can stay that way. Powers are shifting and the current can be unpredictable. This whole exit business is already shaking things up and upsetting the balance. It's only with great care that I stay where I am, but the smallest of efforts can unravel all that I've done. It certainly won't help if I'm being accused of things, whether I'm guilty of them or not, because some computer chump thinks he can play a game with me. And, well, shit. It'll be a miracle if I get to sleep tonight, though that's hardly surprising news. But before I can even take a step into the study, a voice from the bedroom calls out to me.
Luke, darling, you're finally home. Why don't you be a dear and come in here?
And I hesitate for a moment. I do have work to be done, but I suppose greeting my wife as I get home is only proper. I've already been gone for most of the week unless I needed to be here for work on the house. So, with a sigh, I head towards the bedroom. What the fuck?! Hi, honey! The feelings that came to me as I entered the room are definitely mixed. For one, I'm somewhat floored by the sight that greets me. Then there's confusion. Exasperation is strangely there as well. And, as to be expected, there is desire. She's a divine goddess. Or rather, she's a horrible temptress. What man wouldn't be attracted by that? I guess they could be a sausage jockey. What the hell does that mean? But that's beside the point and is not relevant to the situation I found myself in right now. This is nice and all, but why does she have to go and do this now of all nights?
My love, the bed is awfully cold without you.
Slutty Hannah? The matter of fact is, I've never seen Hannah all primped up like this since our first year of marriage. There must be something special to bring on such an act. Our wedding anniversary is already passed, so that can't be it. Hannah's birthday's in April, mine is in August, so it can't be any of those either. So what in bloody blazes brought this on? Is Hannah drunk?
Why don't you just, take a rest? I'll be busy all night.
Is that answer too cold? I don't mean it to be. She certainly doesn't look amused.
Come on over and stop being a boring old man. Work can wait.
Maybe I can entertain her just for a while. It is a tempting idea. Where are we in terms of relationship? Not very much. Look at this douchebag! God, imagine if damn it. But no, I'll never get any work done that way. Dude, she's probably a freak in bed by the ghost. And imagine how horrible it would be to get a call from Suarez in the middle of a shack. Oh my god. That would certainly kill the mood and piss me off more than anything. It'd be even worse if Kylie steals the phone from him, as the little ankle biter is prone to do unless her father is locked in a room. Oh god. Just thinking about the possibility is weird and turns me off from even trying anything.
I'm afraid it can't, Buttercup. But, hey, it's Sunday tomorrow. We can go out for dinner right after. Somewhere nice like that Italian restaurant you wanted to try out?
Why don't we skip dinner tomorrow and eat out tonight?
Whoa there, why don't we slow down? Looks like someone is in the mood, but hey, there's a time and place for everything.
I grew up in a house where sex was a constant thing. It's just a thing that the body does, more or less. Sometimes it comes with social implications, supposedly. With paper-thin walls, and mother with that horrid job of hers made me think of that way. Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with sex work, alright? If you enjoy doing it, that's fine. Like, seriously. And sometimes you're desperate for money. But I learned later on that it isn't the case for everybody. Suffice to say, this is really odd. For her, at least. I'm quite sure she never grew up in a sexually promiscuous home like I did. She grew up with a well-to-do, normal, and decent family. And in the 7 years we've been married, she's never acted this aggressive about sex. We do it when the mood comes to that, but never like this. And when I'm in the mood, and she isn't, I hair in my throat. That's about the time I go around town to have my back scratched. You don't just So that's why you cheat, is because you're horny and she isn't? God, you're horrible. Like, you can't just masturbate in the bathroom with porn? I've got nothing to be guilty of, I believe, as long as it's just lust and not love. There's the breaking of trust, but okay. That's a good way to explain it, I guess. I'm just really confused and trying to come to grips with reality as it's presented to me.
Well, this is the place, but now is not a good time, darling. Like I said, I have plenty of important work to be done. Any other night, this would be great. Excellent, splendid. But not right now, okay?
I suppose if that's what you want, I can have my prince another time.
A chill runs up my spine as she calls me that again. My prince. Is she going through some midlife crisis? I know she's not the sort to play pretend with that sort of thing. Oh, wow, so even he's a little, like, iffy about that. Now that I think about it, this is probably some dream. Perhaps I've been exposed to something. Jesus, I've gone and fucked my own brain over. That could be the only explanation. Or at least the only explanation my mind wants to accept right now. But if it were, I should probably accept her offer, no? But on the off chance it isn't, I shouldn't. Either choice fucks someone over. Quite literally at that.
Yes, that's right. Another time. So if you could put your dress back on. It's really chilly right now, isn't it?
Isn't this a bodysuit?
You don't want to catch a cold if we're going out tomorrow.
Oh, thank God. Oh. That was really fucking awkward. God, imagine coming into the stream with that. Thankfully, she's done as she's told, which puts this strange episode to an abrupt end. Unfortunately, she had to put her dress back on so painfully and seductively slow. I suspect she knows the things she does to me. As much as I'd like to have the engine running, there are things to be done to make sure we can keep on enjoying a glamorous life as we do now.
I'm starting to think you don't find me beautiful anymore.
Oh, she even looks different.
Is that what brought this on, then? You are an angel, a goddess, Hana. Of all the flowers in this garden, you are by far the most beautiful and rarest of them all. Every bloke would want to be with you, and every lady would want to be you. I'm sure it goes the other way around, too. I'm lucky to have you, and I don't know how you put up with the likes of me. I'm really sorry, darling, but it really isn't a good time.
It does hurt me to see her upset because of something I've done or said. It always does. One can't always get his or her way, though. At least, society would like you to believe in order to soften the blow of disappointment. And I'll have to take their side on that just this once. Pulling her in for a hug and a peck at the cheek, I'm quick to pull away before I change my mind and make it more than that. I can at least give her those.
Chin up and smile. You'll get wrinkles frowning like that. And beauty sleep helps.
I don't... Luke confuses me, because it's like... It seems like he genuinely loves her. He genuinely loves her. And I'm not going to sit here and say that he doesn't love her. No, I am not going to do that. He genuinely loves her. I have no doubt about that. But if he genuinely loves her, why does he cheat on her? Why is he willing to cheat on her? That's such a pitiful excuse. That's such a pitiful excuse. You're horny and she isn't, and that's why you cheat? Is just to take care of your sex drive? Dude, it doesn't fucking matter. You're still cheating on your wife. Unless she has given him express permission that, listen, honey, if you ever feel the need for sex and I'm not up for it, you can go out to town and have some lady for the night. Unless she has given him some express permission for that, he's breaking her trust. but he loves her. I don't get this. Like, and it's like, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Of course, my prince. I suppose I can do with the sleep.
The smile that lights up on her face is just enough to make me forget about the oddity that had just transpired. I still don't understand this whole prince thing, though I'll let it slide for now. She definitely looks different, like her eyes look more ringed and she's obviously got the necklace on. Seeing her with her golden locks and that silver dress, it almost makes her queenly. With due respect to her majesty, of course. No, fuck her, she's a colonizer. Despite that, there's just something off.
Hana, before I go, what happened to your necklace? The blue diamond?
The fact that she seems confused feels off.
Whatever do you mean? Oh, that old thing. It's somewhere in the vanity drawer, I think.
And to be so aloof about it.
What? But wasn't that from your father?
It was a priceless heirloom, to be exact, handed down from one generation of Evans to the next, whether it be to a wife or a daughter of an Evans. I know that Hannah treasures it so, especially after it was given to her with her own mother's passing. Then what is with that ugly thing dangling around her neck? It looks more like a choking hazard than anything.
It was, of course it was. I just thought a change would be nice.
I don't think I've seen her wear anything else in its place. A change it is, but not an entirely welcome one at that.
I see. I suppose that makes sense. Well, not that it matters, but I like the old necklace better. At the very least, we can have it cleaned and polished while you're not wearing it. Remind me to have that done in the morning.
Whatever you wish, my prince.
Right. You have a good night then, Buttercup.
I love the delivery of that right. With a shake of my head, I don't waste any more time than I've done already. Heavy suitcase in hand, I head straight into the study and dive right into the contracts. There's a whole stack of them too, mostly to do with property management. Nonetheless, careful work needs to be put into them as with everything else. My attorneys have already checked them over, but I like to be precise. I'm not going to sign if there's even a single line I don't like. It's a long way into the night when a coldness envelops the room. I suspect, at first, that it's merely just the usual chill. But the heaters have been turned on as the strange sunny weather that's been gracing us as of late has come to an end. The door is barely open, just by a crack, though I shut it in case that might help. Satisfied, though not as much as I would have liked, the room still feels freezing. I make my way back to the mess of documents waiting for me at the table. Just a few more and I can get that well-deserved rest. Get out of this place and dive into warm comforts of my bed. Then maybe, if Hannah's still up for it, well, it's more than enough motivation. Parking my rear back on the chair. God, I really hope we're not gonna read about sex in this, because I'm cutting the game off there. I begin my work with the last of the blasted papers, more than ready to be done with everything and turn in for the night. Only for another chill to startle me to a stop. And that's when I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Eyes boring at the back of my head, a brush of air just at the nape, and when I glance back... What the fuck? Reflected in the lone portrait in the room, someone stands behind me. Just by the study door I closed moments ago, though I didn't hear it open. Perhaps it's Hannah trying to be sneaky, or Schrocken being a bell end of a spook as usual.
Do I really have to ask people to knock before they enter? Seriously now, this is anarchy, and I'll have you know...
I turn, but there's nothing.
Huh. Must have been a trick of the light. Oh, it is getting late, and I should really go to bed myself. Just have to finish looking over a few more contracts, and...
Yes, just finish signing these and I can have some rest. Maybe arrange for a day off in the morning. Sign, I steel myself for a long night of dry paperwork. So this is after the, this is either after or during the events in which the ghost is attacking Ashton and Isabella. Luke returned home, exhausted from work, only to be greeted by a very clingy Hannah. Although her advances were appreciated, this abrupt change in her unnerved Luke. The man gently let her down, before quickly retreating to his study. Late in the night, however... Still, the feeling that I'm being watched stays with me all through the night. October 30th. And with the sun rising comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my taste. Wait a minute! Wait a minute. This is when Zach was at the mansion. And I have very fine tastes. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reaches even the study, I'm very much inclined to think the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only thing good in this is that the ruckus has chased away the needling guilt from last night's commotion, if only temporarily. Still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I can tell already that it's going to be a long day. It hasn't even started. Before the racket even lasts another minute, I'm peeling myself off the chair and heading straight for the main door. There'll be a murder today if this doesn't let up. How quaint. It seems everything in this blasted universe is intent on getting on my nerves as of late.
God and Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
This fucking British slang. In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's sake.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet at this hour of the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. But the only horror here is how odd my own wife has been acting as of late. There's no place for fear when another set of problems already burns that fuel. So I wait for another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself, perhaps with more force than needed. I'm a little scared I'm gonna read a racial slur. And maybe it should be appropriately there, considering the person on the other side in the hour he dared appear on my doorstep. Even someone with half a brain knows not to disturb anyone this early. Brief confusion gives way to anger, and before the bloody photographer can even get a word in, I'm hurling venom at him. It's less than he deserves, really. Hannah will disapprove, scold me for treating the photographer with such disrespect if she hears me right now. She seems fond of him after all, despite meeting him only once or twice. He's merely doing his job, she'll say. But she's not here, is she? What she doesn't know...
You? How the hell did you get in here? What in seven hells do you want? It's bloody 6 in the morning!
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't.
This is still my home. My rules apply to this place as much as Hannah's do. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
It just so happens it's also a person I will never take a liking to. No need for remorse.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. Some nonsense about the news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed doors muffling the better part of it and with no ears to listen, his tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually he leaves, and silence once again fills the room as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should also call for psychiatric services. He certainly sounds mental just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming the immediate grounds? Nothing good can come of it. But if his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come, I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worst, Shotgun will take care of it if need be. It's what I'm paying him for. In the meantime, I need rest, even for just a few hours. My lovely wife still fast asleep when I finally join her in our bed. As odd as she has been acting lately, her company's nice after spending long, grueling hours going through business documents. Then again, it's not like I'd be losing out much if I take a break or two. In fact, all I have to do is say the word and Advanced General Electronics stocks are going to go down. That's the least I can do after Rochelle Vance's outburst during the party. Whoops. I highly doubt she'll be Rochelle Lee for long, not if Harvey has any sense in him. So, with a sigh, I drift off, setting aside my problems if only for a few hours. Waking up to find my bed empty hours later is a strange sensation. Not to speak ill of Hannah, but I've always woken up first, even in the early years of our marriage, mostly because I've always been accustomed to doing so. As a child, I woke up early to escape the house before one of Mother's scheduled day clients came in. Later on, it was to assist with breakfast and to prepare for school. And it just kept with me through the years for one reason or another. If there was no reason to wake up at 6 in the morning, my mind would always find reason to. To work, to nurse a terrible hangover, to make sure I was the one leaving the bed first just because and not the other way around. Checking the time on my phone shows that it's already 8:30, but what can I do about it? Getting up is an entirely different problem on its own. Waking up, after getting only a few hours of sleep in, has my body stiff and sore and my mind feeling lethargic. A part of me wants to go back and doze off again, an alien feeling to me. But it's already far too late for my tastes. All I can manage is to sit up before there's a knock on the door.
Yes, come in. I'm decent. I don't see why you have to knock.
Even if I was only in my knickers, there's only 2 others inside the house aside from myself. I've arranged for the staff to have the Sunday off, with it so close to a holiday anyway, so that I can have some peace and privacy. The security outside the house doesn't count, of course. There's no need for Hannah to knock, so I expect to see the butler and ready myself for reproach. Oh, she's even paler. I thought that was just the night. No, she's actually pale. To see that it is Hannah is odd, but not a cause for concern. Most likely she too found it strange to see me still sleeping and had let me indulge. Yet there's something off. I just can't put a finger on what it is. Whatever it is, it can wait. Besides, when there are strange things, it's better to wait them out, as they often become apparent with time. Not that I should complain when she greets me with a sunny smile on her face and a tray of food.
Good morning, dear. It looks like I overslept, huh? I haven't had that pleasure in a long while.
You should really indulge in it a bit more, my prince. I hope you do not mind, but I made breakfast for you.
I've been expecting her to tell me that she brought the meal up in order to eat together. Not that she made it. For in all our marriage, Hannah had never cooked once. Though I can hardly find it in me to question her efforts, unless she was trying to poison me. Perish the thought. But she carries with her a platter of pies, delicious looking, round pockets of goodness. I'll have no second thoughts in fishing one off the plate with a hum. In fact, it smells divine, and it looks the part as well. The crust from the outside looks like it's been baked to a golden and flaky perfection. The egg wash wasn't forgotten either, giving it a nice finish.
You made these? You're not pulling my leg, are you? These look great.
God, it's like if it wasn't for the fact that Hannah's most likely possessed, this would have been sweet.
I make only the best for you, my love. Do try it out yourself, yes? I want to see what you make of it.
Man, I do feel bad for Hannah, though. It's like...
Perhaps I will be able to prepare more meals for you in the future.
What'd you do? Fire the staff?
Breakfast in bed? You spoil me, darling. Well, I can't say no to that, can I? Bon appetit.
God, she looks creepy. I hate it. God, I just noticed, too, I think her eyes have also lost some life in them. Like, I remember her eyes were like a really a really vivid shade of blue, but now they're just like, there's not a lot of light in them. Like, everything about her is just desaturated, like the life from her is gone. And I don't know whether or not, like, I don't know whether or not it's because, like, she's possessed by that ghost or whatever. Or if, or if this is just, like, an artist's, like, or if this is the same, like, sprite rendition to show that, like, oh, you know, that she's different now. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, she doesn't look good. Like, I liked her look better when she was warm. She's just cold. The crust of the pie breaks easily with a bite, and I'm greeted with the taste of nice buttery pastry. Oh my god. But looking back down at the pie, I feel a bit put off. The meat is red and a tad bit soggy. Though I can't place what would make it that way. It tastes of turkey, more than beef, though an old one at that. There's no real sauce of marinade to excuse the juice. It tastes like turkey that's been kept too long in the fridge after being roasted and carved. Definitely white meat at the very least, and well done as well. The thing is tough though, stringy and sinewy, which would say it's more muscle than anything. Ugh. And...
Ugh, what is...
I sputter, trying to spit out whatever it might be. A few fine strains of something thankfully comes out. Although if I swallowed any, it's far too late. Not unless I want to act like a cat trying to cough up a fur ball. It's just unfortunate the odd sensation of it being stuck in my throat still lingers, even as I down the glass of juice she has brought with the meal.
Buttercup, are you sure the ingredients you used are clean?
What the hell did she do? Put her hair in it?
Oh, I do apologize. That must be... You know, Chef has been feeding some stray cats lately.
Oh god, don't tell me we're eating animal meat. Like, don't tell me this is gonna be some, like, Sweeney Todd shit.
There are some roaming around the property. I saw him petting one just the other day during his break. Said he found it in the cellar.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Please, 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 please don't tell me we're dealing with some Sweeney Todd shit with, like, the fucking, like, cats and pies and crap.
But you have nothing to worry about, my love. I took care of it.
What does that mean? She laughs then, probably because of the funny look on my face. But I just have this funny image in my head of Hannah chasing after a cat to shoo it out. We aren't cat people, but I doubt that means she would be cruel to the feline.
Maybe the other pies are clean.
I don't quite have the appetite for breakfast anymore. But thanks. Bloody cats.
Dude, she's gonna kill all the cats now.
If that is what you wish, all the same, it will give me more time to spend with you. You will spend time with me, yes?
Yeah, honey. I did tell myself that I would let myself have the day off today. But she doesn't know that. And I can't help but feel that offness again, as her eyes burn through me. There's an eagerness there, a hunger, which makes my skin crawl. An unnatural reflection. I can do little else but nod, because answering otherwise seems the wrong thing to do.
Would it please you to have some tea then? I can fetch it if you wish.
Pushing myself off the bed with a groan, I roll my eyes and sigh. The crick I feel in my neck is especially taken care of, and I try to flatten my bed head to something a bit tamer. All throughout Santa. Yeah, that's Santa, alright! All throughout, Hannah still watches me, expectant and doting.
No need for that. We can have tea in the parlor, if you don't mind. Really now, Hannah, there's no need to busy yourself over it.
Yeah, don't worry, honey.
I shall go ahead and prepare the parlor then.
Hannah...
Just relax.
I barely said 2 words before she's out the door, however, and I'm left speaking to air.
Hannah? What is up with that woman?
Oh, man. God, poor Hannah. This ghost is really fucking with her. Though, perhaps I should have said no. Perhaps I should have feigned business or claimed a restlessness that would let me out of the house, away from her and her pies. Because as soon as I've stated my intent to laze the day away, that woman would neither let me lift a finger nor step a foot outside. She's animated, oddly so, moving about the parlor and fetching things for me that she deemed necessary. And were necessary, as if she knows what I need or want before I can even voice it aloud. A pillow for my feet and a book to read, though I cannot, for the life of me, focus on it. It doesn't bother me too much as I've read The Picture of Dorian Gray twice over. I knew nothing but shadows and I thought them to be real. I should be glad for the attention and the doting, really. Instead, an uneasiness settles itself into my stomach.
Why don't you just sit down and relax, dear? We are supposed to be spending time together. I don't think you rushing around like a handmaid is how I pictured it. You are wearing yourself out, and the sun is still high in the sky.
There's a stiff jerk of her head, as if to say no while she busies herself with making tea with water already lukewarm. My instruction to take leave may be the only one she refuses to follow. Even if I express concern for her well-being and point out that there are others assigned to the tasks she wishes to carry out.
You do not need the others. You have me. I wish to show my usefulness, and I wish that you not ask me to leave.
I'm not asking you to leave, honey. I'm just asking you to... Oh, God.
You are not one of the servants, Hannah.
It was a thought that escapes my mouth, and I prepare myself for a reprimanding. Because servants? Lucille Mitchell Wright. These are our employees, and you will treat them with respect at the very least. Yet that didn't come.
Of course. Of course I'm not a servant. I am your wife. Your princess.
Please stop. I think we're both a bit too old to be playing princes and princesses. I don't know what brought on such behavior from her. Yet I can't bring myself to scoff at the idea. Not when she looks torn and kind words might bring her some degree of comfort. I'll indulge in this delusional talk of monarchy to an extent. One could suppose that Hannah is indeed Lux-born royalty after all.
Princess? Oh, no, Hannah. You are my queen.
Oh my God. You just made it worse!
And a queen needs to sit next to her king. So please, sit.
I can still feel them, little bugs on my skin, crawling and squirming. But I ignore them as Hannah sits down next to me and I put my hand in hers. The touch nearly makes me want to pull away. Is she cold? For now, I feel them burrowing into my skin, digging holes into me, though there's nothing to be seen there. I clasp her hand, though her touch burns both cold and hot. I didn't like the thought that Hannah, my sunshine, my darling, is someone I should fear. It's a bit of a paradox. For all that I do and should feel at peace in this quiet moment, dread overtakes every part of me. A small voice at the back of my head screams that there's something wrong, but I can't bring myself to look further into it. The whole thing doesn't even last.
The tea is ready. I should go. I've forgotten the milk and sugar in the kitchens.
Hannah?
If you may excuse me.
Should I? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I don't know. It's like, do I let her go or do I call the butler? Like, I definitely think Luke is like, Hannah, darling, let's just call the butler. But she might not like that. Fuck. What's my relationship with her like? Not that good. I don't know what to do here. Fuck, I don't know what to do here. Like, do I decide to, like... Oh, fuck. It's like, I want to break the delusion, but I'm also afraid she's gonna get pissed. Let me read the backlog. Fuck. I really do not know what to choose here. It's like my mind is thinking, call the butler. But a part of me wants to let her go because I'm afraid of what might happen. look at you right now. Alright. I'm gonna go with my heart here. That doesn't help me. Have I really been so aloof that Hannah has to question where she stands? That she thinks that acting subservient is the only way to have my attention? My affection? This is wrong.
Hannah, just... Johans will get the tea things, just...
Sit? Stay? No. Hannah isn't some dog I have to leash and command.
Just be with me, even for a little while. We rarely have time nowadays, don't we? We're always so busy.
She looks conflicted, though the reason eludes me. In the end, she chooses to stay. A summon for milk and sugar to be brought in is sent out. All the while, Hannah remains restless. She doesn't utter a peep as Shrocken brings in things for brunch, as I may or may not have hinted that I've yet to have breakfast. Tea things are set in place along with sandwiches and all sorts of finger foods. But it's when the other man draws near to her, intent on serving tea, that Hannah's calm starts to wither. She's on her feet, hands out to take the teapot from him. The look on her face is one of disgust and annoyance. I've seen that expression before many times. In the mirror, but never on her. It doesn't suit her, much like the way she speaks now.
You are not needed here.
Jesus!
You can leave. Now.
Oh, of course, madam.
Dude, he has to
You
be.
may excuse me, sir.
He has to be wondering, like, what happened to Hannah?
Shrocken, stay. Just let him do his job, Buttercup. That's what he's here for.
No, he is not supposed to be here. None of them are. This home is for you and I. Others are not welcome. I want them gone. They do not belong here. They are not like you and I.
Something is wrong. She's wrong. Hannah had always been kind where I was not, and I loved her so because of it. Yet now, there's no warmth in her voice, and the way she talks is too cutting and harsh. The way she holds herself is unsure, stiff and awkward, as if she's filled in shoes too small. This isn't Hannah. The thought itself is an impossibility. It's not like someone can be so easily replaced by an imposter. I would know. So why is she so wrong?
What's going on, Hannah? What brought about this childish temper tantrum of yours? You know well enough that what you ask is ridiculous.
What has caused her warmth to grow cold?
I don't know what brought this on. I don't know if you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or if Johans or any of the other maids ripped your favorite dress or something. But I am not going to get rid of our staff just because you're acting like a child in a sulk.
And wasn't that something? Often enough, I'm the one who's compared to a little brat and not the other way around. But it didn't amuse me enough to distract me from the situation. Grasping at Hannah's shaky hand before she actually does have a temper tantrum, I have to stop myself from flinching. Her skin is hot to the touch, and if the feeling of bugs on my skin bothered me before, they're nothing to the stinging sensation I feel right now. Having her hand in mine should feel right.
You still do not understand, do you, my love? Not yet, but you will. You will.
What is that smile? Cloudy eyes focus on me, ardent and filled with desire. It feels as if I'm being stripped until my very soul is bare. But it isn't a searching look, rather one that wishes to claim. The look she gives me is nothing short of unnerving. But watching as her eyes roll into the back of her head is a decidedly more terrifying sight. I let go and feel as her hand slips through mine before she falls to the ground, not intent on getting dragged down by dead weight. And doesn't that make me feel so horrible? It's an act of reflex, more than anything, with the number of dead bodies I've handled in the past. It's never a pleasant affair when a corpse tilts forward and pins you down. That still doesn't make it any better, of course. But what can I do? Catch her? Well, yes. But it's a bit late for that, isn't it? Inexplicably, the stinging sensation on my skin fades away. Not that what I'm feeling right now is any better. The whole thing brings unbidden images of Mother to mind. It makes me feel sick. I want to cry and beg, my audience be damned. But my scream dies out before it could reach my lips. A half-choked sob. Acting like a blubbering babe won't help. I've seen this happen before, but not to her.
Mom,
Oh.
please wake up. Please. I'll be a good boy. Just don't leave me.
Really, I should be more concerned. Yet here I am, a deathly calm befalling me. I waste no time kneeling by her side, tapping a hand to her cheek in a flimsy attempt to wake her. Her skin is too pale, and Strachan does his best to find what is wrong with Hannah. Even her golden hair has lost its sheen. Her pulse is quick and her breathing shallow. I half expect her to be as cold as ice with how she looks, yet she still burns like a furnace. At the very least, that means she isn't dead. Yet.
Well, should we call for an ambulance?
If she doesn't wake up soon, yes. But it's best not to move her just yet, and...
Luke, what's going on? What happened?
I have no plans of apologizing as I shove the butler aside to check on Hannah. Though she still lays on the ground, all that matters is that she's awake. That she isn't dead. Just the thought of it. Fuck. I don't know what I would have done if things were to the contrary.
Hey there, sunshine. How are you feeling? Do you think you're up to standing?
I don't feel too good, no. But I think I can stand.
Wait, what? Luke, what's going on? Wait a minute. She reaches out for my hand, and I'm quick to take it. Her cold and clammy skin is a cause for concern, but I force a reassuring smile on my face. At least, I hope it's reassuring. That isn't exactly an emotion I'm used to plastering on my face. I rarely have need or want to reassure anyone else. The most I can hope for is that I don't make her worry.
Come on then, let's get you up. Careful, careful. We don't want you to fall or break something.
Like a leg or your head. Though getting her up to her feet is easier said than done, she claims that she can manage to stand, but she's completely dead weight as I lift her up. Weak. Too weak. I can feel the trembling of her body, as if just existing had exhausted her. Soon enough, shock and aids me, and we manage to let Hannah onto a chair without further incident. The fuck? Oh, whoops. Come Sunday morning, Hannah catered to Luke hand and foot, much to his discomfort, even serving him food despite its questionable appearance and taste. Though he managed to stop her from fussing any further, without warning, she seizes. I have half the mind to wrench free and run. This is all too familiar, and I wanted no part in this. But do I even have the choice? At the moment, I suppose, yes. I'm not running away. That's preposterous. I just need to get some air.
Strachan, take her up to our room and take care of her, all right? Schedule an immediate appointment to a physician. Get it done. As soon as possible. I just need to...
Breathe. I need to breathe. I'm wondering, was that Hannah coming back to us for a moment? That sounded like her that sounded like she was back to us for a moment. The ghost is fucking with us. Actually, wait a minute. Maybe that's the reason why the ghost is possessing Hannah. It's partially for her own selfish desires, but it's also to fuck with Luke, to pick on his insecurities. Because clearly, Hannah matters a lot to Luke. And the fact that her doing that, Hannah, falling to the ground just out of nowhere, freaked him the fuck out. I think she knew exactly what she was doing. Oh, this is dirty. Gray skies loom over in the horizon, though the sun fights for every precious minute it gets to stay. It'll rain again soon, with the wind bringing along the gloomy clouds normal to Luxbourne. Until then, it doesn't hurt to be out here for fresh air and sunshine. I walk to the gardens, what little of it there is at the moment anyway, and kneel by the daffodils. These were the first to be brought here and planted on my request. And, if nothing else, they brought in a sense of peace. They were Mother's favorites. Closing my eyes, I lift my chin up to welcome the light that shines upon me. And, for a minute, I can imagine myself as one of the flowers, peaceful, blooming, and all too happy to stand in its warmth. Life would be much easier if we were all like flowers, wouldn't it? But I didn't step out here to get all philosophical. I have problems much more practical than figuring out the meaning of life, after all. Too many things have gone on these past few days. And I want to forget about them, even if for just a moment. Even for just a moment.
It's almost All Saints, isn't it? To think I've almost forgotten.
I speak the words absent-mindedly. The date means nothing to me, as I neither worship the religion nor have any graves to visit. After all, Mother was never given a proper burial. But it's a date as good as any for me to grieve. Otherwise, I would have done so every single day, crippling myself and shutting everyone else out. I can remember how the flames licked at her flesh and how it consumed her body, until there was nothing left but ash. I stood there watching with the operator and a social service worker, though I could have been alone for all I cared. I felt alone. It was the most that could be done. No one would attend the funeral of a dead prostitute, let alone pay for it. All that is left of her, proof that she had lived, is her name written in the ledger of a Luxbourne cemetery, a lighter, and me. Eleanor. Oh. Pulling out the lighter from my jacket, I can't stop myself from flicking it open to stare at the flame and to run my thumb over her name. All in all, it isn't much, but it's something. It'll be wrong of me not to make something of myself, and she would have given everything to make sure I can become anything I wanted to be.
Feels like I'm stuck in a nightmare right now. What I would give to have you here by my side, Mother dear. To see you smiling at me. Alive and as beautiful as ever. I'm afraid I'm starting to forget what your face looks like. I've already forgotten the shade of your hair.
Eleanor Chandler was a wonderful woman, though not everyone would have agreed. Not everyone had seen past her occupation, past her vices and her illness. All they saw was a poor woman who sold her body to make ends meet and had a bastard son because of it. They didn't see the mother who worked hard to put food on the table for me, the woman who gave and gave and gave to me while expecting nothing in return. She taught me the merits of hard work, but, though I loved her so, I worked hard for myself. I wouldn't be so foolish, so selfless towards people who would never give back. I learned that from the father who plucked me out of an orphanage for his own selfish gain. I pocket the lighter before I can feel the urge to actually set anything ablaze. Considering my close proximity to the flowers, they would be the most likely victim of arson. Just the thought itself is blasphemous. Nevertheless, that doesn't save them from being picked. Just enough to make a bouquet of the things in honor of Eleanor.
Would you be proud of me if you saw me now, Mother? Maybe. You're always so forgiving. No matter what trouble I got into, more than I deserved. Especially now.
It's been a while since I've talked to my mother like this. They say that even when our loved ones have passed on, they stay to watch over us. Though I believe in neither a heaven nor a hell, a hopeful part of me wishes it were true, as ridiculous as the idea is. I can't help but grow still, a chill going up my spine when I do feel eyes upon me. For a while, I think I'm imagining it. But I'm all too familiar with the sensation of being watched. Carefully, I scan my surroundings, doing my best to not give away the fact that I'm aware of their presence, whoever they are. But there's not a soul in sight on the fields surrounding the mansion. Yet there, on the balcony overlooking the garden... What the fuck? Trick of the eye. She stands there and, though I can't see her face clearly from afar, I know she's the one staring at me. A servant, if one were to judge by her clothing. From this distance, I can't discern what those stains on her clothing are. The woman gives off a rabid air and simply did not belong with her surroundings. That isn't what worries me, though. What worries me is that she isn't one of ours. She can't be. Obvious signs of being tattered and dirty stayed aside, there shouldn't be anyone else in the mansion aside from the three of us. And that's the balcony that leads to our bedroom. Forget pretending that I don't notice her.
You! What are you doing there? You're not supposed to be there!
It's a stupid thing to do, I realize in hindsight, but calling attention to it was a spur-of-the-moment plan. From the height, there's no way she would have jumped off the balcony. And perhaps she would have only been able to sneak in there because Hannah's asleep. Calling out to her would wake Hannah and, at the very least, call Johanna's attention to the matter at hand. I dread to think of any other way she could have gotten there without Hannah calling for us. The woman on the balcony doesn't react, barely even stirs. Okay, so this is after Rebecca died. That's interesting. Wanting some alone time and fresh air, Luke excused himself, lingering in the gardens as he remembered the memory of his late mother. It was all pleasant at first until he glimpsed someone watching him from the balcony. I will admit, like, that moment when that voice he had when he was talking to his mother, it's so much better. Like, you really do get a hint of who Luke is beneath everything. It's very interesting. Probably drug-addled or touched in the head, though that begs the question of how she even managed to get in there. That changes nothing, of course, and doesn't stop me from running back to the mansion.
Shrokin! There's an intruder! In the bedroom! Upstairs! Secure Hannah immediately!
Bursting in through the front doors, I'm greeted by Johannes with a kitchen knife in his hands, looking wary and alert. There's a question on his lips for a moment, but he's quick to fall into place, giving me a curt nod before we rush up the foyer stairs. That woman would need to go through us to get anywhere, and between me and the butler, there's no way she's getting away. Excuse me. There's no announcing ourselves as I slam the bedroom door open, expecting to see the worst inside. When we find Hannah simply seated at her vanity without a care in the world, my relief can't be any greater. I don't even question if she's well enough to be moving around yet. But that's soon followed by suspicion and caution. Without a word, I signal for Johannes to search through the room for the intruder, even going so far as to slipping into the second bedroom. She couldn't have gone anywhere else, not without getting our attention, not without Hannah noticing. It isn't too far-fetched to think that she may have been coerced to act like nothing is out of the ordinary. If she's being forced to do this, she would be able to tell me without alerting the criminal. We should be ready for such things after all, being the wealthy, powerful, and influential people that we are. And though I hesitate to break her peace, to make her worry any more than she has the right to be, I know that matters of safety shouldn't be taken so lightly. Even if I could just content myself in just watching her.
Are you alright, Hannah?
There's a moment of silence as she fastens a cord around her neck, and And, with her back still turned to me, she replies as calmly as can be.
Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Is there something wrong?
There's no sign of coercion or deceit. She gives none. Everything looks fine. Seems fine. Hannah says as much. Stepping out onto the balcony doesn't say anything differently. The outside is devoid of signs of any other human life with how secluded the property is. Though it is hard to be sure with how the sun is set, trying to locate anyone on the large property by itself would be futile. Whether it's the truth or a convenient lie, one can only assume that everything is all right. And even Johannes is in agreement.
There's nobody in the second bedroom or in the closet. It's all clear.
Yet I can't fight off the awful feeling that has taken over me.
Are you sure? Nobody?
God, I need a drink.
Double check. Triple check everything. Check the whole house if you have to.
What's going on? What is all this then?
He claims to have seen an intruder standing on your balcony. Did you notice anyone here, madam?
No, it's just been me. I've not heard or seen anybody else aside from the two of you all day. Strange.
The others have been given the day off. There shouldn't be anybody else here.
Wait, did I finish off? No, I didn't.
Are you sure of what you saw? Perhaps you were...
Yes, I bloody well am sure of what I saw. There was a woman standing there, dark hair and in servant's clothing. Are you insinuating that I am making things up? That I'm going mad? Because if you are, I don't care how competent you've been. I won't have such disrespect directed at me. It's not paranoia if people are out to get me.
My anger is easily roused, no thanks to the adrenaline rush that's kicked in sometime I don't know when. I don't think I'll ever get used to this feeling, really. No matter how many a time I've had to rely on it to survive on the streets as a child, to survive everything with how high I've managed to prop myself up. And I take any and all threats towards my person seriously.
I'm not implying that you're mad. The occasional hallucination is a completely normal and human experience, as long as it isn't a repeat occurrence.
Oh, so what? That was a trick of the light? My imagination?
You haven't ingested any alcohol today, have you?
A valid question, but...
I am not drunk.
In my state, I only realize how quiet Hannah has gotten when she doesn't joke about my debatable alcoholism. There's no clever quip or words of fond exasperation. She's only been watching me through all of this. And when I do notice that, I start feeling bugs crawling on my skin. When I didn't deign to speak further, fixated on the sensation, Johannes cuts in.
Whatever the case, we need to establish tighter security. We should have done so from the start. If you were seeing things, then we got lucky. Had there been a real intruder, we were ill prepared.
Of course. I trust that you can hire the most qualified from the agency. Are you all right, Hannah? You seem disquieted.
I'm well, my love. I was just worried about how the hallucination brought you distress.
It wasn't a hallucination, I'm sure of it. But what can I do to prove otherwise?
Doesn't matter. You are safe, as am I. I overreacted.
Perhaps rest is necessary. It is late into the day, and you must be tired from your gardening.
Before I ask how I knew what she was doing... Before I ask how she knew what I was doing, a small fond smile graces her lips before she brushes away a few yellow petals from my sleeve. But does it really look like I'm that exhausted? I'm sure to be well rested, despite it all, and it's not like I've done anything physically exhausting today. Beyond running here in a hurry, anyway. No doubt I've left a trail of the flowers in my mad dash. And I suppose I do look like a mess.
Rest sounds good. I guess I'll need to sleep a lot more than I thought. But
I'll stand guard outside for the night. You two have nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about? I'm not so sure about that. But thinking any more about it isn't going to do anything.
Come on then, my love. Off to bed. I have been restless without you by my side.
Even then, I can't force away the uneasiness that settles over me. Sleep is hard to attain, and even Hannah's embrace doesn't help. She's still burning up. Alright. Really, little sleep was had and I feel completely drained come morning. Even when Hannah rises from bed, in spite of a mild fever, and invites me down to breakfast, I can't be bothered to drag myself out from the comfort of the sheets. It's not like I need to do something particularly important today. The rain that has started some time during the night doesn't help the mood. Okay, maybe it helps just a little. The strange sunny weather has been nice and all, but for it to return as it should be feels like a good sign of things to come. Perhaps things will settle back to normal and the crazy drama that has gone on lately will die down. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain fills the early morning silence with a steady beat. Thank goodness I don't have to be anywhere in a hurry today. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. With how it looks outside, it seems that the weather is making up for all the sunny days it has given us with a good old-fashioned downpour. It does let up within the quarter of the hour. However, a day beginning with a cloudburst like this? Locals usually take it as an immediate sign. Luxbourne's abysmal weather is back, likely for good. I hope they did a damn good job of fixing this place because I'd rather not have to deal with leaky roofs. Though Hannah might find humor in it and perhaps ask me to sing in the rain to wear out my anger, I don't like the idea that the realty did a horrid patch job with the place. Well, Hannah, technically, paid millions for this place. It better live up to the price the realty company sold it for. Not that it's something she should be fretting about at the moment when her health's not at its best. Hannah's going to be brought to the hospital for a checkup today, and if anything, I prefer that she focus on getting better. That fever, no matter how slight it is, can't be good for her, what with her odd behavior recently. You'd think she hit her head hard against something while I wasn't looking. Perhaps a proper rest is all she needs, but I'd rather not assume things. I'm a businessman, not a doctor. Wonder of wonders how I even bother agreeing to babysitting duty at that. But here I am, scheduled as today's babysitters for Suarez's brat, once her father drops her off at the mansion steps. Though that's a worry for much, much later. If I wish to, I can ask that nobody bother me while I doze off in a cocoon of comforters. But, as always, somebody has to be a buzzkill.
Are you really going to stay in bed all day?
What do you want? It's far too early to deal with your nosiness.
You must have been really rattled by what happened yesterday. If you need to talk about it, I am quite qualified in that regard.
And you aren't even the slightest bit bothered? Truly? Not even the slightest bit worried?
I was worried. But I realized that it's not my life in danger, is it? My worrying will not help matters. Neither will yours.
Loath as I am to admit it, he's right. The whole thing might have rattled me, but there's little point in jumping at every shadow I see from the corner of my eye. I shouldn't lose my head for a threat that might not even come. I should know better by now. But I've never been this worried about a possible threat on my life before. I'll be honest here. If anyone's in danger, it's Hannah. I can take care of myself just fine. With security tightened, I'll have at least one guard, if not 5, making sure nobody gets within 10 feet from me without my say-so. Hannah, on the other hand, will be away for most of the day to get that fever checked, upon my insistence. It's a small relief that Johannes will be with her.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Being in the dark has me on edge. Information, any at all, may very well help me in calming me down.
I've already briefed security about her, and more from the agency will be arriving tonight. But they haven't seen anyone fitting the description.
So you have nothing then? Fat lot of use you guys are. What do I even pay you for? Do me a favor. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on your way out.
Well, there is something. It's about McCulloch.
Can anyone blame me if I show the tiniest bit of interest? She's still not done with the house. And she's a nice enough woman. Plans to go back to sleep are gone.
I called her secretary about taking the day off.
Oh shit.
He hasn't heard from her over the weekend.
She's probably passed out after enjoying a pint or 2 or 10 in a bar somewhere. She's an adult. It was the weekend. She's allowed to disappear and not think about work. Fuck. I wish I was passed out after a night of drinking. He does know that mobiles are a thing.
That's all well and good, but she's not answering her mobile either. Mr. Parker will be filling a missing persons case with the police if she doesn't turn up today.
Certainly someone must know where she is. Tabs are kept without fail on people who come to work with me. Background checks and constant surveillance until they finish their contracts with the rights. Some would say that it's all a bit over the top. But I can't be too safe. Too many want me dead.
What about one of ours? Has anyone seen her? She's pretty hard to miss with how tall the woman is.
The last anyone has seen of her was here, the morning of the party. Your housewarming party.
That isn't good news.
It wouldn't do for the police to hear of this, and to suspect.
It's of little import that I can easily prove my innocence. It's all a matter of principle. Because even the accusation of misdemeanor shouldn't stain my reputation. Although, maybe it's a bit too late to hope for a squeaky clean one. Besides, it'd be such a hassle to have police poking about the house looking for a body that doesn't exist.
Now, if we're done here, I'd like to go back to sleep and...
Well, there goes any plan to grabbing some shut-eye. Rolling over on my stomach, I can only scream into my pillow.
Of course, of course.
So says the child yelling in the house.
Johannes, distract her.
Oh, look, it's time.
He's like, fuck you, buddy, you're on your own.
Have fun with your little play date. So long, farewell, and auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
No, Johannes, don't you turn away from me. Keep her busy for an hour. Come on!
I have to press my face against the pillow once more to suppress a groan. You just can't get loyal help anymore.
Hello there, little Fraulein. Your uncle is just upstairs and will be down in a moment.
Thanks, asshole.
He's super excited to have you today. I hope you're well rested and ready to play a lot.
That bastard.
Yep.
I'll be down in a sec, Munchkin. Let me just...
Change into a fresh shirt, brush my teeth, fix my hair, bemoan my very existence. Wish I was anywhere else in the world right now. Don't get me wrong, Kylie is a great kid. Wonderful. Better than most brats her age. But handling the tyke is the last thing I want on my agenda right now with this whole Hannah business. Fortunately, I am well versed in how the world works. I've long learned that the show must go on no matter what hurdles come at my way. Whatever that word is. So I set to preparing for the day. Running a comb through my hair is just divine and simply makes me feel more human. Bed hair is disgusting, though it isn't as bad now as it was when I was a child. With how expensive a trip to the barber's was, I often had to grow it out until Mother had the time to cut it for me. The curls and tangles were simply horrid. Why, I was even mistaken as a little girl because of that. It certainly doesn't help that I was named Lucille. A freshly pressed shirt is enough to chase away the last signs of sleepiness. The feel of crisp and clean cloth in my hands is a clear marker to the start of the day. Smoothing down my suit and my hair with a sigh, I steel myself for the horrors. The horrors that come with taking care of a child.
Good morning to you, Luke.
Speak of the devil and she shall appear. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Kylie grins up at me as soon as I open the bedroom door. She swings the backpack she's clutching, hitting my leg in a show of impatience and looking entirely unapologetic for it.
Did you just wake up? Tell me you forgot. It's our playdate today.
I doubt I'd forget. Kylie's visits are a frequent enough thing that they found a way into my schedule. They're supposed to be visits to her godmother. But we can't pick who a child gets along with. So long as I'm not busy, her father can drop her off for the day. Which is all well and good for me if it makes Suarez focus on work I've given him. Besides, she's a bright child. Tolerable. Kid's got a good head on her shoulders and can get pretty mature for her age at times. Of course, they have to thank me for that. Her parents can take partial credit, but Hannah and I have been there for this kid since she was just a small babe. Why, I could still remember the first time I saw her. It was during her baptism. The only reason I was there was to accompany Hannah, who was to be named godmother. She was such a tiny thing, not even a year old, and swaddled in her mother's arm in white cloth. It was the first time I really saw an infant up close. Close enough to hold one, at least. It had been terrifying to be given a little child to carry after the whole water ceremony. I've never done so before that, to hold a tiny life in my arms. I could have just dropped her on her head and this little tyke before me would have stopped existing then and there. But the child just smiled at me, babbling nonsensical words as children do, and clinging to me even as I tried to hand her off to Hannah. She had thought it hilarious and adorable. My suit had been a mess, and I was nearly an anxious wreck by the time I handed her back to her mother. Yet it was pleasant too.
Of course I didn't, you little rugrat. I just had to take care of something before you arrived.
Really? Well, I guess that's fine. As long as you told me for work like last time.
Really? Now why don't we go back down and have breakfast in the parlor?
I already ate at home. Papa made one of his tortillas de patatas. He wouldn't let me leave until I finished every bite.
Ah, the Suarez's infamous tortilla de patatas. Patatas? Those things are a hazard. You can probably use one to bludgeon someone into submission with how huge they are. It's a miracle Kylie can still be so energetic. I had trouble staying awake the first time I had one. Speaking of staying awake...
Well, I need some coffee in me at the very least. But if you'd like, you can jump straight to dessert.
Yes, dessert please!
It's easy enough to manage Kylie with the promise of sweets, thankfully. The hard part is managing her before she gets the sweets, because I nearly have a heart attack when the kid races down the stairs. Just the thought of her slipping and breaking her neck is enough to make me rush down after her.
Oh, slow down, the food isn't going anywhere.
The food is going somewhere. In my tummy.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Don't cuss! With a shake of my head, I usher Kylie towards the parlor and order a maid to bring food for us. Whatever breakfast there is, along with a cup of coffee for me and an ice cream for Kylie. But I can't leave the kid alone for too long, unless I want to let her turn the other room into a slaughter ground. True to my expectations, I've only left Kylie alone for a few minutes, but she's already made herself comfortable. The stuff from her backpack has been left scattered across the room, from coloring books and crayons to toys. She's well equipped to amuse herself with no trouble, though I can certainly breathe a little easier if she won't bring her doll along every time she visits. Narcissa, or Cisa, is a creepy little bugger. It doesn't help when Kylie left her during one. Finding the thing at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at me at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, is a memory that won't be leaving me anytime soon. Even now, it stares at me from where it's seated. I'm wholly tempted to just throw the thing into the fireplace and banish it from whence it came. I can buy her a prettier doll, a better toy. I'll break it, find a way to get rid of it. I would break it and find a way to get rid of it if it wasn't from Hannah and if only Kylie wasn't so attached to it. The thing is some antique doll she found for the brat's 6th birthday, one of a kind. My darling Hannah loves her so. And Kylie does try to be a good goddaughter, but she just can't keep her interests along with the wife. It's not something that Hannah does wrong on her part. She does try so very, very hard. It's just that she doesn't quite know how to really handle children. She'd never been around other children when she was young, surrounded by protective adults who cater to her every whim and worried for her safety every minute. When she isn't able to keep up with Kylie, her first instinct is to be strict. Impose rules on the child, treat her as if she's made of spun glass, like every movement might break her. I, at least, have some idea from being around street kids. I know the games they've played and how they think. I know that scraps and skinned knees are all part of childhood. Scrapes! Why did I read that as scraps? Scrapes! And skinned knees are all part of childhood. Even with how I grew up, I had time to be a child and not some sheltered heiress. With Kylie, as behaved as she can be, with her toys and her books and arts, she has to use up all of her energy somehow. To run around the playground and make a mess in the mud, or to even just fake wrestle for a short while. Let her be a child when she wants, I'll say. If it becomes too much, just bribe her with sweets or ship her back to her papa. Problem solved. Unfortunately, Hannah isn't quite up for those sorts of things most of the time, thinking it'll spoil the child. It turns a whole playdate awkward every time. Taking the last seat left, I pluck one of her coloring books from the table to see it filled with dinosaurs. Not exactly what I expect to see for a little girl, but it doesn't hurt anyone. If she wants to play with dolls and cars, or dolls with their cars, what do I care? She once put dolls' tutus on model cars, even.
Oh, this is a new one. The last one you had was filled with horses, wasn't
It
it?
sounds like fucking Undertale.
Those were ponies, Tio. They're much cuter than horses. But we went to a dinosaur zoo, and it was awesome. The dinosaurs are my favorite.
I have no idea what that is, but it must be something. I'm only familiar with the T-Rex myself.
Yeah, they found, fossils of its claws. They're really long. They think the whole theory might be a bazillion meters tall, even bigger than a T-Rex. Zisa says it'll be big enough to eat all of my classmates.
Oh god, that's dark. She only laughs as I scrunch up my nose and grimace.
Takako says you're making a really funny face.
Taka who?
Takako, a friend I made.
I have to stop and look around, expecting one of the help to be there. The child does have a way of befriending just about anyone, as long as she puts her mind to it. Yet the two of us are completely alone. Thankfully, she only finds my disturbed look as another funny grown-up expression. That might be a lot more problematic than whether she plays with dolls or cars, though. Both the thoughts of Sisa giving Kylie ideas, and one of said ideas being massacred by dinosaur. Something I probably need to bring up with her father aside from work. But beyond murderous dinosaurs, creepy dolls, and imaginary friends, I find no trouble with Kylie. She's as energetic and precocious as any tyke her age can be. She's an angel if she can get comfy and settled in after getting her sweets. Oh, that looks good. We tuck into our waffles as soon as food is brought in. Our waffles because she wanted her own plate to go with the ice cream as soon as she saw mine. A fresh plate of berries is brought in as well, which really goes great with the rest of this feast, as Kylie puts it. And if I indulge in the sweetness, I have a cup of black coffee to pair it off with. With our bellies full, Kylie grows content with just scribbling on a scrap of paper and calmly chatting about her week. She talks of her older brother Rowan and their parents, how they plan to go to Bloxland and Berkshire for the winter holidays. She mentions Miss Pink, Rebecca, which I listened to with half an ear. Our initial meeting had been a mess, but I can't quite find myself to listen to stories about her teacher wholeheartedly, the phantom sting in my hand still itching. She talks of the sad man in the park and of her new friend who likes to play hide and seek when she's not sniffing in Lou. When finally she finds nothing new to talk about, she goes back to her drawings. That'll change as soon as her stomach settles. Of course, the calm before the storm. Because, behaved as she is right now, I can feel the curiosity just radiating off her. There's a restlessness buzzing under her skin and a question on the tip of her tongue, as they often are with children her age. But for now, I can take this piece with no complaint for however long it stays. I have fun with the crayons as well, at the child's insistence, even if I can't really draw. With Kylie using the black crayon, that leaves me with the blue one. I absent-mindedly start to draw a puppy to the best of my abilities. It's as I attempt to give the doodle dogs another eye that Kylie breaks her silence.
Tio? Where did Tia go? I saw him leave when I got here. Tia didn't look so good.
I've been expecting a lot of different questions. The kid always has a whole bunch of them ready for me, but I can only sigh when she posed this particular one.
She's just going to the doctor's for a checkup.
And as kids go, there are follow-up questions.
And you didn't go with her?
Well, you were going to be here, sweetie, so I had to stay behind.
So she's all alone? At the hospital?
Oh, no, of course not. Tia has her Hans and her maid and a guard. She's got plenty of company.
Yeah, but you're not with her.
If I didn't know better, I'd say the kid is trying to make me feel guilty. I want to say that the little tyke is evil for making me feel so.
But I understand. When I get sick, Papa and Mama have to leave me with their maids, too.
Well, they don't take care of you?
That doesn't sound right. Even my mom took care of me when I was sick as a child.
Well, they're always busy with work.
Oh, I see. I guess that's no good.
Work I put there in their hands! I know she doesn't mean to accuse me of anything. But as her father's boss, maybe I do overwork Suarez a bit. There's a lot of responsibilities that only he is capable of carrying out. Delegation is a thing, sure, but when said responsibilities are legally questionable at best, putting others to the task isn't always an option. But
Maybe your papa is in need of some vacation time. He deserves it, doesn't he? He's a hard worker. I could arrange something for the holidays.
I could cut him some slack. Some of his assignments can wait. I can't do much for her mom. She isn't one of my employees, but this would have to suffice. It would be worth it if it makes the little girl happy, because just like that, the somber look on her face turns into one of pure joy. It's like looking at a little sun, warm and bright. It's nice to do something kind every now and then.
Would you really, Teal?
Would you like that?
I'd like that very much, yeah. We can go to this museum. There's one with lots of cool trains and planes. I like trains. And there's the local manor theme park and a monkey forest. There's a kid adventure farm too, the wacky warehouse, and a play barn as well. And
Whoa, slow down there, Munchkin. I know you're excited, but I think you should let me schedule your dad's day off before you plan a whole year's worth of stuff.
There's an embarrassed giggle, but she does reel herself in, enough to calm down. Which is a feat in of itself. It's obvious how giddy she is. And if she wasn't looking forward to the holidays before, like any child should, she does now.
I think Tia would be really happy if you were with her. You could have told me you needed to go to the hospital with her, Teal. I won't be angry.
Is this the ghost possessing Kylie?
I'd love to be with her, but I wanted to spend time with you, Munchkin. And she told me to stay. Besides, I don't like hospitals. They always smell like alcohol. Not the good kind either.
I don't think anybody likes hospitals. They're scary. But you said Tia is brave and strong.
That she is.
A content silence comes over us as we go back to scribbling. Though I stop when I'm done with my blue dog, cringing at how awful it looks. Kylie reprimands me for that because I should be like her. The little tyke goes through several sheets of paper, one drawing after another. Practicing, she says, because practice makes perfect. Not to mention there's a drawing contest coming up in class, and she just has to beat Tim from Class D who says girls can't be superheroes. The clay gets a turn too, when we start sculpting food and pretending we're Michelin chefs. When we're too tired from tossing pizza and making cakes, there's no trouble in finding another activity more relaxing for the both of us. I find myself invested in reading the picture of Dorian Gray once more. Often, I lose myself in the pages of the book. However, it is rather difficult to do so when I'm also trying to keep an eye and an ear out for Kylie. I've been reading the same paragraph over and over again, even. Inexplicably, I can feel my skin crawl when the girl sits with Narcissa by the parlor's fireplace, humming, singing. Though I ignore it long enough to hear only the tail end of the song.
Everything is up in flames.
Oh!
Up in flames. Up in flames. Everything is up in flames. My fair lady.
What That's interesting. That's not good. Oh shit. With Hannah away for a checkup, Luke was left alone to watch over his godchild, Kylie Suarez. However, what was supposed to be a simple babysitting turned awkward... What was supposed to be simple babysitting turned awkward when the precocious child began spouting bizarre things. Man, this fucking hurts after what happened last time. I don't think I can spend any more time with Kylie considering how high-strung I feel. So it's a good thing that Suarez came for her as soon as I've called. Though it's earlier than the agreed-upon time, he voices no complaint. The bastard even has a look of relief as soon as they left. Or at least, I interpreted it as such from where I've stood by one of the windows, not bothering to step out and greet the man. No doubt he still doesn't trust me around his spawn. Well, he has every right to be suspicious of me. I am a dangerous man, after all. But, to my chagrin, that leaves me with the rest of the day with nothing to do. Well, aside from picking up the mess Kylie left scattered about in the parlor, to my immense relief, she remembered to take her doll home with her this time. But the same cannot be said of the crayons and papers littered here and there. First things first. I snatch my own doodle off the table and rip it to shreds, leaving no hope that it'll see the light of day. The rest of the drawings, all Kylie's, remain unharmed as I collect the lot. Though they have been stacked neatly on the table before, they must have been blown about when I saw Kylie off. And there are plenty of them. From cats and cakes to colorful rainbows and gardens, the child managed to make a lot during her mourning here. There's one more that I have to fish out of the fireplace where it landed. Uh-oh! Expecting to see another one of Kylie's masterpieces, I'm instead greeted with something a bit more concerning. Oh! Oh, great! That's fucking fantastic! Wait a minute. There's me, and there's Kylie. The two of us stand side by side and smiling as our stick figure selves stand in a nondescript field. Kylie, Tio, Luke, and Takako. Wait a minute. Wait the fuck up, wait. Oh my god, I'm doing this right now. I need to check something right now. I need to check something right the fuck now. If the stream buffers, I am sorry. I need to check this right the fuck now. Can I draw still? Shit. Here we go. What does it look like? Listen, I'm sorry if the stream stream buffers right now. I need to check something. This is probably not going to look right. I need to check this right the fuck now. That's what the necklace is! That's what the necklace is! It says Takako! Takako! I was fucking right! Alright, I need to show this right now. I need to show this right the fuck now. Alright, Alright, you're gonna... Okay. See, is that it? Yeah, here we go. Alright, do you... Okay. Do you see the kanji right here? Look at that. It says Takako. That's the thing that's on the necklace. That's the thing that's on the necklace. Shit. I don't know why the fuck I thought I could do that. That's what the necklace it says. It says her name. It's Takako. So wait a minute. That's definitely a Japanese name. That's a Japanese name. Takako. Alright, let's pull the game back up. I'm looking this up right the fuck now. What does that mean? What does that mean, Takako? What does that mean? Okay, I'm looking at Behind the Name, which is my usual which is the usual website that I use for looking up name meanings. Takako is Japanese, and it says here that the Japanese symbol for taka means filial piety, and of course the second kanji, which is the one that I recognize as ko, meaning child. Filial piety and child. Top 10 in Japan, 1930s. The 30s? Takako. Filial piety. What does that mean? What does that mean? Here we go. Filial piety. From dictionary.com, the important virtue and primary duty of respect, obedience, and care for one's parents and elderly family members in Confucianism. Filial piety is the Confucian virtue of honoring the elders in your family. What does that mean, though, in terms of the name? Oh, shit. So wait a minute. We need... Okay, wait. That's Takako? Wait. How? Wait. But what? Okay, we need to keep playing. But this just opened up a lot of possibilities. There's me, and there's Kylie. The two of us side by side and smiling as our stick figure selves stand in a nondescript field. That much I can ascertain without looking at the labels below the doodle's feet. But a third figure stands next to me in the drawing. A woman, with her face hidden behind a curtain of black. Takako, the writing under her supplies.
Takako says you're making a really funny face.
One big happy family.
Taka who?
Takako, a friend I made.
The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and I feel a chill go down my spine. A breath. That isn't mine. Wait a minute. Wait, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute. Wait. That has me turning around, expecting, hoping to see someone, anyone. But nothing. And that's when I hear it. Laughter. Sweet and merry laughter ringing from the ballroom. Thinking about it has my cheeks burning and my blood running hot. It's as if I'm being mocked. As I stomp towards the door, I have to stop myself from shouting up a storm. I expect to see some of the help dallying about, idle from their duties. Perhaps they thought they can slack off on their duties without the... Wait, did I read... Wait. Okay, I did read that right. Without the head butler around and with my preoccupation with Kylie. Well, they have another thing coming. But again, nothing. Nothing from what I can see with a cursory glance, at the very least. I roam around, looking for near impossible hiding places, and still I'm all alone. Yet I can still hear the laughter, that accursed laughter, echoing about in the room, in my head.
Who's there? Show yourselves and show some respect to the master of the house!
Cold uneasiness settles into my stomach when no one answers. I stumble on my own 2 feet, feeling a wave of nausea come from nowhere. I have to put a hand against the wall to stay upright when the world shifts and pain explodes from behind my eyes. It takes every ounce of my self-control not to heave then and there. The only thing my pride allowed me to do then is to close my eyes, in an attempt to alleviate some of the pain. Vague, unfamiliar images, dare I say memories not mine, flash in my head, unbidden and unwelcome. Like a strong hammer strike to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in 2. Whatever emotions they hold are muted. I'm nothing but a spectator. Still, its weight feels palpable. Though it doesn't take long for these sensations to get into my head. Through my eyes and my ears, it creeps and buzzes in the spaces between. Over and over it hurts. The pain, however, is not overbearing or blinding. It's the littlest of cuts and the bruising of flesh by blunt force. It dribbles down my cheeks and my mouth. There's a pounding in my head. It's not blinding, but that makes it all starker. Everything hurts.
Please, milady, he need not suffer. I beg of you, have mercy. You already have me to do as you please. He deserves none of this.
The maid? Why is this happening?
Silence, before I cut out that impertinent tongue of yours and feed it to the dogs. You will watch and you will learn what happens when I am displeased.
What have I done to deserve this? What? Whispers and accusations fill every crevice of my head, ringing and echoing around like a terrible case of tinnitus. They stare, gazes filled with judgment and disgust. Even before their beloved lady has spoken, she's already condemned.
This horrid woman! I beg the court for justice! Who knows what this devil's bride is capable of? She has already bewitched my love, my betrothed. I just cannot bear to think of what she has done to him after. Or what else she may do to our people if we let her live. Blood taints this woman's hands, and I deserve to be repaid in kind for that which she has taken from me.
There's nothing for her but death, and she knows this. Her silence says just as much. One after the other, they come at me, an unending flood that threatens to sweep me away for what feels like an eternity. Each one, a show of both joy and suffering for those who have called this mansion their home. Each new scene is like a hammer to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in 2. I can feel every little emotion in the blurry images that present itself in my head. I feel a part of these, like I live through them, though I know that's not possible. All their anger burns through me. That much is evident. But the pain is more so. And above all of it are the whispers. The voices calling, luring, until one image emerges in vivid contrast with the others. When there's a shout of joy, my eyes snap open, looking for the culprit. That's when the whole room just changes. Everything is the same, yet everything isn't. What? In living memory, that's Edward and Charlotte! There are people everywhere, laughing and dancing. I should be concerned about them, but my mind finds it easy to dismiss them as they fade in and out from nothingness. Instead, I find my concentration drawn to a man and a woman. though one can only call them a lord and a lady going by their clothes. And oh, just see how happy the couple looks. Though the man's eyes are eerily blank, like he's not all there. His face is familiar, though. In fact, they both are. But I can't quite place why. The two make for a pretty picture as they dance in the center of the ballroom. Even the phantom crowd's attention stays on them. It reminds me so much of Hannah and I during the early days of our marriage. The honeymoon years, they call it. We were happy then, too. All smiles and her sunshine, even with the normal dreary weather. Younger, we had less to worry about. Or at least thought that way. I thought, wished, we could go on that way, even with all that I did and had to do. But life has a way of catching up. There was work to be done. Although we had to stay the loving, perfect couple in public, I couldn't afford to look so weak. To appear tied down to someone else to those who knew... Wait a minute. To appear tied down to someone else to those who knew who I really was. I had to harden my heart when I had business, but it hadn't always been so easy to just switch that part of me on and off. Also, is that Hannah to the side? I should be concerned about their intrusion, too. Ask what in bloody hell they're doing in my house, throwing a party as if they owned the place. Ask myself how the fuck I didn't notice what was going on before, when the parlor and the foyer are both only a few doors away. But I have the feeling that yelling and screaming at them won't do much of anything anyway. None of the others have given me notice. I realize that this might not even be real. It dawns on me that these two are the people from the paintings, the ones all over the mansion. Which makes sense. I don't think I'm imaginative enough to make all this up on my own. This must be a dream. Or a really horrible high. Just then, I can feel eyes on me as I contemplate the absurdity of the situation. Yet I find difficulty in trying to tear my eyes away from the two dancing. I manage. And I regret looking away. The woman from the balcony stands beside me. I can hear her rattling breath, menacing and chilling. Everything in me screams to run. But something pins me to the spot as she just looks at me, watching and waiting. The clamor of their voices fill the ballroom. Although they say such welcoming words, I don't feel comforted by the madness I'm experiencing. Their joyous voices turn sinister and foreboding to my ears. The chorus of people that shouldn't exist, threaten to overwhelm me, drown me even as I stand on dry land. The music still plays as the Phantom Quartet continues while I stand here, vulnerable and afraid. But the dance has already ended. And I'm afraid that I might just be tonight's entertainment. And tension is all well and good until bollocks like this goes down. These phantom people watch me, thousands of eyes scrutinizing, though they cheer for my return, cajole me to dance and join the merriment. There are eager hands all over, pulling me in every direction, but they don't move me enough to remove me from the woman's gaze.
Listen. Can you not hear them as they welcome you home?
You're Takako?
Your kind? Our kind? You're one of us, my love. We are bonded by the blood we share.
If I thought the voices were overwhelming before, it's nothing compared to how they are now. Their voices are loud, speaking in unison and echoing ever on in the spaces of my head. They welcome me back, as if I've always belonged, as if I was meant to be here in the first place. They call me all these titles and names that don't belong to me, and that man's face, the one with the empty eyes, flashes again before me. Once, fleetingly, like a new memory having burned itself in my mind. I have to struggle for air when I come back to myself after.
I'm not. This isn't...
The welcomes turn into screams at my protest, pained and desperate pleas for my help, telling me that it's my duty to stay, telling me that I belong among them, to them, Gentle touches turn near threatening, the warning scratches and the baring of teeth by predators before they truly maim someone. My mouth goes dry as I struggle to speak some sense in this hallucinatory madness. But I don't get the chance as they drown out my voice.
Our Lord, my Prince.
At her words, there is a compulsion to stay. Though my heart races in my chest, the fear I should be experiencing refuses to register in my head. Mind and body war with each other, nearly tearing me in two.
You finally returned to us.
The compulsion to walk into her arms is strong. Whispers in my head tell me to go to her. They say that she is safety, she is home and heart.
We have been waiting for so long.
But repulsed at these thoughts, I wrench away and turn with a small gasp. Without hesitation, I start to make a run for it. I nearly falter when an angry shriek pierces the air, inhumane and monstrous. I don't dare look back. I just run. I didn't care if this was a drug-induced hallucination or not. Just run! Out of the ballroom. What the hell is happening? Alone, Luke heard voices coming from the nearby ballroom. When he decided to investigate, he was assaulted by memories not of his own. And at the center of it all is the same woman who appeared before him from the day before. And out of the parlor. It's only then that I bother to look back, hoping and praying to the God I scorned that it didn't pursue me. I would have run all the way out of the mansion too if only someone didn't get in my way. I collide with a body much larger than mine and fall back to the ground, head spinning as I look up at the stained glass. Turning my head to the side replaces the colorful sight with a pair of shiny black shoes. Fatigue fills my every inch of my being then, making me refuse to get up. Meanwhile, a familiar head of ginger hair looks down at me in bemusement.
You really must look where you're going if you insist on running about. Do tell, where is the fire?
Oh, thank God you're here.
I do hope you don't have a concussion. Can you count backwards from 15 to 1 for me?
Oh, fuck off, you wanker. Just help me up.
I do not think insulting me if you do have a concussion is a smart decision. But no, really. 15 to 1.
That woman, she was here. I told you to keep an eye out for her.
The other man offers an arm and pulls me up to my feet then. But before I can storm off and pull him to the ballroom, he anchors me down with one hand on my shoulder and the other touching the back of my head.
No bruising or bump. That still does not mean that you don't have a concussion. If you are too lazy to count backwards, can you tell me your full name? Where are you currently?
What? We don't have... Lucille Mitchell Wright.
Right.
This is the Ermengarde bloody fucking foyer. But we don't have time for this.
You must make and have the time to make sure you are not broken in the head. I have already sent security to scour the whole house when I saw you running out of the parlor, Dummkopf. If the woman is here, they will have her. You will only be slowing them down if you plan to interfere.
What is happening? When he points that out, I realize that there are guards starting to filter into the house as we speak with some already searching the nearby rooms. Armed and uniformed men go about in pairs, making it so that the house is in a flurry of activity. He lets go of me then, with the knowledge that I'm not going to keel over anytime soon.
I was hoping that you would be tired from dealing with the young miss on my return. Instead, you come running and hit your head. Such a troublesome boy. Shall I be carrying you to bed, too?
I can manage just fine on my own. Though I don't see how I can sleep until that woman is caught.
It'll be easier to keep you safe in your quarters. This is twice we've known the woman to break in. I think we can safely presume that you hold her interest.
He says it as a matter of fact in a tone that brooked no argument. Not like I'll argue if it means I'm kept safe. Where's Hannah, though? The two of us hurry upstairs, though we remain watchful and wary of any potential threats to my person. We make it to the master bedroom without any trouble, though, and two of the security are left outside the door. No problems at all. Not until we get inside. Johanna's eyes scanned the room wildly, a look of dread on his usually stoic face. And I don't understand for a moment. Looking around the bedroom, it's empty. But then, I realize.
Where's Hana? She came home with you from the hospital, didn't she?
She's supposed to be here. I sent one of the maids to accompany her here, to let her rest.
What? That's why he was... Okay. No, I get it now. That's why Johannes was asking what did he do to the madam? They couldn't find her. I feel the color drain from my face when he raises a hand to stop me from charging out there.
Stay.
I'm not staying in here while Hana stays out there.
One of the guards will find her and bring her here.
And what if they don't? What if that woman gets to her first? What if she already has her?
That's not possible.
You can't promise that.
Oh shit! There's no second thought as I reach under my side of the bed and pull out one of my knives. I have no doubt that the other man can take me on if we're both unarmed. But with this, I can even the field, or at least deter him from escalating the situation, risking hurting either of us.
I'm going out there to look for Hana, and you're either with me or you aren't. I'm not risking Hana, and I'm not leaving her alone.
Still, like a stubborn mule, he refuses to budge from the door. There's a withering look on him that I try to match. One that, somehow, I'm losing fast to, even with him not saying a word yet.
Can you see yourself in the mirror right now? You are in no proper state to go looking for anyone. If it will make you happy, I will do the looking. But please, and don't make me repeat this, stay where it's safe, where security can find you. We already have one person to be worried about. Please don't add another one to it.
Perhaps it's his tone. In spite of his general disdain for virtually everything that has to do with me, I'd like to think that over the years he has grown to care for Hannah at least. Much as I loathe to admit this, I trust him with her safety over any servant in this house. So, an acquiescence.
You have 2 hours, Shirokin. I don't think it'll take that long to find one missing woman in this house. 2 hours. Any more than that, and I'm going out there.
Of course.
Despite his words, he lingers. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he wants to make sure I get in that damn bed and sleep before he turns away from me. What am I, a child? Watching me and treating me like one. There's the reason why we'll never get along.
Well, what are you waiting for?
And the knife?
The knife stays.
Very well.
Only then does he seem to get the hint. With a nod, he leaves, locks and closes the door behind him. Bumping into Luke after his flight from the ballroom, Johannes quickly ushered the paranoid man to his room, while the house's security looked for the trespasser, only to be greeted by a room devoid of Hannah, who was supposed to have arrived with the butler. For a moment, I still hear his voice while he gives the guards outside firm instructions, then a hush as soon as he departs and his footsteps fade away. One that doesn't quite last. As quickly as the silence settles, lightning flashes across the sky, followed immediately by the loud boom of thunder. And that wanker strikes so dangerously close that I can feel the electricity in the air. The power goes out not a second later, and I feel as if I'm being mocked by whatever greater power there is. All is deathly still for a moment, but soon the rain starts once again. Far heavier than the light drizzle from this morning, its pitter-patter hitting hard against this place's roof. Despite the noise, I find myself drawn to my bed, exhausted, hoping for a little nap. I'm safe here. Hannah will be safe too. Shrokin will find her, and when I wake, she'll be here. It doesn't take long. Once my head hits the pillow, in a matter of minutes, darkness claims me, bringing with it laughter and whispers of a twisted love from a time long gone.
Who are you? Stay away!
Sweet dreams, my love. It'll be over soon.
What is happening? Fuck, I want to continue! Fuck, I want to continue, but it's already 2:30. It's already after 2:30. Oh, I want to continue. But we have to call it here. We have to call it there. We have to. Like, we have to. Okay. We need to talk. 80% of the way wow, Luke's chapter is short. Not a lot of CGs, though. %. Oh, I was like, wait, what is that? Slutty. I hate this achievement. Resist being tempted by a divine goddess. Take a trip down memory lane. See a shadow lurking in the balcony. Or is there? I think mommy overdid the makeup. Alright. Alright. Oh my god. So a lot's happened. Alright, you're gonna actually. There we go. I'm sorry about that, you had to hear the typing. But it's just because I wanted to get that text up there. This was the song I was thinking of I should have been playing. Alright. God, we got a lot of information. We got a lot of information. And now I'm not even sure of what the fuck we're supposed to expect here. Alright, I gotta think. Alright, I gotta think, because I can't fucking speak. I can't speak. I can't think. Okay, what is the deal? What is the thing here? Well, okay. So now we finally have a name. Oh, you fucking missed it, man! So much shit happened! Oh my god, okay. We finally know we finally know who the ghost girl is that's following us. Her name is Takako. That's the name on the necklace. That's the name on the necklace. The only thing is like, how does she fit into all this? How, like... Alright, okay, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to fucking think. Takako and Charlotte with Edward. I don't... So is that who's possessing Hannah is Takako? No, it can't be. It can't be, because... It just can't be. It has to be Charlotte. It has to be Charlotte. But does this mean there are two... Oh, it's rough. It is rough. It is rough. Another character died, by the way. Not gonna spoil who. But, that was rough. But does this mean that there are two ghosts wandering around now? So we have Takako and Charlotte. Takako and Charlotte. Let me I don't... this is confusing. Is the, like... So, Charlotte has to be possessing Hannah. So does that mean that Takako is the ghost girl that's chasing us? The thing is, though... we finally got some context. A ghost with a gun! The only thing is... like, we finally got some context for those memories that we saw, and I think I was somewhat right about my theory that the maid and Edward were in love. Or Edward and Takako were in love, and Charlotte didn't like that. So she got Takako killed by convincing the judge that she was a witch. My only thing is now they're bringing up the fact that Edward didn't seem like himself when he was dancing with Charlotte. And then, of course, we have Charlotte begging her mother to help her with something. she did what she did. Take her with her. And then, what? What? There was blood on her hands. What did... Alright, I think... Alright, some of my theory still stands. That part I was right about. But now I've got to change it. Is it... So now I'm thinking that there is some witchery going on here. There is some bewitchery going on here. But Charlotte is the witch. Pretty much, Charlotte did something. I don't know what, but she did something. And because of that, okay, so Charlotte did witchcraft because Edward fell in love with Takako, and Charlotte wasn't a fan of that. And so that would mean then that Edward didn't really hold much of anything towards Charlotte, whereas Charlotte didn't like that. So Charlotte did some witchcraft where she got Edward to fall in love with her instead of Takako, but maybe the only way the spell can work is if she wears the necklace that Takako had. I mean, it would explain that, if I'm really right about this, that Hannah is possessed by Charlotte, that it would explain why she's wearing why the achievement for when she puts on the necklace is right where it belongs. Meaning that this is what I need this in order for him to love me. And then, once that was done, that's why Takako had to die. Now, granted, I don't know how that ties into Edward's murder and Charlotte's suicide, but that's something. I think the necklace is evil now. I mean, to be honest, like, objects can be imbued with that kind of shit. But now I'm thinking, like, that could explain, because when Ash was in the mansion, that could explain why the ghost was really fucking with him. Because, God, this is gonna sound racist as fuck, but it's because he's Japanese, and Takako is Japanese as well, I'm presuming. I mean, again, I looked it up. Takako is a Japanese name. So it would make sense that Charlotte is probably not a fan of the Japanese. But again, I think that's just more in speculation than anything. The only thing is, though, is like, I mean, are there two ghosts? Is there Charlotte and Takako? Whereas Luke is the reincarnation of Edward? But if that's the case, like, why is Takako acting this way? Like, why is she going around killing everybody? Is it because she's been driven mad by her death? Is it because she's vengeful? I mean, granted, I understand why she would be vengeful. I mean, she was literally sentenced to death for something she didn't mean to do. But I don't know. And so there's that. But then there's the whole thing of like, we've got some pieces, but all of them still, I can't really connect. You are right, Plush. Maybe tragedy was always, maybe it's like Charlotte got what she wanted, but she had to pay for it. Like, pretty much, like, she sacrificed Takako to get what she wanted, but instead it but then tragedy was bound to happen in the name of Luke being killed. No, as far as I know, Edward wasn't an alcoholic, but you know what? We did find out why Luke is an alcoholic! And I was completely wrong about, oh my god, that's right, my theory about Luke being involved in his parents' murder is completely invalid. Like, his profile pretty much just spelled it out for me. It's like, no, he's just the son of a sex worker who was an alcoholic. He didn't even know who his father was until she died. And he decided to take him in more as a way to leave behind a legacy than anything. But, God, this is hard. But still. What is the end goal here? What is the end goal here? Like, what is Charlotte and Takako attempting here? Like, because even then, I'm thinking, so it's like, here's the thing. Takako burned. Like, she was considered a witch. She burned. But the ghost girl that we've been seeing, she's not burned at all. And more so, like, her... And even then, like, she... And I'm surprised I haven't brought this up sooner, but that noise that she keeps making where she's going, like, like, that's usually, like, if my Jew on the Grudge knowledge has taught me anything, like, you know that death rattle that the Gritch bitch makes, right? You know, why she goes like, you know, like, that's, from what I remember, like, that's supposed to be, that was pretty much the only sound she could make because her neck broke. And that's what the ghost girl's making. It's that same noise. so that would mean that the ghost died because her neck broke, which I would assume means Charlotte. But the thing is like, why is Kylie drawing a picture with Takako? Like, is it possible that maybe we're not, like... So now the possibility also arises of, like, maybe it is just one ghost, and it's Charlotte disguising herself as Takako. I guess to keep up the illusion that she was nothing but this angel? I mean, I guess? God, I don't know. Ghost vocal cords don't matter when you're scary as shit. I mean, I guess. I don't know what to think. All I know is that 2 out of the 7 characters here are dead. Both of those death scenes were rough. But still, it's like... But I know this for a fucking fact. Next stream's the finale, at least of this playthrough. Part 7. Lucky number 7 is gonna be the final part for the first playthrough of the letter. Because we're on November 1st. That's the farthest in the timeline with Luke, and we know what happens at that. Maybe we'll get to see the aftermath of what happens when Hannah and Luke finally meet each other, and Hannah's like, "Oh, darling, don't you see I've taken care of those pesky kids for you?" Kill Rebecca or 2, because why not? Man, you're not wrong. But yeah, I am fairly certain that that the last part of Luke's chapter is probably going to be short. Hopefully. If things, don't kill me. If things don't kill me. If I'm predicting things right. And then I was thinking that afterwards, maybe, like, obviously, like, whatever we find out at the end of this journey, like, we're gonna, like... No, I don't think he's gonna do that, like, seriously, it's like, I was dreading Luke's chapter, but reading, like, all of these things that he says about Hannah, it's like, no, he genuinely loves her. And I don't know if he can bring himself to kill her. But as I was saying, I'm thinking that after, because depending on where we're at in terms of the last end of Luke's chapter, we might, like, so obviously we're going to be discussing theories and all that, but I also do want to try and look at the branching paths of the chapters and see, like, what could have been done differently. Like, you know, if I had made this choice, would this have happened? If I didn't make that choice, would this still happen? Vice versa, like all of that. Like, I feel like I don't want to spoil myself on all of the stuff, but considering it's the end of our first playthrough, it's like, let's just see, like, what lines of the butterfly have we followed with these characters? I think that'll be fun. But still. But still. In terms of what I thought about Luke's chapter, Luke is probably a very nuanced character. Because again, like, I am so confused by him. Like, he's an asshole who is perfectly willing to cheat on his wife, but he also genuinely loves her and thinks the world of her. And it turns out he used to be a crime overlord. But he also cares a lot about Kylie. And he loves his mother a lot. Doesn't care much for his father, but his mother... It's very interesting how he views her. Because it's like... He said it himself that he finds sex work to be a horrid job. But he's not tough on his mother for that. I mean, I guess it's very probable that's because, you know, he loves her and all that. And he understands, and he did say he understands at least that some people just aren't lucky enough to make... Is Luke a sex worker? Oh, shit. No, I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Would be funny, though. But no, he isn't. He's a businessman, for God's sakes. You really think he's gonna whore himself out? But as I was saying, it's like, he views sex work as a horrid job, but he also understands that some people just aren't lucky enough to, like, get into normal fields. Well, I should say regular fields of work. I don't know, it's like, he's a very nuanced character. And it's confusing. I just don't know what to think of him. But it would be funny, though, if I somehow got him killed at the end of this chapter. Anyway, it is after 3 in the morning. It just turned 3. And we're done for tonight. So, on the 29th of Friday, we will be ending this playthrough, at least putting it on the back burner after Friday. So is Luke conflicted or just a very random? I think he's conflicted, if anything. It's like, do I walk the path of good or evil? And all that. I mean, it's hard to believe he's considered random, considering he looks exactly like fucking Edward. Or Edward. But yeah, so the 29th of October is when we're gonna be putting an end to this fucking playthrough. And I can sleep for a month. Because, God, this game has tired my ass out. So, thank you all for coming, and I guess enjoying just, like, the theorizing, and of course the stupid, goofy moments that happened in the first half of this stream. Again, I still find, it's like, yes, let's have this nice, heartwarming scene. Let's have this nice, heartwarming scene after Ash gets almost choked out by the butler. We're in a fucking haunted house, breaking the law. We just chained the unconscious, we just cuffed the unconscious butler to the bed, and we're trying to stop this curse. Like, perfect time for a love confession. Like, I'm sorry, that moment is still gonna get to me, because I'm like, it is so ill-timed. Of course it makes later events much more bittersweet in context. But anyway, thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you all again for the, I keep wanting to say finale, but it's technically not. We're going back to this and just taking a few months break. But for the, I guess, the ending of our first playthrough on the 29th of October at 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. So, thank you all for joining. And all that's left to say is, have a good night. Please, stay safe. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. Please get fucking vaccinated. So have a good night, and goodbye, everybody.